Learned how to turn my mic on. Thank you. Good afternoon, Santa Monica, and welcome to the October 26, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Council Member Davis, will you lead us in the pledge?
I'd be happy to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. And let me tell the members of the public that before the clerk announces our first item, that our public comment line is 310-312-8173. It will be open now for the closed session, which the clerk will read in a moment. But again, the public comment line, should you choose to comment publicly on tonight's meeting on any item, including open public comment at the very end of the meeting, the number to call is 310-312-8173. Thank you.
Okay, so we have two closed session items. The first one is an existing litigation, and it's unfair practice charge, Santa Monica Police Officer Association versus the City of Santa Monica Public Employment Relation Board. And then the second one is another existing litigation, and it is James Tatum Jr. versus the City of Santa Monica. And we have no callers.
And I'm turning to our city attorney now, one of them. Yeah, I'll take, and can you tell me how long this closed session approximately will be?
The council should be back by 6:30.
So we should be resuming our regular meeting at 6:30. And again, for that meeting, the number to call is 310-312-8173. Thank you. Good evening, Santa Monica. Santa Monica, hello. Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome back to the October 26th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We have just returned from closed session, and so now let me turn to our city attorney. Is there any report?
Yes, during closed session, the city council considered items 1A and 1B on the closed session agenda, and there are no reportable actions from either one of those.
Thank you. And now we are moving on to our proclamations. And I believe that Council Member Para is going to do a proclamation in honor of National Code Enforcement Week. Oh, month. I'm sorry. It's a month. It's not a week. National Code Enforcement Month. That's why she's doing it and I'm not. She's a better representative.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. So the city of Santa Monica, whereas code enforcement officers provide for safety and welfare throughout Santa Monica community through the enforcement of local codes or ordinances facing various issues of building, zoning, housing, environmental, health, and life safety. And whereas code enforcement officers often have a challenging and demanding role and often do not receive recognition for the job that they do in improving living and working conditions for residents and businesses of local communities. And whereas code enforcement officers are dedicated and high qualified professionals who share the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing and ensuring safety, and preserving property through knowledge and application of housing, zoning, and nuisance codes and ordinances. And whereas code enforcement officers often have a highly visible role in the communities they serve and regularly interact with a variety of residents, businesses, visitors, first responders, state officials, county officials, legislative boards, commissions, agencies, and bodies. And whereas code enforcement officers are called upon to provide quality customer service and excellence to the residents and businesses of the communities in which they serve. And whereas the city of Santa Monica wants to recognize and honor code enforcement officers and professionals all across the United States and bring awareness to the importance of code enforcement to communities. Did you want to? Now they're
Yes, so I've signed this, but if you go down to the podium, Christine, I'm sorry, Councilmember Para.
Sure.
And hopefully our Director of Code Enforcement will meet you there and maybe we'll say a few things and you can announce all the names.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Where's Constance?
You want me to announce?
Sure. Okay. Well, no, actually, no, I'll announce because you're on there too. Before I begin, I just wanted to say thank you so much to all of you, code enforcement officers. I know it's a hard job, no denying, and I know that this past year it's been an especially hard job for you, and I want to personally thank you for your hard work and your dedication to our city. I know that it's not easy. I'm a former fire inspector, and I've worked very closely with our code enforcement officers in the other city that I work for, and so I know how hard it is, and so I also take my hat off to you personally, and I want to thank you personally as well. Sharon was my code enforcement supervisor in the city of Culver City that I worked for, and so I'm so thankful and grateful that I get to also recognize her here in the city of Santa Monica. So, without further ado, I'd like to recognize today Sharon Guidry, Maurice Cochet, Cheryl Shavers, Sharon Hillary, Efren Galindo, Jorge Ariano, Alyssa Hall, William Nathan, Lee Ning, and Yvette Jones. Thank you.
And thank you guys for recognizing the Code Enforcement Division during Code Compliance Month. I just want to say publicly what I say to my staff today, this, every day. And we're missing 5 today, so those 5 additional administrative and enforcement staff on our team. I just appreciate, I think it just goes without saying, the work that you do and the sacrifices that you make every day improves the lives of the people in the community that we serve. It's a challenging job for certain, and during COVID, the staff showed up every single day in the height of the COVID-19 pandemic with a spirit of doing their part in protecting the public at the risk of themselves and their families. During that time, they conducted over 67,000 business checks going in and out of businesses and interacting with the public during, this very significant public health crisis. And it is just commendable what you guys do every single day. I personally could not do what I do without each and every one of you showing up in the spirit of service and doing what you do. So on tonight, although I am holding the proclamation, we'll proudly display it in our division, but this is really about what you all bring to the city of Santa Monica and the residents here, and I appreciate it. And we know and can hear for ourselves tonight that others appreciate us as well. So thank you all, and thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me just announce that lines are open for items 2A and 2B. And let me remind everybody of the phone number, and then we'll take a picture. And the phone number is 310-312-8173. So do you want to comment on 2A or 2B? The number is 310-312-8173. Okay, well, I'm coming down with you guys.
Like this.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
It's like my bags. I go like this. It's like we're all congregating before we go up to roll the face. And this is like cover the back and all.
Oh, I can go to. Do we have any callers before we start the city manager's report?
We do not have any callers for
Good.
item 2A. So next we have the city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here this evening. Just have a few items that I wanted to share with you as we begin this evening together. So first and foremost, I think as you all know, one of the first orders of business that I have is to build our leadership team and our executive team. And in that vein, I'm really proud, great that we're discussing the budget tonight because we have in our attendance our new police chief, Ramon Batista. Wave for everyone, please. Really excited that he's joined our team. He comes with deep experience in community policing, 21 first century policing, and I'm really happy to report that he's already hit the ground running. He's starting to meet with community groups and get immersed into the department. And so I'm looking forward to a long and fruitful partnership and working together to really meet council's priorities around addressing public and community safety. Secondly, I just want to talk about a couple of events or items that have been going on in direct response to council's priorities. First and foremost is addressing issues around public health and safety at the pier. As reported to you over this past weekend, our staff implemented 2 new approaches to mitigate public safety and health risks from unpermitted vending on and around the pier. First, Public Works deployed metal barriers at key access points on the pier. that maintained public pedestrian ADA access but impeded vendor carts from coming onto the pier. We also arranged for 5 personnel from Allied Security Services to deploy to the pier on Saturday to staff access point barricades, augmenting our code enforcement presence. Overall, we believe the effort was a success. The planning and coordination across the teams was very strong. And on Saturday, we saw a drastic reduction in the number of vendors that were able to access the pier deck and cook with combustible fuels on the pier. The strong presence at entry points and the enhanced presence of our fire, code, PD, and allied personnel created a strong deterrent that improved the situation on Sunday as well. We will continue to evaluate our work and assess the spillover effects of vending on the beach bike path and oceanfront walk. We will look to secure additional access points and adjust shift timings of personnel to maximize effectiveness. Consistency and continuity are keys to keeping up this momentum, so we are working to ensure continued allied security presence to supplement city staff at the pier on weekends. And we will actually be bringing a budget augmentation back to council at your next meeting on November 9th that can keep this so we can continue to evaluate. And I also just want to point out and thank all the staff that were really devoted a lot of time and attention to this effort. There's quite a few of them, but I think this really shows and helps to highlight the team approach that went into this effort over the weekend. In code enforcement, who we just had a chance to recognize, and I apologize to all of our employees if I mispronounce your name in advance. We had Maurice Cochet, Samtavia Senor, Benson Reed, Sydney Blanco, Yvette Jones, and manager Sharon Guidry, who we just saw from code enforcement. From our fire department, we had Ryan Demergian, Jason Pucklis, Fire Marshal Eric Binder, and Assistant Fire Marshal Joe Cavan. From our police department, we had Lieutenant Robert DeAndrea, Lieutenant Robert Lucio, Sergeant Art Williams, and Sergeant Sean Fraser. And from Public Works, we had Matthew Wells, Brian McClure, Robert Dorsey, Tony Alrosen, David Mallorca, Willie Guerrero, Anthony Zapata, and Joey Alvarez. And we also had 5 personnel from Allied Universal Security, and Pacific Park helped us out with some additional equipment. So I just want to thank them for their innovation. We're going to stay at it and address council's priorities on the pier, but I'm grateful for this initial effort to hopefully make some positive change in that area. Secondly, we've received a number of emails about the Open Main Street pilot that we tried. The Open Main Street series, as you all know, wrapped up earlier this month with the final of 4 events occurring on October 16th to 17th. We are now analyzing the data collected, which includes circulation and parking, noise readings, and public opinion surveys conducted by both OPA and MSBIA. The report will include community feedback from emails as well. The report will include a breakdown of costs and amount of staff time spent on the series. And we funded the event through a grant through LA Metro. And we're hoping to bring this back to you in an information item towards the end of the year. And we're going to continue the discussion about its effectiveness and future approach. And then lastly, I just want to point out 2 exciting community events. So this weekend is Halloween, so there's a lot going on around town. The Police Activities League is offering its annual Spooktacular this Sunday from 4 to 6 in the Memorial Park parking lot. COVID-19 safety protocols will be followed and adhered to. There is a request for candy to help support the event. So if you would like to bring candy, please bring those donations curbside to 1401 Olympic Boulevard between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. You can call 310-458-8988 and a PAL team member will graciously accept the candy. And then lastly, down on 3rd Street Promenade, we'll be celebrating Dia de los Muertos. This will be in the evening hours. So again, encouraging everyone to come out and celebrate with all of us this wonderful event that will be occurring this weekend. And thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, City Manager White. And now we will move to our consent calendar. Let me again, so we will open the lines for our consent calendar now. And should you wish to call on the consent calendar, the number is 310-312-8173. So, Madam Clerk, it's on you.
So this is the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we do have one caller on hold.
And before we go to the caller, does anyone have Sorry, Phil and Oscar. Sorry, city manager. So does anyone want to pull any items from the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull 3B.
3D,
B as in boy.
3B, thank you.
And I would like to pull 3B, as in boy.
Wait, did you say
That's been pulled
3B?
already.
She did. Okay, so everyone's pulling 3B, but other than that, B, as in boy, I got it. I heard you say D, but, so we have a caller, let's hear from our caller, please.
Esther, we're ready for the caller.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now. Good evening. In relation to item 3B, I have to ask, why are you afraid of the public coming back to speak in front of you at City Council?
Ms. Barton, I really,
I
so,
mean, as of
Perfect.
October 21st, 2020, the Los Angeles Health Department showed that 86.3% of Santa Monica residents 12 and over are vaccinated. So your resolution is either committing fraud or you're significantly out of touch with and date with the current directives by both Los Angeles County Health Department and the state. Let's look at social distancing, since that seems to be your main argument in the resolution. On September 28, 2021, the Los Angeles County Health Department put out information about retired protocols that were no longer in effect, and social distancing was one of those on the list. On October 16, 2021, the state at corona19.california.gov states, thanks to millions of vaccinated Californians, the economy is open. There are no county tiers, capacity limits, or physical distancing requirements. So I do believe that makes your resolution argument based on social distancing fail. And please do remember Santa Monica's percentage of vaccinated residents 12 and over is 86.3%. But if you need more convincing, on June 15, 2021, California fully reopened the economy and the state terminated the restrictions on businesses and activities. So the city is technically a business. So when will it be open to the residents and not only developers? And since you are all lay people and we have no local Department of Health, who are you to go against the most current county and state COVID protocol? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Are there any other callers?
Are there any
No more callers.
Thank you, Esther. And now, may I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar items 3A, 3C, and 3D?
I'll move.
Too late, Phil.
No, that's okay. I'll
Councilmember Parra
second.
moved. I'm giving
I'll
you,
second.
moved by Parra, seconded by Brock. May
hold
we
on.
have a roll call vote, please?
Hold on a second. Okay, we're going to go back to voting, you guys. Okay, and so the motion was by Parra, correct?
Yeah, seconded by
And seconded
Brock.
by Brock.
And everybody can push their, are we ready to push buttons now, Denise?
Go ahead, we can start the vote.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Councilmember De La Torre? Yes. Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0.
Okay, so item 3B is adoption of a resolution regarding AB 361, findings to continue teleconference meetings.
And so it was pulled by Councilmember Davis. Do you want a staff report?
No, I really just have a couple of questions. So the first question I have is, how does this interact with we've already passed a resolution and ordinance to continue to allow telecommunications even beyond, people to call into meetings even beyond the time that there's a emergency. This doesn't affect that in any way, right? So people will continue to be able to participate via telephone and in other manners.
Correct. I think this is the way that you can comply with the Brown Act, and you have to do this resolution every 30 days in order to have the exception applied during the pandemic.
And then the second question I have is, does this apply to all our Brown Act boards and commissions or only to the city council? Specifically, I've heard inquiries about Landmarks Commission because they have not been taking telephone testimony. They've only been taking email testimony.
Looking at the resolution, it applies to all city boards, commissions, and task force.
So that would include the Landmarks Commission?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilmember Brock, do you have?
Councilmember Davis just asked one of the questions I had, which I know the Recreation and Parks Commission last week was able to add telephone callers during public comment, and they thought that was very productive. The Landmarks Commission, Social Service Commission, and others have also wanted to do that. So from what you just told Councilmember Davis, and I know I'm being redundant, the other commissions will now be able to have public comment by both written and by telephone.
Correct.
That's fantastic.
It's section 4.
And my last question, just to give some members of the public hope, do we have any idea on how many more months that we will be without people in City Hall chambers? We just want to, I got a couple of calls this week from people saying, is this permanent? Are you doing this? And I said, no, it's the state. It's every other city council. It is still a safety issue while COVID is still going. And their response was, well, people are at concerts. People are everywhere. So I just want to make sure that we make a statement that as soon as the standards are relaxed, we will go back to public meetings.
I believe that that's our intent, but I think that this will come from the city manager's office. So, yes, you might want to.
So we are in the process of having discussions amongst staff about how to bring back, open up various facilities. One of the discussions we're having is about boards and commissions. So I think it'd be really good for me to hear from the full council about what your expectations are as emergency orders are lifted so that we can plan accordingly. There'll be a number of things we'll want to work through logistics in terms of making sure the staffing is in place, the facilities are in place, and all that stuff. But understanding where you as a council want us to be moving would be very helpful to myself.
Well, since we have opened up this item, do you want us to run down or do you want to do this privately? Because we can start at.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. This is agendized only for the adoption of AB 361 resolution. And so if you want to give direction to come back at another meeting and have this as an item to give, for action, that would be great. But tonight, I may be saying this at other times tonight, but that seems to be my role. It's not agendized for this.
We're getting used to it, trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what would be good is if we can come back with an item for a city council agenda so that we can have a discussion and talk about the options, and so that I can get some really good, clear direction from you, and then we can plan accordingly. We'll be very open to that.
Thank you, City Manager. And now, may we have a motion?
I move item 3B.
I'll second.
So item 3B, as in boy, is moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre? Yes. Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCollum?
I must look really small.
Yes. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And now we move on to item 4. Madam Clerk, will you please call item 4?
Yes. Item 4A is a study session on the city's gas monitoring system for the former land use site.
Landfill site?
Landfill site, thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on just a moment, Shannon. Let me get the full site.
And we'll have our staff report first. And let me just say, since we've been doing this, taking comments before we ask questions, I'm going to announce now that we're opening up the lines, and I'll read the number again, except that I put it in the back so that it wouldn't be in front of me. And the number is 310-312-8173.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Look how low I am.
I'm just trying to do this stuff.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and City Manager. My name is Shannon Perry, and I'm the city's Chief Sustainability Officer, and I manage the Office of Sustainability and the Environment. You are used to having me up here talking to you about cutting-edge, innovative sustainability programs. Tonight, I'm here to present a slightly different topic. Tonight, we're talking about the city's landfill gas control system. Due to the impacts of COVID on staff and workloads, this project recently came to my office. As we were taking over the contract and starting to get a sense of the scope of work out at the city yards and coming up to speed on the landfill gas system itself, we thought it was important to bring this issue to you, the City Council, and also to the members of our public so that everybody had access to the most accurate, up-to-date information so that you could really be aware of this issue. So here we are tonight. We are going to give you a detailed and hopefully not too technical deep dive into this topic. I know that some people felt like there was a lot of technical information in our staff report, and I appreciate you bearing with us on this. I think it's really important when we're talking about something like this that we get into the details. And so you will find a lot of content in our presentation tonight, but we have built into our strategy a lot of time for you to ask questions at the end. So here's where we are tonight. I'm going to introduce to you the city team that's working on this project, and then I'm going to introduce our independent third-party contractor who will give the bulk of the presentation because she is the subject area expert and because she is an independent third party who really does the operations and maintenance of the system itself. And then we'll circle back for questions and comments. When we get to questions and comments, your entire city team will be available to you. So the folks who are really working on this team, like I mentioned, the contract management and coordination of this work came to the Office of Sustainability and the Environment. We also have Rick Volte, our Acting Director of Public Works, Peter James, our Public Works Chief Operations Officer, Chris Dishlip, who is our Capital Program Manager, and then James Velez-Conway on my team. It really coordinates the contract itself. He is out on parental leave right now. And then complementing our city team, we have Montrose Environmental. If you remember, you've recently approved their contract for another period of time to serve as the contractor for operations of the landfill site. So Margaret Patrick is with Montrose, like I said, independent, third party, really brings her technical expertise to not only monitor the site, but also to help city staff understand the best practices for not only the management of our landfill, but how other cities who have historical landfills are addressing them in urban areas. So with that, I will hand this portion of the presentation over to Margaret, and then I will come back at the end.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to take that off so you can hear me a little better. So good evening, Mayor, City Council, and also the public. My name is Margaret Patrick, and tonight we're going to be discussing the landfill that's maintained by the City of Santa Monica. Just to give you a quick background on me, I've been working and living in Southern California for the past 25 years on a lot of sites very similar to this site. My company that I work for is a full-service consulting company. We do all types of different environmental projects, but a lot of the work that I do is specifically related to landfills and solid waste transfer stations. Oops, sorry. Can I move this closer here? Here we go. Okay, so I have to lean over between every slide. Okay, so the purpose of this study session is to help you all understand the landfill a little bit better. Sorry, I keep jumping around. So we're going to start with the site history, then we're going to talk a little bit about what is landfill gas, then explain the system components of the system that you have at that site, and also the current regulatory requirements, the current environmental compliance, and lastly, the current maintenance and future upgrades. So the site history began actually back in 1928. The area was a clay mining pit. The red outline on these figures is actually the city's yard. It is not the extent of the landfill or necessarily the extent of the clay pits. The site, the reason the clay pits were later converted into a landfill is because that was a common practice at the time. The idea is that clay has low permeability. Putting waste in it is less likely to contaminate groundwater. The last waste was placed in the landfill in 1970. And it's estimated that approximately 300,000 cubic yards of waste was landfilled. To put that into perspective, 1 cubic yard of waste is actually the size of an average washing machine. So there are a lot of local landfills in Southern California. A lot of people don't even realize how many local landfills there are in Southern California. And many of them are older, small neighborhood landfills similar to Santa Monica, that were put in place back again in the 40s, 50s, and 60s before we had the current environmental regulations that we do today. And then for comparison to some of the local landfills, again, talking about the volume of the Santa Monica landfill, it's only 300,000 cubic yards. The Puente Hills landfill, which closed a few years ago, is approximately 53 million cubic yards of solid waste. And there's another active landfill that's still in Orange County in Brea, and it will eventually have a maximum capacity of 148 million cubic yards of waste. And one of the things I want to point out is these landfills also, just like the Santa Monica landfill, are located near residential areas, and you can see there are homes that come right up to the perimeter of some of these facilities. And of course, in Southern California, the big problem is real estate is in shortage, so we end up having homes right next to landfills. So one thing that is good about your landfill is it is an older landfill. And so the types of waste that were accepted in this landfill are different than what we would see in a modern landfill. And in my opinion, somewhat better. So basically in the 1950s, a lot of waste was still burned. People could still burn their landscape and their leaves in their backyards. We didn't have, the air quality laws that we have now. And then there was actually a time when there was incineration being done at the landfill. And then there was also a lot of inert construction debris put in this site. So wood, metal, concrete, bricks. And then there is some mixed municipal solid waste. Sometimes we call it MSW. And that's your typical household residential trash, such as your food waste, paper, tin, glass bottles, rubber, landscape debris. And just to point out, so, people will see pictures of an incinerator and they're like, oh, an incinerator. But what that means for current residents now is that all of that waste, when it's incinerated, is no longer containing the organic materials that then can produce landfill gas later on. So the more of it that's incinerated, the less landfill gas is being produced. Another example of that, there is a landfill on Pebbly Beach landfill that I work on. They incinerated their waste up until 2002. So that site does not even have a landfill gas control system because they have so little landfill gas being put off. They're an unusual situation. So post-landfill, the site was capped with 3 to 5 feet of cover soil, which was in accordance with the environmental regulations at the time. The city of Santa Monica was actually already using the yard and adding buildings in the northwest area, so you can kind of see some of the city buildings on this figure. Again, the red outline is the outline of the city property. And then the east side of the site was being used as a baseball field. And then it was originally called Stewart Street Park and later renamed to Gandara Park, and which still exists today. And I was actually over there at the park earlier today, and it's really a lovely park. There's kids playing. I saw a father helping his son, learn to throw a baseball, and it's a really nice area. And there were some residents walking around and laying around sunning, reading books. So typical use of landfills. Post-landfill phase is parks and golf courses. That's two of the main things that they get converted into. So in the 1970s to the 1990s, really starting more in the 1990s, new regulations for landfills became enacted. So at the time that this landfill closed, there were no regulations in place, or very limited regulations in place compared to what an active landfill these days has. However, that doesn't mean to say that we are not following current regulations on this site. But in 1976, we had the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, or RCRA, that was created, and it was passed to ensure that wastes were managed in an environmentally sound manner. During the 1980s, there were incidents where old landfills with uncontrolled landfill gas caused unexpected fires or explosions. So that drew a lot of public attention to landfills and the dangers of the methane gas in the landfill gas. And then also at one point, it was believed that a closed landfill would stop producing landfill gas after about 30 years. That was found to be later incorrect because depending on the type of waste that's disposed, we are finding that some landfills can keep emitting gas for a very long time, unfortunately. So finally, in the 1990s, there were new regulations enacted for landfill gas control. And Santa Monica, the city of Santa Monica, began monitoring the landfill gas. In 1996, they installed perimeter monitoring probes. Later on, they installed an interim landfill gas control system. That was started in March of 1998. And then a permanent system that incorporated that system was constructed and began operation fully online in 2001. So since 2001, that system has been monitored and operated by third-party consultants. It was overseen by ICF International through 2016. And then my company, Montrose Environmental Solutions, was awarded the contract originally in 2016. And it was renewed, and we now have another 5 years. Of course, unless we mess up and you fire us. So, okay. So what is landfill gas? So now we're going to get into the technical stuff. So hopefully you all had your coffee this evening. The composition of landfill gas depends on the age of the landfill and the types of waste it contains. So landfill gas is typically made up of approximately 40 to 50% carbon dioxide and then 50% less of methane, with nitrogen, which is the main gas in air, making up most of the balance. There's also small amounts of other volatile organic compounds and sulfur compounds such as hydrogen sulfide. So this is a generic graph of a landfill over time. And so I'm not going to spend too much time on this because it is a little bit complicated to look at, but the bright hot pink line is your methane. And you can see that when waste is first placed, which is the Roman numeral 1, there is no methane. And then as the little microbes in the waste get to work, they start digesting that waste and producing methane gas. And so over time, that methane will go up, and you can see it kind of peaks in the center of the graph, and then it starts to go back down. The reason there are no actual years for the time scale is because it varies for every landfill. So larger landfills may have much longer time scale than smaller landfills. But we're estimating, based on the amount of methane that my company monitors regularly at the site, that you are around this phase in here where I've got the red arrow and the little circle. So basically your landfill gas methane content is down to about 20% or less in all of your landfill gas extraction wells. So that's why we're at the end phase here. Eventually that will mean that if the methane drops enough, that we will be able to turn off the system, but that is unlikely to occur right away, and we will continue monitoring. And before a system is turned off, we have to go through a very detailed health risk assessment, and obviously, obtain permits and make sure that everything is done regulatorily before we turn off any system. So, so in the meantime, we're going to keep operating that system. So methane is, it occurs both in nature and it's also produced by human activities. So there's many sources of methane. Animal burps and farts are actually the #1 source of methane in the country, especially the cattle industry. The methane is produced both from their stomachs and also from their manure. Termites also produce methane as part of their digestion processes. And of course, we have natural gas that's found in the ground, frequently in conjunction with oil. And that natural gas we use in transportation, in gas heating in our homes, in gas appliances, gas fireplaces, etc. Another large source of methane is, of course, anaerobic bacterial decomposition of organics. So that's a mouthful there. And that's vegetation, plant, food. Any carbon-based source will break down, and little microbes will basically convert it into methane. So not only do landfills have methane, but your compost piles in your backyard will give off a little bit of methane. Wetlands will give off a little bit of methane. And then also recent problems with climate change is we have permafrost that's thawing, and that area is very boggy and peaty, and that also is giving off methane, which unfortunately is making things worse, accelerating the process. So methane is generally stable. It is not poisonous. A lot of people are concerned about the health risk of it. The main health risk is that at concentrations between 5 and 15% in air, in the presence of oxygen, it is flammable and can ignite. So we have what's called the lower flammable limit, so less than 5% methane will not ignite. I could hold a match to it and it will not ignite. Or over 15%, it's considered too rich and also will not ignite. The site is required to keep the methane in the perimeter monitoring probes below 5%. That is the California Code of Regulations limit. The reason we do that is because that helps ensure that any methane that might migrate up through the soil to the air will end up being less than 5%. What I want to point out is that there are some landfill gas extraction wells at the site that do have methane in that flammable range. However, even if I were to hold a match up to one of these, which I will not do, but it's unlikely to produce a sustained flame because it does not have enough oxygen. It's basically sucking air out of the ground, and so it doesn't have enough oxygen, so the flame will just snuff out. That makes sense? Maybe? Everyone's still awake? Okay. So one of the components of landfill gas that is more of a concern are volatile organic compounds. The concentration of volatile organic compounds will vary depending on, again, the waste that was disposed of in the landfill, but they usually comprise a very small amount. So less than 0.1% of the gas will be VOCs. And one of the nice things about this landfill is that older municipal solid waste landfills usually have much lower VOCs than modern landfills because they received a lot less plastic waste and chemicals. So the majority of the household trash that was disposed of in the Santa Monica landfill was in the 1950s and 60s. So during that period, we were still using aluminum cans and glass bottles, not plastic, for sodas. Styrofoam was increasing in use at fast food restaurants, but paper was also very heavily used. There was a lot less plastic packaging overall. Your laundry and dish detergent came in cardboard boxes instead of plastic containers. There were less synthetic fabrics that people were wearing. So all your clothes, we have so many clothes now that are made up out of petroleum products. Back then we did not have that. It was more cotton and things that are, more biodegradable. And lastly, the flame retardant chemicals, which we're, hearing so much about, were not in common use yet either. So the waste that was disposed of in this landfill had a lot less overall chemical makeup than the current landfills. So this is a map, hopefully you can see it, it's a little bit small unfortunately, of the landfill gas control system components. The little red things are the landfill gas wells, and then the pink and the blue are probe locations. I'm going to get into some more detailed maps here later on so you can see a little bit more. One thing I wanted to point out though is you can see the park, you can see also the city area and the city buildings. So what is a landfill gas extraction well? Basically, the site has 10 vertical landfill gas extraction wells. These are drilled down to depths of approximately 40 feet deep, which is the depth of the waste. And they are under a constant vacuum of 15 to 20 inches, I believe is what it should say on the slide. And over on the left, you can see a diagram of what a typical landfill gas extraction well is. So it's basically a tube in the ground with some perforations at the bottom and we put it under vacuum, and that it helps suck landfill gas out of the ground. And it usually has what we call a certain radius of influence around that well, where it's extracting and pulling landfill gas towards it. And that landfill gas then gets moved or taken over to the treatment system. Oh, I don't know why these slides got messed up a little bit. Yeah. Sorry. So the landfill gas extraction wells are all connected to an 8-inch diameter collection pipe known as a header. And it's constructed of high density polyethylene. And that takes the landfill gas over to the treatment compound, but through the use of a 20 horsepower blower. So this blower is constantly sucking on these wells and pulling the gas over to the treatment compound. And I think under here that I believe it said that the overall system vacuum is 30 to 40 inches of vacuum. And then just to explain a little bit more about those extraction wells under vacuum, it's very similar to your vacuum you would use at your house. The little base area is what we're pretending is the blower, and it's pulling the gas, which is the air that's coming through that pipe. So for instance, if you were to have a crack in the hose of your vacuum, that would not actually leak air, it would suck air in. So the reason I'm explaining it this way is that basically the system, if it were to have a crack in one of the pipes or one of those landfill gas extraction wells, they would actually be drawing air into the system. It would not be releasing gas out to the atmosphere. And we do come out, my company comes out and checks those wells in the treatment system biweekly. And we can tell right away because we take readings at the control system if there is a landfill gas leak, because we're going to see an increase in oxygen concentration. So we'll know that we need to go out and check the field and look thoroughly for that and make sure we correct that. So another part of the landfill gas treatment system is the treatment vessels, and they consist of 2 large vessels that contain granular activated carbon and potassium permanganate alumina granules. Basically, these are very similar to what you would have at a water treatment system at your house or even an air filter at your house. A lot of air filters use carbon. So the landfill gas is pushed through that, and that helps remove and oxidize those volatile organic compounds. And then the outlet of the treatment system is discharged to a pipe that's up, going up into the air. Another part of the system is the landfill gas detection probes. So these are subsurface monitoring probes. There's a total of 37 of them, and they're used to detect landfill gas around the perimeter of the site and also in trenches. These probes each have, or most of these probes have 3 different depths. So this is just a diagram showing you what they look like underground. So the shallow probes are from 7 to 9 feet below ground. The intermediate ones are 18 to 21, and the deep ones are 33 to 35 feet below the ground surface. And so when we go to monitor your site, we go out there, we connect a piece of equipment to these probes with a little bit of vacuum on it. It basically pulls gas from the probes, and we're able to collect a measurement to see what the methane reading is in the probe at that particular time. So these probes, so 8 of these probes are located along the perimeter with the mobile home park, and there are also 8 landfill gas wells located along that perimeter, and then 2 sumps. So these are all used to detect and prevent landfill gas migration into that residential area. So the regulatory requirements for the site. So this site is in compliance with the South Coast Air Quality Management District rules and Title 27 of the California Code of Regulations, which is overseen by the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Health, which is your local enforcement agency. So quarterly, we prepare reports with the data, the monitoring data that we've collected, and we send those out to those 2 agencies. And then we are performing monitoring in accordance with a site-specific AQMD permit to operate and an AQMD Rule 1150.1 compliance plan. In addition to that, your LEA will come out to the site quarterly and also do his own monitoring, his or her own monitoring, and do probe checks and some other things too. So in addition to our monitoring, you also have an outside regulator coming out to the site and checking it. So this is just a little overview of what we do at the site. Bi-weekly, we come out, we check the landfill gas control system, make sure everything's operating properly. We check the treatment vessels to make sure that the landfill gas that's going through the treatment has all the VOCs removed as it should be. If we see that it starts to exceed 20 parts per million, then we will schedule a media replacement, make sure that the carbon and the other granules are changed out so it keeps working the way it's supposed to. Quarterly, we monitor the landfill gas and the vacuum in all the extraction wells, which we also will make adjustments to if necessary. We monitor the methane and pressure in all the probes, 37 probes, each one of them 3 different depths, so a total of almost 80 plus probes. We also conduct instantaneous surface monitoring for methane throughout the park. So that's done by holding a monitoring device about 3 inches above the ground, walking through the park, checking for methane. And then we also will collect at the same time a sample of air, and that is submitted to a laboratory, a certified laboratory to have it analyzed. And then we also do monitoring on the indoor buildings throughout the city of Santa Monica Corporation Yard to make sure that there's no methane in them. A few more things with the monitoring. Quarterly, we also conduct, oh, I think that's a repeat, actually. Yeah, that is a repeat. And then annually, we collect a landfill gas system outlet and inlet sample and have a certified laboratory analyze them for hydrogen sulfide, methane, and VOCs. And we also collect perimeter probe samples for VOC analysis at a certified laboratory. So getting into the compliance portion of the presentation, the city of Santa Monica and us, the third-party environmental consultants, have maintained the landfill gas control system in continuous operation for the past 21 years. During that time, there have been no regulatory enforcement actions issued for the city of Santa Monica landfill by the EQMD or the LEA. There are no landfill gas emissions at the ground surface that have exceeded the regulatory permit conditions, and only the perimeter landfill gas detection probes have had sporadic blips that exceed the 5% methane. When this occurs, we follow the permit requirements, the AQMD permit that says we go out, we do additional monitoring, and we take corrective actions to try and reduce the methane in those perimeter probes. So this is just a little bit of the compliance history. We started to do graphs for you, but they were very confusing and hard to read. So I thought it would be easier with this visual map to see. Basically, the green dots are the perimeter monitoring probes that have had no exceedances of 5% methane for the last 5 years. These are the shallow probes. You can see there are a couple probes that have yellow dots, and those are probes that have had usually 1 or 2, I think in the case of one of them, maybe 3 or 4 exceedances of the 5%. But this is over the past 5 years, and again, these are being monitored 4 times per year, so that's a total of 20 sampling events or monitoring events. These are the same map, except it's showing you the intermediate level. So sometimes it's interesting, we'll have an exceedance maybe in the shallow level, but not in the deeper level. Again, we control this by making adjustments to the landfill gas collection system. And then lastly, these are the deep probes here. And again, you can see the yellow ones are areas where we had more than 5% methane during one monitoring event. So current maintenance and future upgrades. So since 2016, the city and Montrose have replaced the compressor, upgraded the sumps, replaced some of the landfill gas wellheads, replaced sensors at the control system, and provided other ongoing maintenance and repairs. There are some upcoming planned repairs, including improvements to the entrainment or knockout tank, which handles condensate, and also the condensate collection system. One of the other current projects coming up due to recently detected elevated landfill gas found in the vaults located in the city yard. There's 2 landscape planter areas with vaults. As you know, the city yard has been undergoing a lot of construction in recent years. And sometimes that construction can change conditions at the landfill. Doesn't necessarily mean it's causing the problem or causing increased methane emissions, but it is a landfill is a living, breathing organism. So sometimes if you have some changes at the surface, that can contribute to changes in methane subsurface. So we've been doing additional monitoring in these areas to make sure that we are controlling that gas. And as part of this, we are recommending that that installation of another landfill gas well. So you can see on this figure the location of those two vaults that had the elevated readings, and then the location of the proposed new landfill gas well. And that we're hoping will be installed. Obviously, we have to go through permitting process and get approval from the LEA, but we're hoping to get that installed here possibly the end of the year or the beginning of next year. So the City of Santa Monica and my company are committed to monitoring and maintaining a well-functioning landfill gas control system to protect public safety and the environment. And just to add to that, the reason I got into environmental consulting is because I am pro-environment and I want to do the best I can to ensure that the public health and safety is protected. So from systems such as this, because I know it's a little bit frightening for people who don't understand exactly what's going on with something that they live next to. So, and that's it. This concludes the presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Hopefully you didn't all nod off. Maybe you learned something. And I'm going to hand it back to the city for questions.
So do we have any speakers?
We have one caller.
So do we want to hear our caller before we ask questions?
Sorry, we have two now.
Okay, so shall we hear our callers before we, I'm sorry,
It's okay.
but it sometimes informs our questions to hear the callers,
Okay.
so.
Okay, Esther, we're ready for the callers.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. On the issue of gases released from the landfill under Mountain View
Ms.
Trailer Park.
Barton, we need you to speak. I hate to have to, but we do want to hear you.
Good evening. On the issue of gases released from the landfill under Mountain View Trailer Park, the spin and lies you and the city staff are trying to put out there that there have been no problems with the pumps are blatantly untrue. Remember when you, through the Housing Authority, held me hostage at Mountain View Trailer Park in a unit that had no telephone or internet line going from the street to the unit from mid to the end of 2016? Well, during that time, the soil began to rise to what seemed to be a significant level, and someone I knew checked the pumps, and not all of them were working. I contacted the city about it a couple of times with no response. I asked Susan Klein about it at a P&A meeting soon after she returned, and she knew nothing about it. I called the EPA, and within 2 days it was corrected. So for you to say that you've never had problems with the pumps is blatantly untrue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Welcome, Maria Loya. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Maria Loya, and I'm here representing the Pico Neighborhood Association. First of all, I want to thank you for agendizing this item. It's long overdue, and again, we thank you for bringing this up. This is something that's very important to us. Gandara Park is a very popular park with young families. As the presenter stated, there's always families at the park. In fact, I take my kids to that park. And so having this hearing is very important. And there's several questions that we have. One, in terms of transparency, is very important. And I've reviewed some of the readings in the past, and one of the things that we have found is that whenever it rains, there seems to be a higher elevation of methane gases that are being emitted. I'd like to know why that is the case, and if there is more methane being emitted, is there necessary to put some signs out there to inform people that probably this is not the time to be at that park? So that's one. I think it's also important. We'd like to know what other kinds of gases are being emitted along with methane. That's important. We'd also like to see some sort of sign letting people know, letting families know that that's a former landfill, and maybe having the website on where people can find some of these readings. We'd like to have more quarterly reports coming before the city council, just to monitor how the safety of the park. We think that that's the most important thing, is making sure that the park is safe. And so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Loya. And now we move to council questions. So who would like to begin? Councilmember Delatorre.
So thank you all very much for the presentation. And there's no other park that I know in the city of Santa Monica that has this problem with that's sits on top of a former landfill, correct? This is the only park in the city of Santa Monica?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. Are there any other landfills, though, in the city of Santa Monica, or is this the only landfill that we know in the entire city?
This is the inactive landfill that was used for municipal solid waste in the former clay mine site. Back in the era, there are some maps that have been circulating around where you can see other areas. It really come to with solid waste practices historically, and that could be someone's backyard pit. It could be other waste disposal practices in that time. But in terms of a municipal scale landfill, this is the primary area that we're dealing with.
Great. And in terms of the research, and I don't know if, because the landfills that we saw, the images, very large landfills, you know, and I think I've driven by Montebello, the Montebello shopping mall. I remember there's a huge landfill off of, I forgot what freeway that is, 60, I think the 60. And you're right that it's adjacent to some residential. But I think, you know, the concern for me here is that there's a park, you know, where children frequent, you know, many times. I mean, there's even like a child care center that is right down the street. And I see that, you know, small children are playing. There's a playground there, swings, basketball courts, and so forth. So, you know, there's more heightened awareness around you know, the issue of methane and any other toxic chemicals that might be emitting out of this former landfill. I know most of the talk today was methane, but should we be concerned of any other type of toxic chemical that might be emanating from this landfill or this former landfill?
Why don't I answer a couple of your earlier statements, and then I'll let Margaret answer as well.
Okay.
So I did want to remind everyone that the most significant impact from methane is as a greenhouse gas, not as a human health carcinogen. So whether you live adjacent to the park or you are a regular park visitor, or like I am, if your child plays baseball there consistently and for hours after practice ends, the primary issue with the methane is the greenhouse gas. It's not a contaminant at that local air quality level. The other piece that I thought was important is really thinking through the use of the park. And it is a standard best practice for, yes, this is the only park we have that is sited on top of a landfill, but it's because it's the landfill that we have. But utilizing these sites for parks and golf courses is the standard best practice. And we did pull up a couple of slides that show you other parks that are on top of landfills, if it would help you to see them, as well as some additional educational signage. Less on the fear-inducing side and more on the where am I? Let's tell the story of where we are. We have employed that type of educational signage in other parks around the city. So you'll see at Marine Park, we have that around some of our water treatment infrastructure, as well as at Virginia Avenue Park, we have educational signage that tells the story of the site, as well as some of our water capture and cisterns. So I think there is an opportunity to tell that story in a way that makes the information accessible, but does not, cause concern where it doesn't need to be relative to
I think that's
primary.
great. I think the Pico Neighborhood Association, the representative that spoke, suggested some type of signage, just so that, I think the big question here, the big issue here is transparency.
Agreed.
Because there's, I mean, look, to not sugarcoat it all, I mean, this is the Pico neighborhood where we put, well, we now, I guess, the city of Santa Monica placed a lot of undesirable development in that part of the city because of the race of the people that live there. I mean, let's just be straight up, and the income as well. So, you know, low-income people of all ethnicities and people of color, for sure, have been dealing with these issues all over the country. And Santa Monica is not immune from that type of environmental injustice, you know, in that practice. So that's why people feel concerned sometimes. There's been things also that there's like, I'll give you like one quick story about that park. There was a drinking fountain between the basketball courts. So, you know, two rims, and then in the middle there was a drinking fountain there. And they eliminated that drinking fountain. And this is a true story. I saw the gentleman that, it was a contractor, it wasn't a city employee, but just a contractor that the city hired to remove the drinking fountain. While they were removing the drinking fountain, I went up there and jokingly, I said, "Hey man, you guys are getting rid of my favorite drinking fountain." And he said, he looked at me, he goes, "You used to drink this?" And I said, "Yeah, is there a problem?" He said, "I wouldn't drink it if I were you." Now, that's just my anecdotal sort of information, but it did raise concerns on, number one, why were we getting rid of the drinking fountain? And then, was there a potential for some type of, contamination of the water? Like, do we know of methane sort of leaking into pipes of water and that contaminating the water? Is that something that's a possibility or not at all?
I'm going to let Margaret answer that, but I'm just going to say that I think that we all can acknowledge, and it's an appropriate element of this discussion, that structural racism and systems of inequality are present throughout our community and throughout communities of color and low-income communities, not only in Southern California, but across the state and the nation. And the reason that we are here sharing this information with you is very specifically to increase transparency around this issue, because the landfill gas control system is designed to keep the residents and visitors in proximity to this park safe. So I really appreciate the opportunity to just make that connection really clear, because that is why we're here. All of us are dealing with the decisions that were made by previous, previous decisions, right? Whether it's where the landfill is, where it's been, what materials are in it. But what we can do is manage it to the utmost ability to model best practices and to make sure that we're transparent in the communication about what's happening out there. And so that's one of the reasons that I am really grateful that this project has come to my team, because the Office of Sustainability has modeled the Sustainable City Plan. We've brought the precautionary principle to this council in many ways, and I think this is just another opportunity for us to make sure that environmental protection, economic vitality, and social equity are mutually dependent, and that we are expressing those in each of our activities. So while this may seem like a regulatory moment, it's actually a sustainability moment. And so I think we have found a moment where we are able to bring these things to the forefront and protect our residents and protect our city staff and the users of the park.
Great. I really appreciate those comments, by the way. Really appreciate you saying that. But
Absolutely.
Just on the question of, is there a possibility that that the water can be contaminated, the water that people drink at the park? They got rid of one drinking fountain. That was an older one, but they have obviously a bathroom, a drinking fountain there as well. Should there be concern about any cross-contamination with the water?
So I'm going to invite Margaret up to answer your question about that, and then also the question about water and the increased methane.
Correct. The rain, when the rain comes into the park, what impact would that have on methane levels?
Yeah. So basically, again, the landfill is full of these little organisms, and they actually like moisture quite a bit. So yes, there is a possibility when you have a large rain event that you will have an increase of landfill gas production. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have more emissions because of that. Again, we've got a control system that's running, sucking on all those wells, and hopefully collecting that and bringing it over to the treatment system.
But we could monitor on that question, for example, like after the rain that just happened, if we would be able to see a spike in methane or not?
It will usually typically take time, so
Okay.
it's not going to immediately happen. What I've seen in past at a lot of the sites I monitor, as an example, that one on Catalina, because they don't even have a landfill gas collection system, when it rains out there, what I'll see typically is 2 to 3 months later, I may see a slight increase in again, very low levels of methane gas generally. And again, the methane gas is not toxic. So methane getting into your water, it's not really going to mix with water very much. I suspect that the reason that the drinking fountain may have been removed may be lead pipes, because older pipes, because older drinking fountains had lead pipes in them. And one other thing I want to point out that wasn't as part of this presentation is that the site was under the notice of the water board, and they also did some groundwater monitoring beneath the site and determined that there was no further action required, and that permit or that investigation was closed. So there is no sign of groundwater contamination from the landfill. And typically you can get groundwater contamination from landfills, but it tends to be more from leaching, liquids coming out the bottom, not from landfill gas. So landfill gas doesn't really mix as much with water. It tends to rise. It's going to take the path of least resistance. So it can't really pass through water as much. So yeah, so did I answer all of those?
Well, just one
Okay.
thing, in terms of there's new piping. So let's say, you're right, it probably the lead piping was the reason why they got rid of the older drinking fountain. But the new drinking fountain that's there now, I'm assuming that's probably going to, it's probably plastic piping, that goes underground. Should there be any concern that we should monitor that piping over time because of the methane or the other toxic chemicals that exist in that landfill?
Well, your piping should basically not allow any landfill gas to permeate, but we do monitor the trenches that some of those pipes run in to make sure that there's no buildup of landfill gas in the trenches. So that is something that's done. I don't specifically know about the new drinking fountain pipe at the facility, but that's something definitely that could be addressed if needed to be.
Put it on the menu. And just the last question I had was in regards to there's a lot of monitoring going on, which I'm very happy to hear that. That bi-weekly you're looking into things, and there has been some instances where the methane levels have reached a higher level than 5%, which makes it volatile, right? 5 to 15%.
Just to explain, though, those are in the subsurface. So the actual surface of the park, we do surface monitoring with a piece of monitoring equipment. And the limit that we have actually for the surface of the park is 500 parts per million. So part of the reason that there isn't signage there is because it's not required. If we had concentrations that were high enough to be dangerous to people playing there, we would have Prop 65 warning signs on the park. So the carcinogenic levels of the landfill gas, basically if the methane is less than 500 parts per million, which is 0.01%, or actually 0.005%, then the actual volatiles or the toxic chemicals in that gas are going to be 0.00005%. So very, very extremely low levels and unlikely to cause a problem.
If there was an individual that for some reason went around and tried to light up some stuff like a fire to keep warm, I mean, we have, a homelessness crisis, and there's been incidents of people setting up fires, on the side of the freeway and other parts. And I'm, just one concern, or should we be concerned that somebody can light something up around there and it can create an explosion?
Not with the methane levels generally that you have at your site. Yeah, with larger landfills, it actually happened at the Brea landfill when we had some forest fires go through the area, that the above ground methane pipes that collect landfill gas did catch fire. But it damaged the system somewhat, but it didn't really spread the fire any worse than, the wildfire that was already going through the area. One of the nice things about your site is all those pipes are subsurface. They're not exposed at the surface. The landfill gas wells are under manhole covers, which are heavy, difficult to remove. So the biggest danger would be, again, if you have somebody really trying to do vandalism at your site and they're going to try and pull those manhole covers off and maybe throw a match in one of those wells, but they got to take the cover off. They've got to open the well up. And then, as I mentioned it briefly in the presentation, they could throw a match down in those pipes. Basically what will happen is they might get a short burst of fire and it's going to immediately put itself out. So it's not going to start, a giant raging forest fire.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
First, I just want to make sure, I know Councilmember De La Torre did have a question about, are there other chemicals being released from the landfill other than methane that should be monitored? Or are they being monitored, or what's the status of those?
They are being monitored. So those typically, so volatile organic compounds, again, because they're at such low concentrations, we don't have equipment that we can just go around and immediately detect, a reading. So we collect those bag samples. We collect a 10-liter sample of air above the park and also from the landfill gas itself. And we send that off to a lab. And there they use high-tech equipment to give us a readout of what exactly is in that gas. So.
And how often are those readings done?
Those are typically done quarterly. Some of them are quarterly and some of them are annually.
And can you tell us just off the top of your head what some of the chemicals that you guys find in that airbag?
Okay. Some of the VOCs, I believe, actually, I don't remember off the top of my head. I do know that there is some hydrogen sulfide in the landfill gas. And the amount of VOCs is kind of sporadic. Sometimes there's acetone, toluene. There's a couple gases that actually you'll typically find in air as well, near freeways. So it's, but again, all of those are relatively low levels. So.
And none that fall into the category of toxic.
Well, they are
to human
at the concentrations. Yeah. So
right,
basically the dose makes the poison. So at very low concentrations, they're not going to be present a risk to the public.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go for it.
I just and then again, if if people are really concerned, we could you can do a health risk assessment, and you have a toxicologist come in and run a whole bunch of statistical calculations to tell you exactly what the risk is. But I can tell you, based on other similar sites that I've dealt with, that we have done the full health risk assessment on. The landfill, because your landfill gas levels are so much lower, your associated health risk, the amount of VOCs in that landfill gas are also much lower. So less likely to be an issue at this site. Again, I can't fully say without doing, the full toxicological assessment.
Okay. So on the soil capping, 3 to 5 feet was the standard then.
At that time.
At that time. I'm curious, has that standard changed today?
Actually, it's still generally 3 to 5 feet. What's changed is what the type of cap that it is. So nowadays there's standards on the, it has to be a certain permeability of clay. You have to run some, geotechnical testing on it. And then a lot of the modern landfills, they're using a geosynthetic liner, liner over the top of the sites also to help cap. One thing that is good is, anywhere that you have pavement too, that does also act as a cap. So paved areas, and that's generally why we do the surface sweeps more in the unpaved areas, because the paved areas act as a natural cap.
And the DG areas probably help some kind of similar additional component. I don't know, but I would think. Okay, so, well, a couple things. One, thank you, staff, so much for the great work on this. We get a ton of questions about this as someone, and I have a question.
She knew I was ready
It's
to
coming.
pounce.
So, but, I know Councilmember De La Torre, Councilmember Parr, and myself probably more so than other members of the council get inquiries about this. It's the neighborhood I grew up in. My father grew up down the street from this, at the time where they were incinerating the trash and when it wasn't a landfill. So, we don't care more than others, but I think when you are taking your kids there every day during a pandemic because there's nowhere else they can go, you get concerned. And when people are walking around the neighborhood saying that it's toxic, as a member of council, that's concerning. And so to what extent do you think that signage to make people more aware. And I love the idea of the history of it, just to be fully transparent, because it wouldn't change someone like myself taking my kids there. I don't actually believe this is toxic, any more toxic than the fact that I live next to a freeway either. But I'm curious what options we have for that and what the impact you've seen at other areas of the city where we do sort of add that component. And then lastly, I think it's really fitting that we're taking this up on the same night that we're doing SB 1383, because that's the real issue here. And aside from the fire potential, you guys addressed this, but is there any feeling that there are health concerns at that park? Because I really want to alleviate that concern that's kind of going around.
Yeah, I don't think it's, one of the things that the city asked me is, would you live next to it? And I can honestly tell you that I would not have a problem living next to that park, based on the data that I've seen from that park. Okay. And that's partly why I think, again, a background sign is a good idea, but you don't want to scare people away. It's a beautiful resource, and the health benefits of getting out in a park and running around and playing a game and far outweigh any potential risks, which I think are very, very low at this site.
Yeah, and I think there's a way to talk about the history of that site without scaring people away. I mean, people are still going to Starbucks, and they have Prop 65.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all over the place. So, I mean,
yeah, I'll defer to the city
lines
on
around
the
the
sign.
corner.
Yeah, I've actually really been excited about the possibility of how we might want to tell the story about this site, both from the historical perspective, but also to talk about the landfill and to talk about the methane and more importantly, the methane monitoring and control system, particularly because it does really offer us the opportunity to make sustainability infrastructure more visible, right? And so we see this with our SMRF, we see this with some of our investments at Virginia Avenue Park and in other places. Where when we make these choices visible, we are not only minimizing people's concern, but we're also giving them information about the proactive things that are happening around them. I do have, I think, an example in here of what am I standing on? Yeah. So here's an example that Peter James found, just from a landfill in the. So this is obviously not the brand and aesthetic that the city would go for. Debbie would want me to say that very clearly and immediately, so I'm doing that in respect for my colleague. But it is starting to give you an idea of how other cities are telling the story, and I would really appreciate the opportunity to do that at this site. I feel like something like a Prop 65 warning would have the unintended consequence of drawing people away from the site. And the purpose of having this landfill gas monitoring and control system is so that people feel comfortable and safe and welcomed to one of our important and highly utilized public spaces. So this would be the direction that we would recommend that we go.
Well, thank you guys.
Thank you. And let me just say, okay, so council, I'm just going to say what order, okay? So everybody, because I know everybody has questions. Councilmember Negrete, Councilmember Para, Councilmember Brock, and then Councilmember Davis if you have anything, and then me. So, but there you go. You're on.
Okay, I'm just going to start with that since you were talking about signage. I think education's the best thing because greenhouse gases versus toxicity. It's a great opportunity to educate people, and I think it could be used to educate the kids, and then they can tell. They can educate their peers and whatnot. So I really hope that's something that's in the works and we can do that soon. I did want to ask you though, I think one of the things people worry about when it comes to landfills, and I might not be saying it correctly, but toxic benzene levels, is that something that we're concerned about? Are those tested? Yes. And obviously there's no concern because you would have said earlier.
Yeah, sporadic benzene has been detected in the landfill gas. That is something that is typically found in landfills. At the Santa Monica site, it is very low, and it's not always detected, so it kind of comes and goes.
At what level is it a concern? Because that's really the only.
It is in parts per billion, so very, very low levels.
That it's a concern, or you're saying ours are very, very low levels?
Yours are very, very low levels, yes.
And then when you're taking it quarterly and annually, do you switch up the times of year that you're taking it? Because as we know, rain and other things can change, right? What year?
Yes. Well, typically the annual samples are collected in December, which, actually is the beginning of our rainy season, or November or December is, rainy season. And then, but, I think we do occasionally have samples other than December that we collect, so.
I was just reading on my own before this that just to educate myself, because to be honest with you, I think I was misinformed about what it is, right? So then I started reading into it and got into a wormhole a little bit, but was just curious because I heard that at other landfill sites over, in the past 20, 30 years that they found that testing during different times of the year makes a difference and it's important. I was just curious if there's a system to that, and we do.
Yeah, typically the actual regulatory permits will specify when they want us to do the testing, and so usually we follow that schedule. But that's definitely something we could talk to the LEA about and see if we collect samples at different times per year, see if that makes a difference.
And then on that education standpoint, is there something you could put in comparison for those of us who don't know a lot about it to say, like, well, here's this park and this is why we feel it's safe for anybody to be on, and in comparison what wouldn't be safe or is less safe that we tend to ignore? I mean, like Councilmember McCown said, living next to a freeway. I mean, what would be considered more harmful to humans that you can think of that would be a comparison? I think something visual like that, that we could relate to makes it a little bit easier to digest.
Well, the freeway is a perfect example. But another thing too, a lot of people don't realize is you do have, again, the dose makes the poison. So using some of the certain household chemicals that we use in our homes, if we use them on a regular basis, this is something that's come to light in recent years with maintenance workers that do a lot of cleaning, is that we're breathing in high concentrations of some of those chemicals, especially lately with the pandemic. We're spraying Lysol everywhere. That over time is not very good for us either, and actually maybe worse for us because, again, we're ingesting a very a large volume of it. So the small emissions at the park that you'll breathe in over the course of an hour playing are going to be very, very insignificant compared to, again, especially spending a lot of time next to a freeway. Of course, in future, we may all have electric cars, and then those freeways will not be the problem that they are now. But in the meantime, we have, decent
Another great
emissions
opportunity to educate our community and use some examples like that, maybe, so that everybody can understand exactly how harmful something is and isn't, and the difference between greenhouse gases, and how we as a community can actually do better in terms of that impact that we're having on the earth. So thank you for the report and the education tonight. I appreciate it.
Yeah. One other thing I can point out too, as far as benzene, the reason we have, when you go to fill your car up now, they've got all those little special rubber discs on that pump is also to prevent you being exposed to benzene, because the number one or a larger source of benzene is gasoline. So, yeah.
So in essence, dropping some gasoline on your shoe and getting into the car is more harmful.
Yeah, it's probably not so good.
Got it.
So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've had an opportunity to speak to Rick and Susan a few times, but a couple things that came up today, and also when I was reviewing the documents before this meeting, were some of the reporting in the last 5 years, some of the probes along the perimeter or the side between Gandara Park and the Mountain View Park. That showed some of the shallow, intermediate, and some of the deep probes, that there were a few times within the last 5 years that, the levels were over the 5%. And so that was a little concerning to me because, it's my understanding based upon the report that all the probes that are in the Mountain View Park are no longer being tested because in the past, there was no readings. There was 0 levels or no readings, and so therefore have been discontinued, I think, for the last 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. So those blips along that perimeter tells me that there may possibly still be potentially some readings in Mountain View. And then something that you said earlier, that some landfills can keep emitting gas for a long time. So how do we know whether or not there still could be some readings, significant or otherwise, happening in Mountain View, and we're no longer testing that? So we don't know, do we?
Yeah, so I think I had a slide back here that kind of showed that. So yes, we have had some sporadic detections on some of these perimeter probes, and here you go is PP 14, 12, and 15, and then also 6. These detections basically would occur during one monitoring event, and then the next monitoring event we would go there and we would not be reading concentrations at that level. There is a couple things to think about when we're doing the monitoring on these. One of the things that's unusual about your site, normally perimeter detection probes are not right next to the waste prism or right next to the landfill. But obviously here we have a situation where we have homes very close to the former landfill waste prism. And so we've kind of tucked these probes in here, and you can see they're very close to some of our landfill gas extraction wells. So those landfill gas extraction wells are sucking gas from all around them towards themselves. So having these probes very close to them makes the potential for us to occasionally, when we're doing a reading, particularly because again, when we're sucking, the probes are basically a passive system. So when we're attaching a piece of equipment and sucking on that probe, we're actually acting as a landfill gas extraction system, and we may be drawing gas towards that probe. One thing that I've noticed is, sometimes the LEA goes out and reads some probes, and then we go out and read some probes. Whether or not we may actually be drawing gas to those probes as part of the monitoring, that is a potential. Generally, though, what we've seen is that we'll get a detection, and then the next quarter, there won't be a detection. Again, when we do get detections, we do surface sweeps around the area. We also increase the vacuum on the landfill gas system if we can. So we do adjustments to the system to try and control that if we see an increase. And some of those increases, as was pointed out, may be due to liquids. I know that some of the detections in probe PP6 over here that's in yellow were due to a water line break or some water in the area that then temporarily increased landfill gas in that area. And I think that one's been clean or clear since 2018. So yeah, so basically it's an ongoing system, which is why we've got to keep monitoring it.
But so you don't go into Mountain View?
No. No, currently none of the permits for the site require monitoring of those probes. When we took over the system, or when my company took over the system, they were not being monitored. And I will defer to the city on the history of those probes. I don't really have a lot of information on them.
Okay, that's a little bit of concern to me, just because, based upon the conversations tonight, you said that they can keep emitting gas for long periods of time. And I know that at Mountain View, there used to be gas detections there. And then within the last few years, apparently when there was probes being done, there was no longer emissions being noted, and that's why there was no longer a requirement for regulatory having to
continued monitoring.
Yeah, so then it was taken out of the, but I still think that we need to. Well, I'm of the opinion that we need to test it. Okay, I'll leave it there. I think we need to talk about this a little bit more. Another question that I had was one of the maps one of the photos that we looked at showed a shooting range on this site, and so that leads to lead. Was there any abatement done on that property for lead? Do we know if we have lead as well?
Good evening, Council. Chris Bishop, your Capital Program Manager from Public Works. So I can't say for certain, but what I recall as part of the City Yards Master Plan EIR, We did investigate that. We did a number of borings in that area, and we did not find any.
Okay.
So again, it's a little bit shooting in the dark. We know the area, but we were just taking random samples to see. Not that any, none of the work or the abatement or the work, was in that area. But as part of the EIR and the planning process for the entire site, that was something that we looked into.
Okay, thank you. Let me just check out, see. And so going back to, I think it was in the staff report, it indicated that you were going to looking to put some new equipment, I believe, behind the baseball field. Is that, and in the photo, okay, yeah, okay. I'm like, and in the it was kind of hard for me to tell. So in the photo, it appeared to be behind the baseball diamond, and I was just curious if that equipment was going to be above ground or underground, or like how intrusive that equipment was going to be.
No, it'll be subsurface. It's actually in the city yard there. So this is unfortunately we couldn't get a newer aerial photo, but you can see this is you've got a new building here that these vaults, the one vault is near. And so yeah, this landfill gas well is going to be over in the city yard, not near the baseball diamond.
I don't know why my picture looked like it was like right there. Oh, okay.
And the other good thing about putting a well in this area is, again, it will, control landfill gas. So basically it's going to start pulling landfill gas towards it, and away from the baseball field, ideally.
Councilmember, you're looking at figure 6,
Uh-huh.
and it looks like when it was inverted, it just be where the white box is.
Right? It looked like it was right on top of it. Okay, so it's not. Okay, so. Okay. Thank you. Okay, because I'm like, that looks very different than what I was looking at. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Shannon.
Yeah, and before this well will be put in, we will again have concurrence from the LEA and the regulators on the location as well.
Okay.
So it may potentially move slightly, but this is the general area that we are recommending that it's installed.
Awesome. And I think that's it for now. And I'll leave my comments for later to discuss the other part about the Mountain View.
Hi, I have a few questions. So, and some of the other council members have already touched on some of these issues. But as we went from brickyard and China ceramic making pit to Silva Field, which was the original name of the baseball field in the park there, and the gun range was along the southeast corner of that. I have anecdotal evidence over the last 25 years that people occasionally have found shells in that area, not loaded, but old shells. So I want to reinforce the question about lead in the soil, especially along the area where the gun range may have been. I think that still concerns me. Are there any other, I know we talked about methane and some other chemicals, but the ground continues to shift there. It's no longer usable as a baseball field. It's really more of a small moguls for cross-country skiing if the climate really changes. So my question is, have we looked at the ground? Now I understand this is the second covering of the ground since the trash heap was there. I understand it stayed level for the first 15, 20 years. The city, now I may be wrong, but the city, I understand, excavated it and resurfaced the ground cover. So have we looked specifically at the ground? Has it continues to alarm me and others in the area that we see the shifting of that ground constantly. So I can remember when that was really a great Little League field. It's not now. So have we looked at that ground cover? And then I have a couple of questions about that are follow-ups.
Yeah, well, I can't specifically address the ground cover or the construction that's been done at the park, but I can tell you it is very typical for landfills to have settlement. That is part of the reason they are used for golf courses and parks, is we don't want to put structures right on top of them because of settlement. Because basically, as those bugs are eating away at the trash, it's compressing, and so it's going to start sinking. So areas where you have a lot of settlement indicates that a lot of that material has been consumed, basically. One good thing from that is areas where you have a lot of settlement may mean you're reaching the end of landfill gas production in that area. So,
and I know we've had a lot of settlement next door in the city yards where some of the shelter structures have settled and have changed a lot. So my question, however, is there are new ways of utilizing ground cover now that would cover the remaining refuse that's down the ground. Would it be prudent to actually look at resurfacing, tearing out the old ground cover, and making sure there are no chemicals, there's nothing in there, there's no lead, no anything else, and resurfacing this over time, and looking for grants to be able to do that, possibly even using it as a catchment basin, as we're doing in other areas for gray water, with the proper, sealants and things in there. Would that make it overall safer and better for use, and would restore the ability to have a baseball field there, or pickleball courts, or whatever else we wanted to do?
yeah, I'll defer to the city on that. I would say that landfills have had additional cover materials added to them. That is something you can investigate. Obviously, it really depends on cost and how much you're willing to spend to haul in a lot of extra clay or put in additional liners on top of this site. But I wouldn't remove the cover that's already existing there. I would just add, if you're going to do something with it, I would add more.
You'd add another cover and make it level.
Yeah, digging things up and exposing things
Causes
is going to
more
be
problems.
a worse, yeah.
So there may be stuff under there that we don't want to see or know about.
Well, we just don't want to expose people
Hold
to
on.
it. Yeah.
It's my turn. Yeah?
Yeah, we just don't want to expose people to it. When we go digging and excavating, we're exposing people to,
Well, I know they did
the
this
waste.
once. At one time, they tore up the ground cover and put new ground cover in. So when I had heard there were newer, better ways to seal it, would it be better to find a new way to seal it to make sure that it gave all the residents peace of mind it was a more usable park?
So I think there are a couple questions here. I think
Yeah,
that,
there's 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Dick's did.
So I think Margaret's observation is important, and like the prudent answer, which is this landfill is currently contained, and we have a highly functioning landfill gas monitoring and control system that keeps us, in excess of regulatory compliance. And so we would want to be very judicious in any circumstance where we are disrupting that, right? So when I hear you say, should we dig it up? I think this is a biological system where small amounts of water or movement can have, impacts. And so my observation there would be, no, that wouldn't be our most prudent movement. I think that's what I heard her say and what I wanted to amplify. The other thing that I heard you say is, are there opportunities to augment the existing cap in a way that would allow us to utilize the baseball field? And so as a baseball parent and as a person who sits on the Field Space Advisory Committee with my parent hat on, I know that would be, bringing this field back into that level would be welcome by our community I'm not going to wade into the pickleball part of it because I know that's your
I had to throw
cross
that
to bear. But I will. I do think that these would be complementary, but not necessarily connected ways of addressing the sports field needs at Gundar Park.
Can we or should we do boring samples of the ground cover in the park in different areas to make sure there's nothing that we've missed? Other than, I understand we are totally covered with methane, but I'm asking about other things that may be in the park. And as much as everyone just said, oh, we don't want to dig it up, that immediately gave me cause for alarm. So is there a way to look at other types of getting samples of the earth, et cetera, and analyzing to make sure we're okay in all areas that the public would go to?
I think that the clear answer there is, as Margaret mentioned, we do test, in addition, methane for volatile organic compounds and other components that would be your primary concern. And because we do test those and because we do send them to an independent lab, I think that one of the key messages that I want you to hear, that I want the members of the public to hear, is that they are safe when they use this park. And that's important. Are there opportunities as we look down the line to identify other areas of concern? Potentially, we would need to look at, connect with our colleagues at city yards and in parks and see what information and what research and what testing was already done for environmental impact reports on previous projects. The data that you're looking for, which is beyond the scope of what we're talking about right now, it may exist. It may not just have been packaged in the way that you're looking for right now. So I think that would be the appropriate next step. It wouldn't be necessarily to go there immediately, but to look at what information we already have.
As far as the residents who live next door, I think Councilmember Parra just touched on something that concerns me as well. And I've had instances in the park back in 2013, 2014, where residents of Mountain View came to me and said, we've had leaks from the city yards for 5 or 6 months now, and it's sort of a green algae, weird water. We've asked several times, nobody's done anything. Will you come over and look at? And it was during one of the jazz concerts, and I walked over and looked at it, took pictures, and within a week, the city had said, oh, we fixed the leak. We've taken care of it. But it alarmed those residents to have a leak going past their front doors. So I question the fact that we're not monitoring there, because that's where people are living. And even though it's not a requirement, I would think, and I see Rick getting up to answer that, but I would think that just for peace of mind for the residents of Mountain View, that they would want to feel that the same monitoring that's going on in the park is going on there if that was part of the landfill or directly adjacent. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's what my question is.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Rick Valtier, Acting Director of Public Works. So as has been stated before, those probes within the Mountain View Mobile Home Park had been tested for, I think, up to a decade before, and consistently presented a non-detect or zero reading on methane. And it came to a point where the regulators no longer required it. And as Margaret mentioned, it's no longer part of our permit. So certainly I understand that there might be a concern of continuing, for residents to think that there might still be that what if gas continues to emit in that area. The data doesn't show it. Certainly the council can direct us to continue the monitoring in that area. It's just that, is that where we want to spend our limited resources? Do we want to continue monitoring methane gas in an area that has shown non-detect for an extended period of time and it's no longer required by the regulators?
But, and maybe I missed that, but I understand that methane levels ebb and flow as the ground settles and has different things happen in the area. So I think making sure that we have health risk assessments in that area would be crucial, regardless of whether it's restoring all the methane measurements, but making sure that that area periodically is checked so that the residents of Mountain View can feel that their health is never at risk.
If it
Other
would-
than from the household spray they may have been using during the pandemic.
So we could certainly look into perhaps spot checks of the probes that exist within the Mountain View Mobile Home Park. We could potentially go out there, locate the probes, and take spot check readings just to reconfirm that we still continue to have zero readings of methane in the area.
And at the same time, do some sort, I know I'm repeating myself on this one point, but looking at the ground throughout Gandara Park just to make sure that, I know at one time there was a gun range, there have been other things there to make sure that the ground is safe. And I'm not talking about methane, but from whatever else could be there. Again, I think it's peace of mind for residents. And I know our CEO of Public Works a few minutes ago mentioned, or there was a slide put up about showing the history of the area. I think that should be done absolutely, not in a scary way, but to say, here's the history of what was here. I just pulled up a picture of my mother's china, which was made from clay at that pit, and she has it at home. So I'm entertaining bids right now. No, I'm not. But the point is, I think it would be good regardless to give the history of what was there, from Silva Field to the brickyard for the city, to all these different things that went on there. I think that should be done in all of our parks regardless.
So where's the question?
And I'll rest.
The question?
I just said I'll rest.
Is that your comment too?
No, it was a question. Shouldn't it be done? And I like the fact that it had been brought up, and I've seen that in other parks throughout the nation.
And that wasn't a question either, but I do have a question. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were going.
Well, no, you can go first.
No, go.
So hopefully this can be brief, but I really think we need to answer this question, yes or no. Is Gandara Park safe for people to use?
Yes.
And is Mountain View Mobile Home Park safe for people to live there?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, we keep talking about the fear of methane, but I want to go back. If you are in Gandara Park and if there is some escape of methane, it is not toxic to breathe in the methane. Is that correct?
So it
They're
depends.
nodding yes. So
Yes.
even if there were occasionally, due to rain or whatever, elevated methane levels, that doesn't present health risk to people in the park or in the mobile home park. It just presents a greater risk to the environment because it's a greenhouse gas and will cause global warming. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of flammability, because I know that's been a concern from people using the park. One of the things that people have asked is, well, why does it say no open fires in Gandara Park? Isn't it true that we don't allow open fires in any of our parks, whether or not they're on landfills?
I believe that's the case.
And in terms of the increased levels of methane that we might say, because we did see on some of those probes, I understood that that was not sufficient to cause fires that would, pose a threat to either people in the park or in the mobile home park. Is that correct?
So as Margaret explained, methane has a very limited range at which it is considered flammable. It's either above 5% and below 15%. Anything below 5 or above 15, you either have too much concentration of methane or not enough concentration of methane. And on top of that, it has to be mixed with oxygen for a fire to be sustained.
And have we had any instances of fires in Gandara Park due to methane emissions?
I'm not aware unless my staff, no.
Okay. And as far as we know, have we had any incidents of fire in Mountain View Mobile Home Park due to the presence of methane gas?
I'm not aware of any fire caused by methane.
Okay. Now, there was some talk about ground contamination, and I do want to point out that park is used by people throughout the community. I understand it's a focus for people in the Pico neighborhood, but my son played youth soccer there, and we did the Americana series recently. We did jazz in the park there, so it's widely used by people throughout the community. So I think it's important to focus on whether or not that park is safe to use. Do we have any reason to believe that the ground well, let me back up one. The shooting range. When I look at that, it looks like the shooting range was where the city yards are, not where Gandara Park is. Is that correct? I mean, as far as we can tell.
Do we have the,
Because you had it on the map there. It doesn't look like it's where the park was, but I could have been wrong.
Sorry. Did you remember all these slides?
Is there going to be a test?
Yes. I'm close.
almost there?
I think you can see it better there.
No, there it is, right there. Because you can see the baseball diamond. Where is but the shooting range looks to me like it's in where the city yards are, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, based on what I'm just looking at, just eyeballing it, it looks like you're right that it is within the city yards.
So if we're concerned about lead, for example, from the use of bullets, that would be, I'm not saying we shouldn't test for it, but that would be in the city yards project as opposed to in Gandara Park. And we obviously had to do an EIR for the city yards project, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any reason to believe that the ground in Gandara Park is contaminated with any hazardous material?
I mean, other than the fact that part of it is the landfill. Yeah, other than the fact that it's covered with a landfill and it's been capped, I can't see why we would consider it toxic or subject to any type of soil remediation.
Right. Well, I mean, for example, Mountain Gate Country Club is built on a landfill. People pay tens of thousands of dollars a year to go golf on top of a landfill. Is that correct? I mean,
Not a member, but I believe it is.
and there are actually homes right next to and they are $1 million homes next to that former landfill, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, at least our experience as a region has been that the mere existence of a landfill doesn't necessarily pose a threat to people using where the landfill was or living next to the landfill.
As long as they're properly monitored with the landfill gas monitoring system, the way our landfill is.
Okay,
I
well,
would
that
agree
was
with
going to be my next question. And based on our monitoring and all the work we've done, and it's certainly been, quite a bit of work, do we have any reason to believe that there's any danger posed to anybody using Gandara Park or living at Mountain View Mobile Home Park?
Not at this point.
Okay, great, thanks.
Rick, while you're here, I do have a question, and it relates to a letter we got from Pico Neighborhood Association. Have you seen that letter?
Yes, I have.
Oh, good. So I'm looking at a chart that's on page 14 of 15 of that letter, which you may have seen, that shows a series of very high concentrations. Thank you, Peter James. And the chart mysteriously appears, right? On page 14, there is a chart that shows high readings of methane at TP2A and TP2B over a period of years. Can you tell us what those readings mean?
So this is a record of one of our trench probes, TP2, and we found high readings of methane in this trench probe, and Montrose explored it. They took the samples, brought it to a lab, and they found that the readings do not match that of the landfill. And the readings were more matched that of sewer gases. And we found that, if I'm not mistaken, that this trench probe is actually located close to a sewer line. And the assumption here is that what we're reading there regularly is coming from the sewer line, not from the landfill. And this has been explained in the staff report, and this is explained to the SCA QMD and the LA County Department of Public Health, that this is an ongoing situation, and it is, it's on record, but it's not gas that's coming from the landfill, it's from the sewer line.
And it was explained to the PNA when they sent an email about this several months ago.
Yes.
That is correct.
For the record, so that's all in.
But we haven't discussed it publicly, and I think it's important to discuss it publicly. Great, now I lost my train of thought. Thanks a lot. At one point, there was a lot of interest in this whole area, including when we passed the Bergamot Plan. And it's my understanding in looking at historic maps of the entire Bergamot area that there were clay pits, not just here, but also north of Olympic, where we have big buildings built on top of those clay pits, which may have also been used as landfill sites. Is that, I see Shannon nodding. So Shannon, could you address that? Because I remember looking at that at the time. Oh, or yes, the master of the Bergamot Plan.
There's things that worked out better for that plan, but I think the assumption is correct that there was
I voted against it.
You were the only one.
I was.
That there was a tremendous amount of clay mining activity back in the early 1920s. So sites like Red Bull, the Drescherville property that's now owned by NMS on Nebraska, they all have a legacy of sort of deep pits. Drescherville actually has tunnels that run beneath it. Some of those pits are still visible to this day. And I know from having worked with the tenants and the property owners in that area that they have had to invest substantially in shoring their buildings, driving deep piles through the waste to get to the bedrock. So it's part of their pro formas when they develop on those areas.
But this was common sort of on the east end of Santa Monica, not just in the Pico area, but extending north.
Right. You have to remember the development of the city really originated at the shoreline, and it wasn't until after the Second World War that we saw the expansion of places like Sunset Park and Mid-City. So the area of Bergamot really was the Wild West up until, modern day. And so there were a lot of activities like that occurring in and around that time.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but there have been numerous EIRs done in this area for projects, et cetera, numerous soil borings of areas like the one that Gandhar Park is today.
That's correct. And the city has a lot of those on record. I believe there's also hazardous materials reports that come to us through private development. And certainly in this area, we would have a record of those if anybody's interested in that.
And if there were something, you would be able to address it today. But my recollection is, that wasn't why I voted against it, but there was nothing, right, then.
Right.
Yeah,
Correct.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Who would like to begin the discussion? No one? Well, let me just say, let's start with this. This is a study session. So we can ask questions and discuss what happened. We can give direction if it's voted on, I guess. But that is all we can do. So, yes. So, Councilmember Parr, I'd love if you started.
Sure, thank you. I think that, at the end of the day, I appreciate this information and just really the education. It's invaluable, not only for us, but I think for the residents, because there has been so much misinformation, and also I think the education is just really important. And I love the idea of having some type of informational signage there so people can make informed decisions about, whether they want to be there or not, but also to learn, right, about the history of the park in our neighborhood, and instead of all this, chatter about what's going on there and what's not going on there. I think that, our residents in Mountain View, they've gone through a lot. They have gone through a lot, and I think it's really important for us to continue to support them and to make them feel safe, regardless of what those percentages are or are not. I like what Rick said about potentially doing some spot checking. I'm really interested in learning more about how we can do that and make that information available to them, regularly. And because I know that would ease my mind if I lived there. And I know that there's a lot of, of our older residents that live there who may not have access to computers or Wi-Fi or what have you, or not have an understanding possibly of the process and technology. And so I think that being able to, at minimum, do some spot testing to be able to ease their mind, I think is the least we can do for our residents in Mountain View. And I would be really happy to see my colleagues agree to, at minimum, something of that nature. And that's all I have to say.
So are you making a motion to give staff direction to implement a spot checking program for Mountain View?
Sure.
I'll second.
Mayor?
Or not.
As your admonition that this is a study session, you could give direction to staff to come back with a program for your consideration that would include informational signage, the nature, and spot checking landfill gas admissions at the park. That's two things I've already heard, and you could give direction for them to come back for action at a future meeting.
Mayor, if I may, I was keeping track of sort of the discussion. I think there are 4 items that I heard that I'd like to kind of follow up with staff on, if I may just interject in terms of some of the discussion.
Yes.
So, as our special counsel, sorry, I don't have your title exactly right, Alan, mentioned.
Joe's assistant.
Yes. So we received direction about.
I just call him the city attorney, sitting in the right chair.
That's what I was going to do. So we got direction about developing signage at the park, expressing the history of the park. There was some discussion that I want to go back to the team on about doing some sort of health risk assessment and looking comprehensively at the park to provide some information and thoughts about and information about the safety of the park. So I want to go back and talk about what that would look like. As Councilmember Parr mentioned, there was doing, and it was brought up as well by the entire council, was doing some spot checking at Mountain View Park. So I'd like to follow up with our Public Works Director about what that would look like. And then the last one I got that I think, would probably, I think would be incumbent upon us to at least take a look at and see what the cost proposals could look like, would be looking at the park itself. There's discussion about the unevenness of the park and its usability. So I'd at least like to be able to see if we could develop over time some sort of cost estimate of what it'd be like to level out the park itself. Those are the 4 things I was sort of tracking as follow-up items from this discussion.
And I see Councilmember Parr nodding, so I think that
okay.
To state it correctly, what is on the table is a motion for staff to come back with us with recommendations, suggestions, and ideas about signage, about spot testing, about environmental assessments, and about how the park could be made more user-friendly on the surface. Is that it? Yes, and so, yes, so that's friendly to the mover, friendly to the seconder.
Absolutely.
But does anyone else have anything else they want to raise about this? Councilmember De La Torre.
There's a series of reports and I guess they're state, or LEA and SCAG MD, those are state, right, both? Yeah. So they're providing reports, we're doing bi-weekly. So is there a way to consolidate that information, or somehow, where can residents find that, or where can the council get that, or is there a webpage, some portal that we can upload that information so people can monitor along with staff those reports?
We did put as attachments to the staff report the public records request to both the South Coast Air Quality Management District and the LA County Department of Public Health to receive those reports so anyone who's interested. And then also our Public Works Director has made them available to anyone who has requested them. I can't call on you.
Councilmember Brock?
To follow up on that, could that annually be put on a website in the city? So if any resident in that area wanted to look, they could look at those reports rather than do a public records request. That's cumbersome. So I'd like to make it as transparent as possible. If annually that could be placed on a city website, I think that would be fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, so we will then incorporate in the motion and providing information on an annual basis. So staff will look at that too, and the best way to do that. Councilmember Brock.
I want to just thank the staff, thank the consultant firm for coming to us and for the conversation that we've had tonight about Gandara Park, because I had questions dating back to 2011 or earlier, 2010, and I remember it being discussed at the Recreation and Parks Commission when former Commissioner McKinnon was still on the commission. That's a long time ago. So I'm really grateful that we've had this time for this discussion, and I hope, as Councilmember Davis made sure the staff reiterated, that the park is safe for residents to use. And I thank everyone for that information, and I hope that resonates with the residents that we were concerned, and that everyone from staff to outside firms are monitoring the safety of that area. So thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, we're going to in a minute. I may have something to say. I do want to thank you all for this report, and as somebody who is from a family that was in the chemical manufacturing business, like trichloroethylene, right? I mean, I grew up with this in my house around, I mean, it was everywhere. And I have to say to members of the public that when the family business finally closed, and it was directly next to Ravens Stadium in Baltimore, there was no remediation. They paved it, they put in some chemical-eating bacteria and paved it over. I mean, this is, I know what toxics are like, and in fact, I had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma that relapsed. Blood cancer seemed to run in my family, and I don't believe that that's unconnected. So I really appreciate the attention to this that staff pays. I'm always impressed with it, and I remain impressed with it. I want to thank you very much for this, and I think we've made some steps forward tonight. And on that note, can we take a vote, please?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you guys to go ahead and start the vote. And we have Councilmember Parr made the motion, and Councilmember Brock was the seconder.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Councilmember Parra?
Oh, wait, my screen.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, although I think that I just turned my yes. Oh, no, that worked. So push your yes. Thank you. Mine was on and then it was off. So 7-0. There you go. And thank you all for a great report and for really answering all of our questions. We really appreciate it. And now we're moving on from methane to sewer capping. What'd you say about the sewer, right? And the cows?
Okay, so next we have item 7A is introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code 7.04.610 for sewer capping.
Okay.
And let's go ahead and let the public know.
Yes, so we're opening the lines again. So we're going to have a staff report and you will have an opportunity to answer after that. And the number to call, which I will memorize by next meeting, is 310-312-8173. If you want to comment on sewer capping, the number is 310-312-8173. Don't make me laugh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager. I'm Sunny Wang, the city's Water Resources Manager. I'm here tonight to present on item 7A, the first reading of ordinance amendment to Santa Monica Municipal Code 704610 for sewer capping. It gets better and better, right, from landfill gas to sewer.
Yeah,
So hopefully this is a short item for tonight. I want to quickly provide an overview of the ordinance. The ordinance that require a cap to be placed on the sanitary sewer as a temporary mitigation measure during construction and demolition to protect the city's main trunk line that collects the sewer and dispose of it. And tonight we're amending the ordinance to provide clarity on that the capping ordinance is for temporary measure, to emphasize that, as there's been some confusion with contractors, and that any abandoned sewer laterals shall be removed from the main sewer line. So we're adding that to the ordinance as well to provide clarity on the intent of this ordinance. So here we have the amendment to the ordinance. We did make a last-minute modification that I've shown in red that may not be in the council packet. I'm not sure if it made it to a last minute, but I do have hard copies here for that if we need to distribute that. Okay.
Yeah, we attached it yesterday.
Okay, so we didn't make it through. Okay, great. So the first item what we're changing there in the language is instead of capping the sewer within 5 feet of the property line, we're changing that to at the property line. So instead of in the public right of way, we're putting at the property line for us to actually be able to confirm where that cap is. And on part B, we made a similar adjustment where we're deleting the within 5 feet of the property line to at the property line. And we're also adding clarity that the cap sewer line is a temporary measure to help facilitate demolition and removal of the structure and is intended to be placed back into service once the new structure is completed. And part C is what we added. Should the owner or the developer choose to abandon the existing sewer line and to replace this new connection to the city's wastewater main, the abandoned sewer line shall be removed from the city wastewater main, meaning you have to disconnect it from the line if you're not going to reuse it and have a new connection. And that the work should be inspected and approved by the wastewater supervisor within the Water Resource Division or the building officer. This is to provide clarity that you have to remove it because right now a lot of the contract are actually just abandoned in place. So the difficulty we have is our crews go out, we're not sure what's active and what's not. So this will help us maintain our sewer system better, serve the community. And that is it for the ordinance on what we're proposing to change.
Any questions? I actually do have a question. Are there fees associated with getting a permit to cap it?
No, it's part of the building permit, all that requires. So it's part of the permit already, and all we do is come out and inspect to make sure it's capped properly.
Great, thank you. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, typically, how much does it cost for the landowner to cap?
Welcome, host. Manage your call.
So that depends on the size of the line, but essentially it's like a rubber capping to put a hose barb over it, so the cost is minimal.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's nothing too crazy.
No.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Seeing no more questions, any discussion? Really, I'm shocked. Let's have a roll call vote.
Well, first let me say that we have no callers.
Oh, I'm shocked, really?
We have no callers.
Do we need a motion?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I'll move the staff report.
I'll second.
As amended by Mr. Wang tonight.
Moved by Davis, seconded by Brock.
Brock, you didn't, but it's okay.
Yeah, take your time. I
Go
know.
ahead and we'll
We
start.
did that too quickly.
Okay, Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, and that passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Sonny, you win the award, right?
All right.
I owe you dinner, the
Well, I claim
fastest
the
item
prize.
ever.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have 7B. It's introduction and first reading of an ordinance to comply with Senate Bill 1383 mandate on recycling of organic materials. And the line is open for callers.
So we've just opened, if you want to talk about the mandatory recycling of organic materials, you can comment at 310-312-8173. Off of sewer lines.
Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich and members of the City Council. My name is Neil Shapiro. I'm a Senior Sustainability Analyst, and I'm the Zero Waste Supervisor for the Resource Recovery and Recycling Division. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this new proposed ordinance on mandatory recycling, specifically on organics. And the reason for this is because the state passed a mandate in 2016, Senate Bill 1383, the short-lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Act of 2016. This evening, we'll break down the agenda into this format. We're going to talk about the state mandate first, what it requires of jurisdictions. Then I'll talk about how the city will comply with it, how it affects our new ordinance, and how it affects operations for the city to comply with the state mandate. I'll talk about how it's going to affect businesses and residents, and then I'll take questions if there are any. Okay, so just to start, what is organics, or what are organics? In this case, it was previously living organisms that we've taken advantage of after they've broken down and used them in terms of food. And so, when we're done with food, we had food leftovers, all food soiled paper products, that would be uncoated paper products, landscape green materials, wood and paper. So all these make up the different organics. And what does this new state mandate require of cities, businesses, and residents? Well, for the city, it requires that we provide 3 containers to all properties so they can recycle and get rid of their trash. We also have to procure products that are made from the recycled organics, and we have to perform capacity planning. That means we have to look at the infrastructure we have in our city and see if it's able to collect the organics and also the edible food portion of those organics, which I'll discuss later. For residents and businesses, it means that they have to use the 3-bin system that we're going to provide for them. They no longer can put the organics in the black or blue containers, and they have to put the organics in the green containers. And then there's a special component in this ordinance that does require some larger food-related businesses to collect their edible food, not put it into the green bin and make it available for people. Why should we care? First thing is that it's the most profound environmental law the state has passed in 30 years, and it's been passed to address climate change, also to address food insecurity in the state, and also the city itself has a zero waste goal. So by 2030, we want to make sure that we're diverting 95% of our solid materials from landfills, and that comes out to about 1.1 pounds per person per day of refuse. So what's the challenge? So the state passed this new law in 2016, but actually before that, there was Assembly Bill 1826, which was passed in 2014. That laid the groundwork for this particular organics recycling program. So 1826 actually did not require organics recycling. It just made sure that the jurisdiction offered to property owners the ability that if they wanted to recycle organics, they could. So that was implemented then, and it set a certain standard which captured a certain number of property owners. The state saw that that wasn't working very well. They lowered the threshold so more people could be included in doing the organics, but they saw that wasn't working well. So they came back and passed 1383, which made it mandatory to recycle, and also added other provisions and other goals. So what's the purpose of 1383 and its predecessor? Well, basically organic waste make up 2/3 of the waste stream in California, which is very significant. 2019, that meant we got rid of 27 million tons of organic waste. Of that, 22% or 6 million tons is actually food waste, and a lot of that could be recovered. And that food waste could be recovered to address the food insecure problem that we have in the state. And here you can see statistics: 1 in 8 Californians are considered food insecure, and 1 in 5 children. Addressing the climate impacts. So this new law also addresses methane. We've heard a lot of discussion about methane earlier in the day. And so it turns out that methane is produced in landfills because it's buried. We keep out the oxygen. So under anaerobic conditions, we get this form of methane, which is very potent. And here we see 72 to 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. So obviously it's a very significant compound that the state wanted to address. And as you can see, landfills are the 3rd largest producer of methane in the state, and they produce about 1/5 of all the methane emissions in California. So what's the solution? So basically, the law requires that we divert these organic materials away from the landfill and put them to beneficial or sustainable uses. And so 1383 sets a number of goals. The first goal, obviously, is to remove the organics, divert it from landfills, and get it into sustainable practices. And those sustainable practices would be the production of renewable energy, compost, and mulch, or again, to collect the edible food portion of the organics and get that to people who need it. The state also sets some numerical goals, and the first one here is by next year, we want to be able to divert 50% of the organic materials that are going to landfills, and then by 2025, 75% diversion, but also we want to collect 20% of the edible food and recover that for uses. So what happens to the recycled organics once we're diverted and capture it? And so we can turn it into compost, which is a soil amendment, as we all know, that can be used for gardening and agriculture. It also is renewable natural gas, which is burned in vehicles instead of using fossil fuels, and it can also be used for renewable electricity to be used in buildings. And then we recover the edible food, which can be used to feed people. 1383 now finalizing what the 1383 actually does. So there's 6 major tasks in this new law, and this particular graphic shows the 6 areas that I'll discuss. The red coloring means that only the city is responsible for that particular task, and the green means that the city has a role and also the public has a role. So the first one, as I discussed earlier, the city has to provide a collection system, provide the 3 bins to all properties. The city has to do educational outreach, but also certain of the businesses and multifamilies have to participate in that. There's the capacity planning, which is mainly the city, but we have to look to certain organizations that are collecting the edible food to give us information, give us data that can be given to the county to do the assessment if there's enough capacity. The city's involved in producing this edible food recovery program, but we'll also be working with those businesses, tier 1s and 2s they're called, and I'll describe them a bit later. We have to procure a number of products that are made from organics and meet a certain standard that I'll discuss later, and we're involved in doing monitoring, inspections, enforcement, and also certain property owners have to do the same thing on their properties. Now, what does this new ordinance mean for the people of Santa Monica? So starting January 1st of next year, all single families, all multifamilies, all businesses have to begin collecting their organics and putting it into the green containers. Again, no organics can go into any of the black or blue containers. And then there's tier 1 and 2 larger businesses that must recover that edible food. Just an example of what we hope will be happening. So for those properties that have just the 2 bins right now, the black and the blue, by adding a green container, we hope that less will go into the black container, which means we can reduce the size of that container and put it into the green container. So this is important if there are perhaps there might be some size, not enough space for all 3 bins. So we're looking to do that, and also you can reduce your rate by reducing the size of your black container. What's the impact, the present impact on all the different accounts we have? So basically, single families right now all have the 3 container system. There are a number of multifamilies and commercial properties that have 3 containers, but as of last year, when we did an assessment of all our accounts, about 1,500 multifamilies and commercials, about split in half. Of those accounts, they only have the 2 containers, so that's about 10% of all of our accounts. In this year, our team has gotten to about 11% of those 1,500 and gotten them signed up for green containers to date. And then our goal is to continue to get properties to get their green container the rest of this year and into 2022 to sign up the remaining properties. Now, turning to the city's ordinance, we've taken the state model. The state developed a template for this particular 1383, and we've taken that and basically copied it to produce this new ordinance. And our ordinance has a section that just gives general practices, good housekeeping practices. So basically that the city should assess and make sure that we have proper use of the 3 container system, make sure everyone is recycling their mixed organics, so that's food and landscape materials. We want to make sure that we can prevent contamination as much as possible, because when the green bins get contaminated, they end up going to a landfill, and that defeats the purpose of our goal. And we want to make sure the right material is going in the right container. We want to keep the refuse and recycling materials areas clean, because if they get dirty and contaminated, that creates other health issues. You don't want people to be storing things that are not related to trash and recycling. And we want to make sure that the lids on these containers are kept closed to keep out vectors. There are provisions in the ordinance that deal with haulers. So obviously the city is the main hauler for most of our properties. There are a few that have private haulers, but I want to focus on the self-haulers. So there is a provision, and this is really keyed at the landscape vendors. So a lot of people have landscape vendors that come and maintain their landscapes, and a lot of that material has been put into the black container, it's been hauled off and put in a landfill. So 1383 corrects that practice and makes sure now that your landscape vendor is going to be putting it in your green container, or if they are hauling it off, they're going to have to make sure that they take it to a recycling facility. The ordinance puts many requirements on the business and multifamilies, and in this case, multifamilies are defined as 5 units or more. The 2 to 4 unit multifamilies are considered single-family entities for the purposes of this ordinance. So businesses and multifamily properties have to make sure that they're using their 3-container system. They want to make sure their building has adequate space and capacity in those containers to take all the materials that are produced on the property. Again, make sure the right material is going into the right container to prevent contamination. Make sure that the recycling refuse area is kept clean, container lids closed. And they also have to educate their tenants, employees, and residents on an annual basis. And they have to do outreach to any new employees, residents, or tenants within 14 days that they start working or living in the building. And they have to periodically do inspections of their containers and make sure they're being used correctly. Turning to the edible food program of this ordinance. So this is going to affect up to 40 businesses based on the analysis we did on our customers. So there's tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1 businesses listed here are the supermarkets that have annual gross sales of $2 million or more, and there's about 10 of them in the city. Grocery stores that have 10,000 square feet or more, there are probably about 3 of them. And then tier 2 are the restaurants that have 250 seats or 5,000 square feet. There's maybe 6 of those. Hotels that have 200 rooms and on-site food facilities, maybe 15. Health facilities, which would be basically the hospitals, 100 beds, and on-site food facilities, 2 of those. And then also applies to large venues and events. Obviously, we don't have a number for them. Those would be to be determined. So for tier 1, they do have to comply starting January 1st of this coming year. Tier 2s get another 2 years, 2024, to comply. There does have to be a legal agreement executed between the food generator, the business, and the edible food receiving entity. The city is not involved in this legal agreement, although we do have to keep track of those agreements over the years. There does have to be record keeping, which generally has to be done by the edible food receivee, the charity that's receiving the food. They have to keep track of the pounds and types of foods that are donating, because they have to report that to the city so we could report it to the state. The 20% reduction in edible food was based on a 2018 statewide waste characterization study. And again, that 20% is actually a state goal. It's not that every city has to reduce by 20%. And then the city, in implementing this edible food recovery program, we have to track all the data, collect it all, and the businesses and the charities have to make sure they get that information to us so we can report it to the state. And looking at the compliance oversight that the city has to do, again, we're going to be focusing on public education, outreach to make sure we reach everybody, let them know what's involved in complying with 1383. We do have to do monitoring, so we will be doing inspections, random inspections, as our drivers are driving their trucks around. If they spot a particular violation, look at that information to us. And then our zero waste team staff will be out there also doing monitoring, driving around and checking containers. We are given access in this ordinance to access properties to check the containers and look for contamination. And when we do get violation reports from the public or from staff-generated violations, we'll make sure it's documented properly. We'll notify the generator, the responsible party of the violation, and work with them on a case-by-case basis, one-on-one, meet with them on site, explain what the problem is, and tell them how they can correct that, so that when we do the reinspection that they're in compliance. We really want to focus on outreach and education. And just as a last resort, if we have to, we do have the ability to issue administrative citations starting at $100. And to show you just a flow chart of what it might look like if we do have to do some compliance. So we do an inspection. If we find that there's a violation, we document it, we send out a warning letter, and the responsible party has 30 days to correct that action. We would work with them on whatever basis they need. If it's one-on-one, come out to the site to correct that violation, do a reinspection. Hopefully it's corrected by then. If it's not and we have to issue a second warning letter, they would get another 30 days to correct that. Again, do more education if we have to, outreach, meet with the tenants, the residents, maybe the businesses, whatever we need to do. Again, focusing on education, telling them why it's important that they not have the contamination issue and how it's going to benefit the community and the whole region. Do another inspection, make sure it's okay. And if it still continues, we'll give them another week. I used to do this in stormwater for the city. I would call them. I would actually go to their house and see if they're home and talk to them. So we want to give them a last chance because, again, we don't want to have to cite them. That's not the intent of this effort. We really want to educate them and show them that it's an important thing to do. But if we have to, as a last resort, again, we do have the ability to issue a citation. And this all will be conducted by our zero waste team with the support of code enforcement. There are exemptions, so just to go over what the exemptions are, if you're a property that is getting solid waste service and you have a container that's less than 2 cubic yards, that's basically those large, around 300-gallon ones with 95 to 65 carts, and you're producing less than 10 gallons of organics. If you want to try and visualize what 10 gallons might be, I had a hard time trying to figure it out, but if the 5-gallon white big paint containers, so 2 of those, so if you get less than that per week, then you can get an exemption. If you have our larger bin containers that are 2 cubic yards and larger, and you produce less than 20 gallons of organics per week, then you can also apply and get an exemption. And then there's the physical space restriction. So obviously we have a lot of buildings in our city. They were not designed to have 3 containers at the time, so we want to make sure we work with those particular buildings that make us aware that they do have a challenge. See if we can somehow maybe reduce the size of the blue and black bins perhaps so that we can get a green bin in there. That would be the ideal solution. But again, if we can't find a solution that works that way, then we can give them an exemption. Well, we've been doing a lot of outreach to the community since the end of 2020. Here's a list on this slide of some of the places we've been out to. So we've been out to the chamber, talking to them and their members, to Travel and Tourism Group. We had a webinar with the city's Economic Recovery Task Force and the city's Task Force on the Environment. We met with them twice. We've been out to the business districts. We walked along Main Street in downtown Santa Monica. We've been to most of the neighborhood organizations, and we even met with the school district, even though they're not under 1383 from our perspective. They do have to comply through the state. But they're interested in doing educational programs. We do have some grants where we can actually go to the classrooms and talk to the kids about organic recycling and explain to them why it's important to do that. Get them when they're young. They can take that home, start doing it, getting their families and parents to start doing that. And to continue with our outreach, we've been out to the pier and met with the major restaurants out there. We've been to Santa Monica Place and met with the restaurants there. And we've been to the Fairmont, the Lowe's, and Shangri-La hotels. We've been to the Ralph's supermarket. And we've met with the Community Corps and Living Santa Monica. Between the two of them, they have 110 multifamily buildings in the city, and they've all agreed, and they're now working on getting their buildings with green bins. Living in Santa Monica, I think, already has all their buildings with green bins, and Community Corps, because they have a lot of buildings, they're doing it in a phased approach to bring in the green.
We don't know what Living in Santa Monica is. What is that?
They own a bunch of I forget the old name before they changed their name, but
not NMS.
No, I was here when they were
West
doing
Side
it. But they have a lot of
Properties?
buildings on 6th Street, 7th Street, 5th Street.
West Side Property, what was? No, I know who it is. It's,
It was not James, it was.
yeah, what's?
It was a
Yeah,
previous developer
Swarzynski.
many years
What
ago.
was his name? Sorshinsky, yeah, but what was it? It was called West Side, or Century Properties,
No,
yeah.
I don't think it was them.
Oh, you know what? I think I know it. It's the AEW got a bunch of those NMS buildings, and I bet that's what it is. Yeah, okay, sorry.
And been to the American Youth Hostel. They have a great program there to recycle organics. We spoke to the Rotary Club. And Sustainable Works did a webinar in March and with Chris and I spoke to about 60 businesses there. So we've done a lot of outreach. We're going to continue to do that the rest of the year, and we'll certainly continue that next year until we make sure everyone is on board. To finish up the presentation on the two major areas where the city is responsible for complying with 1383. So again, the city does have to procure materials made from recycled organics, and in this case, we would be procuring compost, mulch, and renewable energy that's produced from the organics. And there's a formula that the state came up with to figure out how much each jurisdiction has to purchase. So in our case, for the state, the standard is 0.08 tons per person. Our population, Santa Monica, based on the 2020, not the final report, but the estimate for the 2020 census, was about a little over 90,000 people. So that comes out to 7,200 tons per year. The city does have to procure. So we're not going to be able to do that in compost because we only get about 100 to 400 tons of compost used yearly. So working with OSE and their energy group, we're hopefully going to be purchasing renewable energy because we already have a program through the city to purchase renewable energy. So working with OSE and Drew, they're going to make sure our vendors know, or they know now, that going forward, that whenever they can purchase more renewable energy, that they will be doing that. Because I think we only have to satisfy about 4% of our renewable energy demand, which would then meet the actual 7,200 tons per year. The city cannot purchase this stuff or sell it after they get it. They can't give it to a third party seller. We can purchase stuff and just donate it. That's okay to do. There's also a recycled paper procurement requirement, and we've already complying with that. And finally, there's this edible food recovery capacity planning program. So the county will be overseeing this. It's going to happen starting in August of 2022, and then it happens every couple of years, in which the county is going to ask the cities to go to their different edible food recovery organizations, find out, get information, data on if they have enough capacity, or if they don't have enough capacity. The city collects that data, gives it back to the county. They do an analysis, and then the county would come back to us. If they see there's inadequate capacity, then they would notify the city and let us know, and then there's a work plan we have to develop on how we can expand existing or add new capacity to that. So in summary, all residents and businesses must begin recycling their food scraps and landscape materials into the green containers starting January 1st to comply with our city law, which is 5.46, and of course the state law 1383. The remaining 1,300 accounts or so will be receiving green bins through the end of this, through the rest of this year and into 2022. There are about 40 large businesses that will have to comply with the edible food recovery program. The city will be procuring materials made from recycled organics and doing the capacity planning, and will continue to the public education outreach and inspections to make sure that we're complying with the requirements of this new law. So that concludes my presentation. So here, if anyone's watching and they're really eager to sign up for their green container, they can contact our office at recycling@santamonica.gov. If you're a property owner, you can email us there. If you're a tenant or a resident, you cannot just contact the city and sign up. You do have to get the property owner or the manager to do that. If there might be a reluctant owner or manager, tenants and residents can certainly contact our office and let us know where they live, and we can just reach out to that property owner or manager and let them know what the requirement is. So with that, I'll end my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. So usually we have public comments before we ask a question, but former council member Ted Winter sent us all a question, so I feel like I ought to ask it about the green bins. He thinks they're too dark. And we need lighter green bins so that they don't get confused with the black bins.
Right. So we were made aware of that information. So the problem has been that before this new state mandate, there was no uniformity in the color of bins throughout the state, probably throughout the country. So at the time we purchased perhaps those darker green ones. We also have brown organic bins. That was the color of choice at the time. Maybe it was a cheaper, to get that particular bin. So we are aware of that. We are going to focus on getting the green containers to those properties that don't have one at all, so that we're in compliance with 1383, and then we can come back perhaps and then replace those brown and dark green ones that are presenting some challenges.
Thank you. And on that note, let's hear from the public, and then I just needed to ask Ted's question. So how many speakers?
We have a caller. Esther, you can send the caller through.
I hope it's not Ted. Probably is.
Esther, are you there? We do have a caller.
May have been Ted.
Want to go ahead and ask?
Yeah, well, Councilmember Negrete has questions, and then Councilmember McCowan, then Councilmember Brock, Councilmember Para, and Councilmember Davis.
Okay, so I'm really happy to hear about the education. By the way, Will Rogers, I'm sure other schools did an amazing job with my kids where they brought the bins in and they had explanation, and it went on for a month long on how to dispose, and my daughter often corrects me when we're in public on how to dispose of my trash. On that note, I live in a multi-unit apartment building, and unfortunately my landlord will be one of the people that I'll have to call you to have you ask him to do it, and he owns multiple buildings in Santa Monica. Was very reluctant to put a recycling bin in. It's very small. There's 15 units on each side, so you can imagine around Christmas time, and even when it's not, the boxes just end up being put into the trash. There's a couple tenants amongst myself that are like going in the trash bin and taking everybody's stuff out. So that's frustrating, and I hope we can find a way to really help. Otherwise, there's no point. But on that note, when you have your own home, it's easier to separate your food trash and just put it out. But when you live in an apartment building, I hope we can think about other opportunities, not only to educate, but smaller receptacles that people might want to consider getting access to so that they can do that separately inside. I don't know if that's something you guys have thought about with multifamily.
Yeah, we've
units.
actually worked with Community Corps, and we actually donated about 300 of the small compost pails.
That's cool.
That OSC let us donate to them so that they could start using that. And we realize that it's a big challenge for multifamilies, that they're going to have to collect their food scraps in a container and then walk it down to the main bin. Some buildings actually, I think some of the living in Santa Monica were actually designed with chutes, so that you can just put it in the chute and it goes to the big bin that's underneath the chute, which is really nice. But yes, that will be a challenge, and that's why, again, we're going to focus on education and work with them, letting them know where they can, get a good compost pail. But I know people are still going to be reluctant to have to keep that in their kitchen.
Yes. Do you want to have the caller go first and then I can go, or do you want me to finish? Okay. So I didn't know you were doing that. I think that's really great because that would be something I would be interested in myself. It's hard, as you mentioned, to have to separate that twice. Just curious, and maybe this was in here, the cost associated with the additional pickup.
There's no cost, no additional charge to add the green bin.
For the additional picking it up. Isn't there a different service that has to come and pick it up, or is it just picked up with?
Well, we already have trucks that go out and pick up green materials.
Right, but now it's mandated, isn't it? Right, so more people are going to be doing it.
Right, but at this particular time, we're not looking at there's no additional charge.
Okay, and then I was just curious for those apartment buildings that might take longer to put one of these in, I'm imagining mine, is there public places for people who wanted to be able to dispose of this stuff that's more convenient?
Yeah, we've gotten that question, and they can take them up, obviously, to the farmers markets and do it. And then the park that we just spoke about, the previous session, the park at the new park that we just. Pardon me? Gandara. Yeah, I think Teague of OSC said you can take your stuff there to deposit your organics.
Okay. Are you, so hopefully that'll be something that you'll be notifying residents of, that's somewhere they can take them. I did not know about that. And then my last question was, well, actually you sort of answered it with the edible food and recovery program. It sounds like there's other programs that are already working outside nonprofits that are working with these entities to pick up the food that's still edible and donating it to food banks and making it usable, or?
Yeah, there's already a lot of charity. Yeah, or different organizations already. The LA County Public Health they have a website that has links to different organizations. So we'll be adding that to our website eventually so they can find out which organizations in our region are doing it. There are apps out there now. We've been talking to different companies, apps that you can just plug into the app and they'll have someone pick it up and take it to a charity. So there's lots of options that are being developed.
You hear that, young people? You can create a nonprofit right now to help save the world. Just want to put that out there. And then the other thing is when you're picking up from these grocery stores, obviously these are unpackaged foods now we're talking about. There's an additional bin that they would be putting produce and things like that in. Is that for tier 1, tier 2, that the donated food obviously is packaged food and things like that. You can't put that into this compost bin. So are you saying that they're going to be adding an additional bin that would be putting like?
No, the businesses will have to be setting it aside and wrapping it and to store it and keep it refrigerated until it can be picked up and taken to a charity. So,
But that's for charitable. I'm talking about if it's gone past 30% rot or whatever it is that, I'm assuming they're already doing that at these larger grocery stores and whatnot. I've never seen, is there a big compost bin?
well, no, they would put it in their green container and then it would be picked up by us. Or maybe
When you
not.
were listing tier 1 and tier 2, it sounded like it was a new process that's happening now for.
That's just to collect the edible food that can.
Oh,
still
just
be
the edible
eaten.
food.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So there's not a new process it's whatever has been in existence for those.
It's not edible and it goes in the green container, or it's edible and it has to be recovered by those few businesses.
Okay. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we still have a caller? Oh, good. So let's hear from our caller and then we'll move on to further questions.
Esther, we're ready for the caller.
Welcome, Chris McLeod. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. I tried to call on item 4A and I couldn't get through. I just kept getting beeps. And then on my third attempt, I was told that public input was closed. I'd like to make a couple of statements that Montrose should get a little slap on their hand because methane gas is an asphyxiant and kills people at 16%. When your lungs have that much methane gas in them, you cannot be resuscitated. You're dead as a doornail. Anybody can Google that. Wiki has a really good thing on it. But I would really like to compliment staff on 7B. I was riveted the whole time I was listening. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
So, any other public comment?
Esther, is that our only caller?
No more callers. That was the only caller.
So Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and then, okay. You guys probably remember, Councilmember Brock, you can go, and then we'll do Councilmember McCowan, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. I can't remember.
I had two quick things. So I want to reiterate for the public that there is no additional pickup cost or a bin cost for the green bins.
Correct.
I know you said that. I just want to make sure everyone's heard that. And then secondly, you talked about donating small individual buckets or something that people in apartments could.
No, we did a one-time giveaway with those because we had them in stock and they weren't because of COVID, they were just sitting there. We weren't having events to give them out. So we thought it'd be a good thing to give it to Community Corps. So that's not a policy that we're giving them out for free, but we'll let them know where people can get them.
Is there a potential grant or something else that would allow more of them? So more of our apartment dwellers could get those to use. It would also help get people in the mood to do this.
Well, we can look into that. The state, I believe, for 1383 has set aside some money, some grants that we could apply for to get. And I think Yvonne.
There always are.
Good evening, Yvonne Young, Resource Recovery and Recycling Administrator.
Why don't you take your mask off because it's really hard to hear you with it. Thank you.
Yvonne Young, Resource Recovery and Recycling Administrator. Good evening.
Much better.
Thank you. So I want to point out that our division does sell compost pails for individual home uses at a 50% subsidy to Santa Monica residents. So you go to Amazon today or go to Walmart and get a compost bin, you will have to pay X. And if you go through the city and buy it from our division, it's at a subsidy of 50%. And we do that as an incentive to incentivize people to separate their food waste and recycle their organics.
So what would that cost a
Exactly
resident?
my question.
What would that cost a resident? What's at the 50% discount rate? What is that?
I believe, well, we recently had a slight increase because, supply chain issues.
Well, come on now.
But it is very nominal. I want to say it's less than $15.
That's not a bad deal.
Okay, and then my question still goes back, and I don't know if you can help with that too. Are we applying for any grants to be able to subsidize more of those small bins for people in apartments?
Yes, so I want to emphasize that SB 1383 at the current moment is an unfunded mandate, right? So
How would we think that from the state?
Yeah. So the city is in a very preliminary stage of establishing a grant program. They haven't even established the parameter for the program yet. So, but it's looking like it is going to be a competitive grant. So meaning that all the cities in California will have to compete for this pot of money, right? So it is definitely an opportunity we can look into once that information becomes available. But yes, so I mean, for the meantime, residents can purchase a compost pail from us at half off.
We were one of only 6 cities in LA County to not be backfilled with ARPA funds. So they should put us at the front of the line.
I agree. Thank you very much. Those were my questions.
Thank you.
Yes, so I'm sorry. Yes.
It's all good.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
So,
And this is a picture of what the one that we
yes.
sell. And actually, my wife loves that one. I've had a couple at my house, and she hated them. But when I got this one, she fell in love
Didn't
with
like
me
those
again.
swinging things, right? Yeah, I've had
Nobody
one.
knows the price.
Yeah, it's under $15, they said. So there's that. So I just had a question about there was the multifamilies that are in the 2 to 4 unit category. Have those always qualified as single family? So they've always, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know that.
For the
that code-
purpose, sorry, for the purpose of the green bins.
Right, so I'll defer to
That's the state definition in the regulations that they adopted after this law was enacted in 2016. So it defined it specifically as less than 5 units.
So I'm curious of the 1,400 or 1,500 remaining units that don't have a green bin currently, do we know how many of those fall into that category?
not offhand.
Okay. Okay, because I do think that would have made a difference if that had been the definition for us all along, potentially, but it'll be interesting to see sort of exactly how many fall into that category. And then you mentioned the county and the work that they're doing to provide information, and that we may post that on our websites to pair charities potentially with these larger grocery stores. Separate from that, though, have you heard feedback from, I know you met with some of the grocery store operators, have you heard feedback on whether or not January 2022 feels too soon, or if they're ready to move forward with this? Have they?
Well, we only met with Ralph's,
Okay.
and they actually have a program already established. It's actually very unique. They have a anaerobic digester, which actually all their organics goes to this facility in Compton, and they actually are producing renewable energy already. So they're way ahead of the curve on that. And so we haven't met with any other the supermarkets, but in meeting with the hotels and just other businesses, no one's ever mentioned, oh, we can't meet that deadline.
Yeah, I was just curious if Bob's fell into that category, because I think they're 10,000 plus square feet, and I know there were 3 that you noted fell into that.
I was just driving by Bob's actually today looking for good pictures to take, and I actually saw their organics bin, and it was filled with good-looking potatoes and strawberries, and they were being thrown out. So that's like number 1 on my list is to contact them and find out if they qualify.
And being like a small sort of family-owned business, I'm curious how this is going to be for them.
I don't know if they meet it's the 10,000 square.
10,000 square feet was, I think, the point. Yeah, that I assumed they were one of the 3. So illegal dumping, and I bring this up because it was in former council member Winter's letter. It's something that I have come to almost blows, but I kept it purely verbal, with neighbors that love to throw their dog's feces in your trash cans. And my favorite was someone walking their dog who decided to throw their dog's feces in my blue bin. And when I said, "What are you doing?" he said, "Well, it's open. I don't want to touch the other one." And I almost lost it. I tried to contain myself. But I'm curious, kind of, and especially as the rates are projected to go up on our landfill waste bins, which is kind of where that argument went with this person. I'm like, we pay for these. Everything you're dumping in mine, like, that's a cost. How can we do a better job of helping people understand where proper waste goes when they're just out and about on the street? Because whether it's our transient population or people passing through town or people from out of state that don't know our rules, how can we help people understand what to do? And then when they're putting stuff in our bins, how they can at least help the cause.
So since we've undertaken this task, we do have educational flyers. So I send them out to every property that I've spoken with and ask them to distribute to all the residents or the employees as one way to see what goes in each particular container. That's one way to do it. Yeah, that's a very difficult challenge. We've encountered that. People telling us, oh, it's just people driving by in their vehicles and just dumping stuff in their containers. So unfortunately, unless we actually see it happening, there's not really much we can do about that. But again, focusing on education, when that does happen, if people can give us the name, well, I don't know if people want to give us names and people to contact, but again, it's reaching people on an individual basis. It's going to take time to reach all those buildings out there and all the many thousands of people that are in the multifamilies. And again, people who are living in rentals, they may not feel a responsibility for someone who owns, a home or a business. They have fewer employees that, there might be better buy-in. So, it's going to be difficult. I'm finding it difficult with the multifamilies, hearing the stories of things that are happening there. So again, it's just education, meeting with them. We make our staff available to meet with them if they have monthly meetings or whatever. We're out there to explain why it's important to put the right material in the right container.
Environmental ambassadors.
May I ask a follow-on to
you
that
can,
one?
as long as you let me have one more.
I will, but I have a follow-on to that. So when I started recycling in Santa Monica, I had an in-home recycling system supplied by the city where I had 3 bins, right? And they were like maybe the size of a crate, right? You probably weren't born yet. No, I mean, but there was a system that was basically an indoor system that you could then take out and dump. And I wonder if we've given any consideration, because then people are recycling, or they're deciding where to put trash in a, he's nodding, yeah, he remembers too. And I thought that it was a system that actually was more susceptible to being used all the time.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be practical for multifamilies.
Well, no, it is. Well, because for multifamilies, regardless of what they're doing, you have people who are being asked to do trash, paper, and compost, for one. But those are their 3 categories of what they're throwing away. And so each day as they put away their newspapers, they put them in the paper bin, right? And each day when they put their trash or do whatever, they put it in there without a plastic bag around it, right? So that, and then finally, when you have your compost, now these were not lidded, but I think it would be easy to have them lidded, right? And so you have it right there in your house as you're creating the trash, and then you take it out to the trash can, which is generally, at least for single family homes and certainly for multifamilies, down a stairwell or down an elevator, that sort of thing. I just thought that system, I haven't thought about it for a really long time, was a more efficient way of getting the trash from in an apartment or in a home into a large trash bin.
Yeah, I don't know if I have enough experience in that, but I know we have a lot of buildings where the containers are in the alley, and it's a much further walk, and that's been a challenge for some
And
of these
people
buildings.
really are avoiding our alleys right now, just saying.
I think it's worth noting what Mayor Himmelrich says to, this is an unfunded mandate. We already don't have the funds for the increased costs. We're going to have to figure that out for 2022 and 2023. This would be an additional cost, but I will say, remembering that movement in the past, I think it is something that can be used in multifamilies because it does give everyone the ability to do their own part in their house and then take it out to the larger bins in the alley. And so, something to think about. It might be an interesting thing through a grant or.
We can go back to our staff and, take a look and see what's out there and see if
Well, and
that's
we could
practical.
present it as an experiment. What are the results in buildings where you do that versus ones where you don't? I guarantee it'll be better.
Can we print that? Can we print that education you were talking about? Is it a way to have the education instead of printing more flyers and using more ink and all on the bins themselves somehow?
Well, we do put, I think we have stickers that we put on, the organics one. And then we'll also, going forward, we'll be producing the flyers and laminating them, handing them out at multifamilies, at businesses, and making, the laminated so that they can post them or put them on the containers.
And so that was my last question was, what is the education plan for this? Because it rolls out on January 1. And, it's little things that I think about that even that's an obvious. I don't know how to do. I'm not like a super environmentalist. There are a lot of things when I think about like where to strain the kids' yogurt and then put the wrapper in one. There are a lot of things. So I'm just curious what that education plan looks like and when we should expect to see it in our mailboxes, inboxes, et cetera.
So we're, back in December, we sent a postcard to all the property owners that needed a green container. We didn't get a big response from that, but as a follow-up, we're working on a letter that will go to the owners of the multifamilies and the businesses that will detail exactly what has to be done, tell them what they have to do. So we're working with our graphic design people or a vendor to put that together and be able to mail that out. We've also produced, I think, 4 different, like when we meet with people, they say, can you give us like a quick frequently asked questions document or, just bullet things. So we've put together, I think, 4 or 5 of those documents. Some are just like 2 pages on what to do. Some are a little more in depth if you're going to be doing the edible food requirements. So those are also going to be reviewed and made to look, appropriately for the Santa Monica brand. And so we're working on that for the rest of this year so that we can get it out so that people have that information, and we'll be ready on January 1st.
And I do hope that that we can also look into, if you're not already, partnering with the school district and a lot of other organizations around town that are really good at helping with this messaging. Go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Yes, absolutely. So we are currently working with staff from the Office of Communications as well as OSC, Office of Sustainability and the Environment, in rolling out a comprehensive community outreach campaign, basically. So it is important to note that, remember, over 90% of our existing customers are already in compliance. They have the 3-bin system already. As we noted earlier in our presentation, we are only talking about 9% of the customers that currently only have the 2 bins, right? So our education and outreach will focus on those 9% of the customers first, but at the same time, we are going to do a broader PR and community outreach campaign to raise the general public's awareness in how to use the 3-bin system. So absolutely, we are going to partner with the school district. We made a presentation to the Rotary Club, so these are people that live in Santa Monica. And so anything from, simple 1-pagers to letters that are targeted specifically to the property owners and homeowners, to, we're actually thinking about maybe potentially hosting virtual webinars that anybody, can attend. And we're thinking of having different specific ones. Maybe we'll have ones targeting multifamily. If you're a renters or a residents living in a multifamily apartment building, this is the webinar for you. If you're a business, right, and you're dealing with tight, space issues, then we might have a separate webinar, a virtual webinar for businesses.
So, yeah, I think that's critically important because the issue out there, for people who have green bins, for a long time, it was for landscape and, not for food waste. So this is a huge change from what it was. And so I think if the goal is getting to 50% reduction of landfill waste in, I think, the first year, that is not going to happen just by delivering green bins to the 1,400 households or multifamilies that don't currently have them. That is not going to happen with a significant educational component that actually educates people on what goes in that one and how little is supposed to be going in this one.
Yeah, we agree. It's all hands on deck in terms of education and outreach. But I do want to point out that in Santa Monica, the green bin actually accepts both food waste and green waste. It has always accepted both types of materials. In some other cities, the green bin only accepts, grass clippings and green waste. But in Santa Monica, we have been providing the organics collection service for years. And that's why those 90% of the city has a 3-bin system. So we have always accepted both food waste and green waste in the green bin.
Yeah, sorry, that was not communicated to, my household missed that for the last however many years it's been, and it's literally why I went to the city yards with Chris, Councilmember Parra, and picked up a compost thing because it was reiterated to me again, that's for yard waste, and this, and so there is a lot of misinformation out there, and as a girl who went for Halloween as a recycling bin in like 6th grade because this was the cool emerging reduce, reuse, recycle back in 90 or whenever that was. I fell behind the curve and there's a lot I still don't know and so just more education, I think, would be really helpful. And I'd love to see what some of that is going to look like.
Absolutely. And I just want to point out that the Office of Communications has a press release ready to go tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And so what I'm hearing is just as this moves forward, is use this as an opportunity to redouble our efforts around communications with a blank slate, right? Refresh ourselves, refresh the community about how we can do things. And so we have our communications team here. We take the message and we'll think about ways that we can do that going forward.
But let me compliment you guys because I did hear back from one of the neighborhood groups to whom you presented who thought you did a great presentation and helped them understand what to do. So it's not that you're doing a bad job. It's just that a lot of people are out of the loop. Okay, so I think we have Christine and then Glenn.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been asked already, but, and thank you for all the great info. I didn't know I could put organics in my green bin, but now I know, so thank you. But so one of the concerns that I have, so, in my household, normally there's 5 of us, but for COVID, we moved grandma in to take care of grandma. So there's 6 of us in my household. And I'm also on a street that, the lovely city trees, rain on my lawn in terms of leaves, dry leaves, a lot of leaves. And so every week, my green bin is filled to the rim from all those leaves. And so there's going to be competition between my organics and those city tree leaves every week. And so
You're asking about enough space in your
space in my green bin.
You can order another green container.
Would I have to pay for it?
No.
Okay.
No, I
Thank you
have
very
2.
much.
I just got a second one.
Okay, that was my next question. I'm like, I have to pay for another bin. And then thank you. So that's great. Good to know. So I don't have to fight over that one. And then the next thing too is that where I live, we have to leave, we keep our bins in the alley because there's no other place to put them. And behind me, there are multifamily homes. And so there is a lot of disruption to our trash cans because there's a lot of the transient population continually in our trash cans. And so they are always left open. And so as a result, there is a lot of rodents up and down our alleys, and that's a significant problem. And so do you foresee that being even more of a problem now that, I don't know if there's gonna be more, I don't know, is there more food? Is there more?
Well, potentially, yeah, there's going to be more food in your container, and with the lids open, then obviously it's exposed to vectors. So, yeah, that's where, in speaking to these different groups, that is always mentioned about, people who shouldn't be using their container are using it and putting contaminants in it, leaving it open. So again, we're just going to have to understand there's going to be a lot of challenges like that. And while there could be, we may find violations because of that, we're not going to be fining someone because there's contamination. That's not the responsibility of the property owner. Yeah. And we're just going to have to explain to people that you need to, make sure your lids are closed. You may have to check it more frequently. That's a difficult one. Yeah.
I mean, because in our particular alley, it's a couple times a day during the night, all day, all night. Yeah. And so your lids are open and things are being moved around. So you're going to have, again, a little bit of grace in those types of situations.
Oh, for sure.
Especially, right now. But, and then one of the things too, which Councilmember McCowan or Pro Tem McCowan alluded to, one of the requirements was a 50% compliance by 2022. Do you think you'll be able to achieve it? Like it's at 50%.
Divert 50% of the organic. So that's a state
right.
goal.
That's the state goal. I mean, do you think that Santa Monica is going to be able to get there by 2022?
Don't know. Well, because as Yvonne mentioned, that most of our residents and businesses have access to a green. Technically, we should be able to, as long as, again, we have a robust education program and get the word out to do that. But information from the state is that the state's nowhere near actually meeting that 50% goal next year. They've actually increased the amount of materials going to the state landfills over the last couple of years. So it doesn't look like the state's even going to be able to meet that. So hopefully, the state will understand that, and I don't think they're going to be being stringent about that. Certainly Santa Monica is showing that it's implementing this new ordinance, and we're taking all the steps necessary. We're showing good faith, and we're being very proactive.
Okay. And then one of the things too, this is probably for comment. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do want to emphasize something that's been discussed. I know we've talked about education and maybe beat that horse to death, but a lot of what you're saying is I reached out to this group, that group. The fact is, though, that our city is 70% renters. And if you send information to landlords, unfortunately, a lot of those landlords are not going to pass that information on to renters. And we also have a lot of people who live in multifamily condominiums where it may or may not get distributed. So what actions are you taking to actually connect with people at an individual level as opposed to going through a group or a landlord or a property owner?
Well, what we've been doing is when we meet with the property owner management person, we do let them know that we're available to meet one-on-one with residents, whether they're renters or property owners, and so that we can get information out to them. So that's what we've been doing to date, and we'll continue to be doing that.
Yeah, so one of the challenges that we face is if you add a green bin to your account, it's a change to your utility account service level, right? So because of that, right now we require the property owner, the person that's actually paying the bill, that's the person that's authorized to, request a green container and make service level changes to an account. I mean, just like a cell phone bill, for example, you wouldn't want an unauthorized person that's not making the monthly payment to be able to change your service level on your, family cell phone plan, right? So we do recognize that is a challenge. That's why I mentioned earlier that we are actively engaging in conversations with the Office of Communications and also OSC in a wide range and comprehensive PR and marketing campaign. So anywhere from publishing a press release tomorrow to a blog post that we're working on. There's going to be an article coming up in Seascape, the newsletter that's going to be mailed to every home in Santa Monica, to virtual webinars. We're going to have this information on the city website. And of course, we're going to provide what we call technical assistance. And basically what that means is boots on the ground, in the field support, right? We're going to meet with the customers at their location, in front of their apartment building, taking a look at the space and see how we can right-size the service level.
So please don't be offended by this. You're going to meet with the property manager. My question, and I know Seascape, and you're going to send out a press release, and it's going to be, we started street sweeping with all of that communication, and yet thousands of people didn't know we were starting street sweeping. My point is that, and I don't know if it's a postcard you send to every household in the city that says, on January 1, here's the list of stuff that goes in the green bin: yard waste, organics, blah, blah, blah. Maybe a note that you can go to the city yards at a substantial discount and pick up an in-home composting bin, because a lot of our people live in small units. And I remember, as Mayor Himmelrich mentioned, but that was back when you had to separate cans from paper, from other stuff. Yeah, so it was, you had the newspaper bin, you had the cans and metals bin, and you had the other bin. And I remember that and I lived in a smaller unit then. I'm like, what the heck am I supposed to put this in my bedroom? So, my point is that if you want to get to if we're going to do this, and I wholly support this, you have got to get to the residents, not to the property managers, not to the property owners. With all due respect, not the Rotary, the Kiwanis, or anyone else. I think it's all good to do that. But if you don't send a postcard or something directly into people's homes, it says January 1, there's going to be a green bin available to you. Here's what can go in it: yard waste, anything that was alive before you killed it, ate it, cut it. However you want to do that, you can go get a composting bin for your place, because I will tell you, and I've heard people say this, I had a composting bin and it started to smell, and so I got rid of it, it was in my kitchen, my dog started getting into it, that sort. No, really. So if you don't get to the people on the ground, because I'm telling you, if you come to my condominium complex and you meet with the homeowners association and say, here, because we do not have a green bin now. I've been using the ones down the street. Here's your green bin. That's great. But the 9 people who live aren't going to be there. We're not all going to have a party in front of the green bin. And while we have a pretty good homeowners association, which will probably convey it to us, with all due respect, and I'm not calling out anyone personally, we have a lot of landlords, homeowners associations in this town that are not good and are not good at communicating, is what I mean to say, and are not going to convey it. So my question is, how do we get to the people who actually live in the units in our cities to let them know this is going on?
Right, that's a valid question. So besides the city website and Seascape, that will be mailed to every single home, right, including tenants and renters, we can absolutely entertain sending a letter with, one page what goes where. These flyers are currently available on our city website. What's supposed to go into the black container, the blue container versus the green container. Those flyers are on the city website, and we can certainly do that, figure out how to.
Okay, I get that, and you've heard my comment. The second question I have is, we are a tourist destination. And I will tell you, as someone who lives near the beach, it is not uncommon to walk by the trash bins at the beach and see French fries, half-eaten hamburgers, all sorts of food waste. Are we doing anything in the public areas to try and collect food waste from people who are at the beach, in our parks, that sort of thing? And if so, how do we plan to try and educate them?
So, So the Resource Recovery and Recycling Division manages the collection services for residents and businesses, right, in homes and in offices and all of that. Some of the other public areas, including the beach and also the downtown area, are managed by, Public Landscape Group and also beach maintenance. But I think this is probably a discussion that Public Works can have internally to figure out a plan on basically the right message for visitors that don't necessarily live in Santa Monica.
Okay, good, because I will tell you, they eat a lot of food, yay, good, but they leave a lot of food trash, and it's an opportunity. And then my last question is, and I think it's really telling that, I used to live in a single-family home, and we had 2 green waste containers, and they do get filled with yard waste very quickly. But some of the things that people don't know, even about, like the organics, and maybe that was a great description you gave, anything that was alive at some point in time, I think was really good, because people don't know what can and cannot be composted. And I'll give you a perfect example. If you go into a local grocery store, and you will find eating utensils, bags that say this is compostable, but if you read the fine print, it's only compostable in an industrial facility. So one, I guess my question is, are those things that are labeled compostable eligible to go in the green bin? And 2, if they are or aren't, what are we going to how do we tell people that? Because if I see the word compostable in big letters, and I only don't read the tiny fine print that says only if you go to the City of Industry and to this particular place to get it composted, we're probably going to end up with a lot of pollution in our green waste. So I'm curious what we should do about that.
Yeah, that's unfortunately those compostable biodegradable bags are not accepted by our organics vendor. They kind of gum up the machinery, the sorting and all that stuff. So again, when we're meeting with all these property owners or rents, whatever, we're letting them know. The flyer you see up there does actually state not to put plastics in there. Unfortunately, you don't put plastics in our blue bin either. Plastic bags, plastic packing material really has to go in the trash. So that is a challenge, because people say, well, what am I going to put in my compost pail in my apartment? I need to put a plastic bag to keep it clean so I can pull it out and it's all neat and tidy. So, I say, well, double paper bag it if you can. And so, yeah, that's a challenge. I don't know ultimately what the best solution is. Our vendor actually that we're using also has the option to send stuff to produce renewable energy, and there can actually, the compost materials can have some mixed contaminants in it that can be pulled out. So maybe in the future that won't be a big problem, but the whole labeling is a big problem, and that's a whole.
Well, one more reason I think you're going to have to reach beyond property owners, landlords, and groups and really get granularly to individuals, because I will tell you, I've had this argument with people. It says compostable. I go, you're throwing it in the green bin and it's not really compostable. So I just think, again, these are the sort of things that people are going to get confused about. And if we want this program to succeed, I think you're going to need to focus on that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. If I just may, Mayor, so we are also meeting with rent control tomorrow. Right, so we have a meeting scheduled with rent control already, so we're definitely gonna push this information out to the rent control group and also include this information in their monthly newsletter.
But my Mayor Pro Tem, who has been a compost bin
I
in
was
her
at
life.
Plastic recycling. My friend was newspaper.
I love that you did that. Well, I'll tell you that a really effective way to do this is in the schools. And I really think that, because kids go home and bug their parents about it, and one addresses trash bags for Halloween, so, or whatever it was, right? But I do think that you should do a big campaign through the schools.
Right, and I did mention that we'll have a program to talk about not just organic recycling, but also used oil and beverage containers.
Yeah, but soon I just believe that the schools are a really good place to start, not finish.
So, yeah, so we did meet with them, and their sustainable person is working on figuring out a schedule. So with COVID and getting back to school, they have some other priorities just to get the school year going. But we will meet up again and figure out when we can start the program.
And there's something called Climate Action Santa Monica that has a youth corps that is in the schools as we speak.
Right,
And
so
she said, I heard, yeah.
Yeah, we
And
worked
you
with
know
them.
about
Yeah,
that.
they helped us to reach out to some of the edible food businesses and the hotels and supermarkets to let them know this is coming and gather information so I can contact them. So we have a relationship with them.
Yes, but so I've heard from both sides and from both sides. And what we're wondering is if we need funding, more funding than what we have today to really have an effective program.
Yes, so like I mentioned earlier, SB 1383 is an unfunded liability, right? So I do want to be transparent in saying that Neil is absolutely right. As of right now, if your landlord calls us and say, hey, I need a green bin at my apartment building, your trash bill will not go up tomorrow. There's no immediate rate impact. But at the same time, as one can expect, there are a lot of anticipated costs associated with the city achieving regulatory compliance with 1383, right? So anything from staffing costs because of the education and outreach and the inspection and enforcement that's required, to procurement costs, right? The cost to purchase all these extra green bins. Case in point, we were paying about $700 for a green bin, or commonly called a dumpster, right? One of those 4x6 rectangular dumpster, less than a year ago, and we would get it in 4 weeks. Right now, because of the supply chain issues, we have to pay $1,300 per bin, and we have to wait 4 months for it. And then, of course, there's also contractual costs that are associated with it, because processing organics clearly is going to cost more than just dumping, taking trash to the landfill. So there are costs associated with 1383, and that's why staff is working on a rate study, and we'll study the impact. We need some time to study the actual impacts of 1383, and we'll bring back the rate study results before council in the fall of 2022.
So let me call, do you still?
I just had a question if you've reached out to, I know you're saying no, but we have Santa Monica.
So we are Santa Monica.
We are Santa Monica.
But
And then
that's
Santa Monica
not-
Cares, I'm just saying they're raising monies to go to different entities, and like if we're reaching out. And also the other thing was just on the topic of how we get things out. I'm looking at Constance. Fun Fact Friday, using social media as another way to educate Instagram, whatever, the community. But also reaching out to other charitable entities that would possibly, when we're talking about compost bins and having events and things like that. Utilizing the promenade when they're having events to have people down there. I realize it's not like you guys have an event staff, but I'm nominating myself to be out there as a council member to help educate people. So utilize us whenever you can.
Councilmember Brock.
So Councilmember Davis had a number of good points. And I want to appeal to all the reporters who listen to our meetings tonight and listen to them and the recordings tomorrow, that they make sure they write stories about the fact that we have to do SB 1383. And that will help. So that's one way to get those stories out in every publication in the city. Thank you, reporters, for doing that. In addition to that, so I got worried a minute ago, Yvonne, because I heard something about rate studies and potential rate increases. And when I asked you a half an hour ago, were the green cans going to cost residents any more? You said no. And then I heard a little murmur of, well, the cost has gone up for everything. So tell me where we are, because the reason I asked that question again is I could hear residents tomorrow going that they're getting screwed again. Now they're going to have to pay for another trash can. Talk to me.
Yes.
Make that really clear for me, please.
Well, technically, Neil said no. Just kidding. So, yes, all joking aside, so there's no immediate rate impact. Once again, if a property owner calls us tomorrow to request a green container, there's no immediate increase to the trash bill. At the same time, over time, the overall solid waste rate may go up. And we'll know more in terms of what that increase will be when we come back with our rate study findings next year.
So, sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
But my question would be, then I know that legally we have to do this as of January, correct?
Correct.
I'm seeing heads shake, yes. But we may not be able to or should not be paying $1,300 for a green bin when we were paying $400 before, because this isn't an emergency authorization. This is something we can put in over time. So in order to keep residents' rates down, we shouldn't be saying, we'll just pack it in and pay for bins quicker because now we've got residents excited. We should be looking at the residents' money at the same time. So because everything is costing much more right this second, and taking much longer to get here, this may not be the time to be ordering those extra shiny green bins or dark green bins or brown bins or whatever we're ordering. We should be pacing that out and also pacing out our PR campaign then to make sure we can deliver what we're asking residents to do. That's
Yes, well, we have been phasing out the rollout of the green bins. We sent out the postcards to 1,500 customers, and so far only 11% of them have responded, right? I mean, for some of the reasons some of the council members have pointed out, sometimes the property owners are not overly eager to add a
the
green
property
bin.
owners are going to be worried about what I was talking about is, are they going to be charged more? And if they feel like they're going to be hit for more money, they're going to hide from that request as long as they can. So, that's why I was trying to make that clear that right now there's no extra charge. But we really don't have, you sent out 1,500 postcards, you said?
Correct.
And do you have 1,500 green trash cans in stock or on the way?
No, because we have been phasing out the rollout because of the price hike and also because not all 15 customers, we're not anticipating everybody wanting a green bin at the same time. So we wanted to be prudent with the ratepayers' funds. And also we wanted to maintain a manageable and reasonable level of inventory instead of, hoarding, for the lack of a better word, 1,500 containers ahead of time
So
and
you're
paying three
you're
times as
basically
much.
doing what I was
Absolutely.
saying. That's fine. That's really what I wanted to hear. I'm not trying to argue with you on. I'm just trying to say that I don't want us to rush something out that again is, even though it's mandated, there's no funds to pay for it, and that we want residents to ease into a new way of handling all their garbage, trash, food waste, everything that's going to last for the next 50 years. So
Right. So currently we are maintaining and we have been maintaining a just basic level of container inventory. We will not overorder.
So our PR campaign, even though I want reporters to write about this tomorrow, but our PR campaign for all of our tenants in the city, 72%, 73% of our residents, is something that can be phased in over time. When you're looking at schools, I hope you're also hitting the private schools in the city, that you're hitting St. Monica's and Crossroads and New Roads and the school on Windward and the other schools in the city as well, not just Santa Monica Public Schools.
Yeah, we actually did a program on Earth Day at preschool, is it McKinley? On
So that's
Wilshire and
city
26th.
schools. I'm talking about our non-public school system.
Cassidy.
Look,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thank you very much.
We can give this advice informally, Mayor Pro Tem
I was just
McCowan.
going to say, I think at least what I saw in the staff report with regard to rate increases in the fee study that you guys that we are going to be doing it really goes against people who don't start to reduce their landfill waste. That's the potential goal in the future, that if you don't start to reduce how much is in your black bin, that's where you'll see the most significant rate hikes. Is that an accurate understanding of what was in the staff report? More so than like the green bin is going to cost you more money.
Yes, that's correct.
Because I think it'll be transferred to the people who aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing.
So I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to move that we introduce for first reading by title only and waiving future reading thereof an ordinance adding to Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 5.46 that would require all Santa Monica properties to recycle organic materials to comply with the state of California's new organics recycling mandate, Senate Bill 1383.
Okay.
So moved by Himmelrich, seconded by McCowan. May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete. Oh, she left out, okay. Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes 6-0 with one absent. So let's move on to the next item, please.
Okay, so next we have the special joint meetings of the City Council, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority. And I now need to announce that as the Housing Authority and the Parking Authority, you as council members receive $50 per meeting for the Housing Authority and for the Parking Authority. Now I need to do a roll call. Authority Member Parr.
Here.
Authority Member Davis.
Here.
Authority Member Brock.
Here.
Authority Member De La Torre.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
Chair Himmelrich.
Here,
Okay. So
and
the
I'll
first,
note the time when
okay.
Authority Member Negrete returns.
Okay. All right. So first item we have is fiscal year 2021 year-end budget. Give me just a minute, Gigi.
And I see we have our Finance Director, Ms. Decavance.
Good evening. I'll just wait for the presentation.
Okay. Great.
Okay, great. How do is it this right here that I switch, or do I just do it the same thing with the keyboard? Okay. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. The year-end budget is an important step in closing the year, both to communicate how we performed and also to make any adjustments that we need to make to close our books. It's also the first opportunity to revisit our budget after adoption and make any time-sensitive adjustments that can't wait until our mid-year budget. These are often related to staffing changes that must be made in order to continue recruitments or to reappropriate unspent funds from the previous year. This is just the first in a series of steps we take to fully understand the financial health at the end of the year. Tonight, we're only looking at our performance compared to budget. Underlying the budget are the city's financial statements, which include liabilities, funds restricted for specific purposes by law or contractual agreements, and required reserve levels, among many other restrictions. The work on our financial statements is continuing, along with the annual audit of our statements, and will come to an end with the publication of the comprehensive annual financial report in January. At that time, we'll have a solid understanding of our position and the strength of our reserves. This is more important this year than any other year, since we've had to draw down our general fund reserve levels to cover for lost revenues during the pandemic. So this slide shows our position in the overall budget process. We're at the blue highlighted block on the left-hand side, where staff reports to council on the 2021 year-end budget performance. At this point, we're close to the beginning of the budget year, at the end of the last budget year. And because we're close to the beginning of the budget year, we're also in the early implementation stage of new programs that we added during the adopted budget. We're also still looking for signs of how our revenues are going to perform as compared to what we projected. We'll have an opportunity to look at where we can adjust our budget to address gaps when we come back in February with the mid-year review. At that point, we'll know the final position of our reserves, and we'll have applied new information, especially on revenues, to our forecast. And at that point, after that, we'll have another chance to assess our budget in May and June, along with annual budget adoption. So before we review our performance for the last year, I'd like to provide some context to the conditions that surrounded the adoption of the fiscal year 2021 budget in the relatively early days of the pandemic when everything was very uncertain. The closures mandated by safer-at-home orders nearly halted our business community and required us to close facilities and pull back programs. We anticipated that the severe impact of the pandemic on the hospitality and retail sector, the big contributor to the city's tax revenues, would have a devastating impact on our revenues. In the general fund, which is a fund that makes up 2/3 of the city's overall budget and supports services that are going towards the entire community, public safety, libraries, streets, recreation, and funding to the school district, as well as many other areas, we anticipated a 25% decrease in revenues. We had similar concerns when it came to the revenue loss of other funds, and we knew that we couldn't rely on the federal government to provide aid. As we developed our forecast and worked with experts to determine when and how recovery would happen, we expected that we would not see a return to pre-COVID revenue levels until fiscal year 24-25, which is at the time 4 years away. So to deal with the 25% revenue loss in the general fund, we needed to access our reserves. We needed to cut back our capital improvement program dramatically, suspend discretionary payments towards affordable housing and towards our liabilities. We also took the very difficult step of restructuring and reducing our operations and our staff, in part to reflect the anticipated decrease in programming. With no clear picture of whether we would have more surges of the virus or whether we would have a vaccine, we chose to set aside $20 million in reserve funds to act as a cushion to protect our services in case additional closures in the future resulted in additional revenue loss. So we can't talk about our budget and our financial performance over the past 12 months without talking about the ebbs and flows of the COVID-19 pandemic. If you look at the left-hand side, by last fall, when we came back to council with the year-end budget, so last October, we were grappling with the unanticipated impact of COVID closures. More people were flocking to our open spaces, a large number of unhoused people throughout the region. We had a larger number of unhoused people throughout the region and in Santa Monica. The threat of evictions, more garbage, operational challenges that severely tested our reduced capacity to provide services in many cases. A small amount of federal stimulus funding, reimbursing the city for COVID-related expenses, our CARES funds, totaling just a little over $1 million, allowed us at that point to address some critical gaps. And we used the money to help businesses shift to outdoor dining, for personal protective equipment, for the community, to reinstate some trash services, to add health ambassadors, to help the library stand up curbside services, and to expand services addressing our unhoused population. Because the allocation was based on a state formula that looked only at population numbers, some cities that were impacted much less than us received up to 20 times more than we did. So then, as we moved into November, as you can see on the right-hand side of the the chart. This is the all too familiar graphic of daily COVID cases in LA County. The second surge that we had been concerned about did come. And rather than lasting 2 months, it's that big, it's very hard to see the dates. It's that big, obviously, the jump in the middle. Rather than lasting 2 months, it continued for over 4 months. So in late January, when we came to council to report on mid-year performance, we revised our general fund revenue expenditures down by over $14 million and also projected deficits in our beach and pier funds. Those funds had been impacted quite a bit by closures as well and loss of revenues. We reported that we would likely need the $20 million shutdown reserve to make up for these additional losses. Moving on, between January and February, changes in Washington allowed the passage of a major federal stimulus bill that would finally bring aid to state and local governments. The American Rescue Plan allocated $28.6 million to Santa Monica over 2 years. While this funding was substantial, it still represents only 15% of the revenue losses the general fund is anticipated to suffer from the beginning of the pandemic through just June of 2022. But because we reduced our budget, we were able to use 20% of those stimulus funds towards economic recovery initiatives throughout our community and to target specific needs addressing council priorities both immediately and over the next 3 years until we see revenues recover. LA County moved from the most restrictive purple tier to the red tier in March and continued to loosen restrictions, reaching the orange tier in April, the yellow tier in May, before restrictions ended in June. With the loosening of restrictions, the city opened public counters, facilities, and increased in-person services, and our business community also started to see more activity. When we last came to council for the budget adoption, the impact of the changes was not yet known, and this is why we're here today, to talk about what's happened since we were able to take a look at the impacts. So after my tour of last year, we can say that tonight we can report that the increased activity in the last quarter of the fiscal year played a strong role in the general fund's better than anticipated revenue performance. Revenues came in almost $20 million better than we had anticipated at mid-year and again this past May. If you look at the pie chart on the left-hand side, over 50% of the increase in blue came from sales and hotel taxes and from parking revenue. These are the visitor-based services that had seen the biggest hit before. A quarter of the increase in orange is in the documentary transfer taxes and property taxes. This we owe to the strong real estate market during the past year, but also to Measure SM, our 2020 tax measure that increased the documentary transfer tax on the sale of properties selling for $5 million and up. With the lifting of the county health orders, we also saw strong attendance in our programs and increased demand for plan check and permit services, which in turn increased revenues in these areas, what we categorize as charges for services, which is the gray slice. It was about 9% of the increase. And finally, we saw higher investment revenue. This was actually due to a repayment by the state of a successor agency loan, and this was the interest, the investment interest that was accrued. That money came in and immediately is transferred to our affordable housing fund. But it does show as a revenue. That's what's in orange there. And then 3% was everything else, so not as much. The general fund expenditures came in within budget, and remaining funds, primarily representing the ARPA allocations on the expenditure side, are going to be reappropriated to the current year's budget to be spent. The bottom line for the general fund is that, as I've mentioned before, we're not going to require the use of the $20 million shutdown reserve. Despite this very good news, it's very important to note that the general fund is still operating at a deficit when comparing annual revenues with expenditures. And so, as we had anticipated, we are going to need to access $22 million of our reserve funds to make up for this gap. So while we're doing better than we thought, we still are not at a self-sufficient level, and we are still drawing down our reserves. Going forward, we don't expect to access reserve funds this year and in the future, aside from any funds that we may have specifically set aside in assignments in our general fund for specific purposes. I'd like to emphasize that it's really important that our $20 million reserve stay intact as we await more definitive results on the status of our reserves and our current year revenue performance. With the threat of unanticipated expenditures from a variety of sources, including potentially PERS, pension costs in the future, and also potential litigation expenses, healthcare costs, we need to be very cautious. As I mentioned earlier, we'll have a better idea of our financial health at mid-year, which is coming up on February 8th, and an even better idea of our ability to make changes to our budget in May, when we return with the proposed budget for fiscal year 22-23. To quickly go over other funds and our status there, revenues at year end for non-general funds were lower than had been projected, mostly due to a very common timing issue that exists when we're dealing with grant funds and reimbursements. Either we've spent the funds later in the year and haven't received the reimbursement at the time the year closed, or we're still working to spend the funds. The majority of the $28.2 million that you see there on that slide in unrealized revenue is related to our Sustainable Water Master Plan projects, the Arcadia Treatment Plant project, which will begin construction in this current fall, and the SWIP project, which is continuing. Another fund where we're awaiting some reimbursements is in the Big Blue Bus Fund. On the expenditure side, most of our non-general funds saw savings at year end, totaling over $37 million. Where funds spent a significant amount over budget, you can see that we have $71.7 million in overages. With the exception of our liability self-insurance fund, the overages were supported by funds previously set aside in reserves for this purpose. So we have some state revolving loan funds that were set aside to cover the wastewater or the clean beach, the wastewater transfer to clean beaches, and we had some housing authority reserve funds that were accessed. In the case of our self-insurance fund, where we had a $57.5 million among a few of the funds, the largest overage was approximately $55 million, which was due, as you can imagine, to the settlement authorized by council this summer, the Euler settlement. This was done after the end of the fiscal year, but based on governmental accounting standards, this expenditure still needs to be accrued into the previous year. At mid-year, we're going to ask you to shift general fund reserves that were set aside for this purpose into the liability self-insurance fund. So that action will be coming with our next piece. So now I'd like to introduce Oscar Santiago, our budget manager, to go over the budget changes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will now present the expenditure budget changes that are being recommended to you for approval. Attachment A of the staff report provides a high-level summary as well as a detailed listing of the multiple transactions that are needed to make expenditure budget adjustments to all the funds at year-end. The net expenditure budget change for fiscal year 2021, once we consider funds we had previously set aside to cover certain expenses, is an increase of approximately $582,000. The changes occur among a number of funds. The biggest change is the transfer of $1.66 million to the general fund from the miscellaneous grants fund. This is a federal stimulus funding that was previously provided to partially offset high unemployment costs that the city had to pay out of fiscal year 2021. Also in the general fund, we are applying funds previously collected and set aside by our Public Rights Division to cover a portion of their costs. The remaining changes in the other funds reflect approximately $408,000 to appropriate funds received from the We Are Santa Monica donation fund for the Virginia Avenue Park food pantry, and funds previously received for development agreement legal expenses, and the appropriation of approximately $134,000 in various grant funds to cemetery maintenance and the Michigan Greenway 20th Street project. Small adjustments are also being made to account for shifts in funding sources used for Santa Monica Bike Center and the Early Childhood Lab School. The fiscal year 21-23 expenditure budget changes total approximately $1.93 million in fiscal year 21-22, about $1 million in the general fund, and then $0.91 million in fiscal year 22-23, and that's about $145,000 in the general fund. The adjustments are being proposed for the current budget year are minimal, but focused on time-sensitive issues, or to continue work already underway. In the slide, we have categorized the adjustments as one-time and ongoing staffing changes. One-time items include reappropriations of unspent funds from last fiscal year to continue work on social justice, the Art of Recovery program, and the Marine Park Community Gardens project. We are recommending appropriations for key emergency work, like the replacement of the uninterrupted power supply system at the public safety facility and the replacement of the incident management display system at the Emergency Operations Center. The incident management display system is currently inoperable, rendering communications between Emergency Operations Center, police, fire, and public works problematic in a case of a natural disaster or another crisis that the city must respond to. We are also recommending an appropriation for grant coordination to assist staff to quickly apply for federal grant funds. We believe that this will result in a substantial return on investment. In responding to internal audit recommendations, Human Resources is requesting funds to continue work started last year with the voter-approved shift of civil service rules from the charter to the municipal code, and to move forward on recommendations regarding the city's position classifications. Finally, staff is using CIP savings to temporarily address the City Hall murals, while the permanent solution is identified by the Council Ad hoc Committee and stakeholders. Regarding staffing changes, requests for staffing adjustments and compensation changes are for the most part ongoing. In the general fund, we are proposing to extend a limited term position in the Information Services Department for 2 years, represented as the 1 FTE in the slide for fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. This position is being added to implement process automation systems for our internal services departments. We also propose to align some positions in the Department of Transportation, the Community Development Department, with work that's being done in those departments. The changes result in a net ongoing budget decrease with no increase in FTEs. The fiscal year 21-22 amount on the slide is prorated and partially offset by the use of departmental savings. You'll see that the cost of that position those changes in 22-23, the amount reflects the full-time annual cost of the staffing changes. In the other funds, staff is requesting salary adjustments to resolve significant retention issues in the Water Resources Division. Staff compare compensation levels with market data and paying particular attention to the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, as the majority of the staff who have departed have gone there. As a result, staff is requesting significant salary adjustments in the Water Division. And also there's one additional small adjustment in the Fleet Fund to elevate a position to better assist in systems integration, and another recommendation of our internal auditor. All the staffing changes you'll find on your attachment D of the staff report. And next I want to talk about the council discretionary funds. So as we do each year, staff reconciled unspent balances of previously allocated council discretionary funds. All items where programming was completed or funds were no longer needed were put back into the council discretionary account to be reappropriated for 21-22. The amount released back to the account was approximately $99,000. And so that, with that change, the amount now that's unprogrammed for fiscal year 21-22, it's about $132,959. And that concludes my presentation, and now Gigi will continue with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Promise, one more slide. So staff is proposing some changes to the master fee resolution that was adopted by council along with the budget in June. In most cases, the changes are correcting the resolution, adding back fees that were omitted or to correct fee names. Also proposed is a new fee at the airport to recover the cost of staff used during events, and that staff also helps ensure safety and security at the airfield. And also we have a shift in the responsibility for paying the application fee for landmark or structure of merit designations. So now it's going to, instead of from the applicant for the landmark paying the fee, it will be the applicant for the demolition permit. Staff is also proposing a small number of changes to aquatics fees. First is a proposal that would align the diving and water polo fees to the per hour rate of other group classes. These classes right now are not being offered at this point. Staff is also proposing to adjust the fee for the long course lane rental to reflect that the long course is double the length of the short course. So in both of the cases with the aquatics fees, the stakeholders have been aware of this change since July. And finally, working with our new merchant processor, our credit card processor, we're moving to revise the convenience fee charged for credit and debit card transactions that are paying for utilities from a fixed fee amount of $2.95 per transaction to 2.95% of the transaction. This changed fee better captures the cost of the transaction, and it's aligned with other convenience fees in the city. Just a reminder on the need for convenience fees, which council adopted by resolution last October. Each time someone pays by credit or debit card, the card processor charges a fee. These fees, if absorbed, take up a significant part of our operating budget that would otherwise go to services. So in this way, those people who do have a fee charged or use a credit card are charged, and those who do not are not charged. And that's the end of the presentation. So in our next slide, we have all of our actions for you to take action on. Thank you.
Do we have any speaker? Do we have any calls? I didn't announce at the beginning of the item, but let me announce it here since I was
We do have one caller, but we did open the lines. We do have one caller, Mayor.
We do have a caller? Good. And let me repeat that the lines are open at the moment, and so we can take your calls, and the number is 310-312-8173 if you want to make public comment. So let's take our caller, and then we'll move to questions.
Esther, we're ready for the caller.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Denise, this is, I really need you to speak up right from the beginning. I don't want to have to interrupt you, so if you raise your voice from the beginning, I won't have to. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening. Regarding the end of the year budget adjustment, if revenues are down and you're doing this on a 1 or 2 time emergency funding, is that a financially smart idea? And just because you repeat something over and over again, like your claim of providing clean and safe neighborhoods, doesn't mean it's true. I say this because of insufficient police services before the pandemic, and even more insufficient now due to your cutting 5 sworn officers in favor of city employees. But you're adding more city employees now with no sworn officers. Then, of course, there's the measly $1.3 million in housing authority funds due to higher than expected lease-up rates and anticipated award of 20 units for Veterans Affairs supportive housing. I'm sorry, did you miss the 2020 Fair Housing Assessment or the most recent HDC letter? Both citing services to be lacking for the disabled from the Santa Monica Housing Authority. And might that be the reason the city just want to have a real ADA person for housing? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Do we have any other callers?
It looks like a call may be coming in right now. It hasn't been transferred over yet.
Do we have any
Okay,
questions
just came through.
while we're waiting? Okay, so everyone has questions, so why don't we start with Councilmember Para? Okay, start with Councilmember De La Torre and go around the, okay. Or start.
Sorry
with
to interrupt. So we do have one caller. Do you want me to bring him
Yes,
in?
please, let's do it now. Okay.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. I was calling about the parking authority. The parking tickets are too high to pay the bills. I've never appreciated this. And there it goes again. It's probably going to go up. I advise not to. Problems with 3rd Street stemming from parking. You got parking all the way up to Lincoln now, all the way to 8 o'clock. And this isn't what made Santa Monica great, is taking parking till 9 o'clock. I think it's 9 o'clock, actually. I mean, this is an overcharging in the parking decks. You can't ever fix the place if everything like that is just going to go up and up and up and up and up. You're never going to fix 3rd Street. Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, you looked like you were ready to ask questions, so let's.
I'm happy to start at that end.
Good.
Did you
No,
want to start?
Okay, go ahead.
A couple of things. I wanted to understand more about what projects are we focusing on when we say we're doing social justice work? What's social justice? So what is the social justice work?
So I cannot tell you what the 183, or we started off with $200,000 last year, and I can kind of go through. Last year, we spent a little bit of money, $16,250 to be very specific, on staff training, establishing affinity groups, and funding cultural celebrations for Black History Month and Hispanic Heritage Month. This coming year, we're planning $100,000 is seed money that is going to advance the formation of a nonprofit organization to promote the well-being of the Black community in Santa Monica. The remaining almost $84,000 is going to go, I've got a long list here. It's going to facilitate community events and programs on equity, social justice, and systemic racism. It's going to staff training facilitation from subject matter experts on issues of racial equity and social justice, for cultural celebrations, and for affinity groups, and for the 21-day Racial Equity Challenge.
And just so we're clear, when we talk about racial justice, from your understanding, from staff's understanding, racial justice, social justice is not exclusive to one group that has historically been marginalized in our society. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there's more than just one agenda, but there could be multiple agendas. And how do we determine that? How do we split the pie up in terms of how do we address, other groups, for example, that might come forward and say, we have issues as well?
Good evening, Councilmember Anuj Gupta, Deputy City Manager. So specifically, I think I believe your question may be referencing what Gigi outlined with regards to $100,000 to support the Black agenda, the seed money. That was per council direction last year. In response to the events of last spring and last summer, the council allocated at the time the $100,000 in seed funding. But many of the other programs that were referenced with regards to affinity groups, the training, citywide training for systemic bias, for implicit bias, the upstander training that's underway, the cultural celebrations funding that applies across the board and is not specific to any particular group.
What process would you like us to follow in terms of cooperating with staff to expand from what we started but to grow this and to be more inclusive of other groups. So it's not just exclusive to one group, because it sounds like it is right now. But I think that there's an opportunity to expand. And what protocols, process, what forum would you like us to engage with you to expand on that concept? Because I think I support this concept, but what is the vision that you would like to see for us to work together in cooperation with you to expand on the concepts that we've already planted?
Thanks, Councilmember. So, in terms of the council engagement, I think I would point first to the meeting that was, I believe, last September, prior to many of the current members on the dais, in which the comprehensive work at the time, including the approval of the Racial Equity Committee and the Equity and Inclusion Officers, the Black Agenda work, and some of the public safety reform work was brought before the council. We will be providing an update to the council in the coming months with regards to that ongoing work. And then I think as we look to the mid-year and next year's budget, looking to provide a more detailed, comprehensive work plan, as well as potentially some additional staffing and resources to support the citywide coordination of our racial equity work.
Okay, that sounds great. You're open to that, though? I mean,
100%.
okay,
Yes.
great. So I'll work with our new city manager, David White, and then we'll filter it through so that we can work in cooperation to expand on that concept.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I had another question in relationship to the, if we wanted to, for example, give the residents of our city free parking in the beach, and we can even say parking certain parking lots. Let's say south of the Santa Monica Pier, not on the pier, but everything south of the Santa Monica Pier. And let's say we wanted to, for those residents that have already paid a permit, like a street parking permit, can that permit be, is it possible for us to offer free parking to our residents in those parking lots?
Oscar, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but if you haven't discussed this with staff before, I mean, I get that it's a question, but it's a new subject matter area. So to ask them this in an open meeting when nobody has had even a chance to think about what you're asking, and I'm not sure you even have thought about it, what the cost might be, how we would implement it, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you're asking them to opine on the fly about a program that you just thought about that you've never discussed with them before, and I really think it may not be fair.
Well, it might not be fair to them, but it might be fair to the residents that get a break on the.
Oh, look, I've been talking for years about every resident of this city, every household getting one permit, having no preferential parking, et cetera. But I wouldn't bring it up here and ask them to tell me, if that was due. I'm just telling you, because we're talking about this specific budget and these specific expenditures, and to bring forward a big proposal like that changes the rules would require a lot of analysis that nobody can do right now on 30 seconds notice.
I get it. So I guess today I just want to plant the seed, and say, I'm one council member and maybe there's others, but I'm interested in finding a way to give our residents a break and maybe encourage residents to go to the beach. If I've talked to people, they're like, it's expensive, the parking and this and that. And there's some people in our community that haven't been to the beach in 20 years.
Oscar, not a question. I hear you. Look, I've had the same idea.
Yeah.
But we're on questions now.
Okay. So
and I really suggest that you talk to, really, you may have great ideas. I've seen you have great ideas, but when you come up with it fully baked, it flies better than when you just say that.
Yeah, I understand. On reflection, I just want, maybe for the future, what I'd like the city manager, or maybe everyone in here and staff can look into, I think we need another staff person to support the city council, because then someone that's just on budget, for example, like I would like to have access to a staff person that I can call to do research, help follow up, and all the other council members should have access to that as well, so that we can be a little bit more prepared on these items. So we can bring things that are more thoughtful, well-researched, and so forth. So
We can talk about it sometime off the dais, right?
Yeah.
This isn't the only time we can talk. Happy to talk to you about it. I'm sure everybody is. But right now, it's like whatever at night, I left my
Yeah,
watch.
no, I agree.
Thank you.
We're just, I thought this was the time to bring up the issues because I saw the item and the resolutions
I
talk
get
about
it. No, I
parking
get
fees
it.
and so forth.
I understand, but, I think that that's something you need to think about before we get in here and not after you're here.
I'll let somebody else go then so I can give.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't mean, because as I said, I've had the same idea. Happy to talk to you about it.
Okay,
Phil?
sure.
So I had the opportunity yesterday to spend quite a bit of time asking numerous questions of the city manager and the city treasurer to try and get a handle on what we were looking at today. And I thank them for listening to me and responding to those questions yesterday afternoon. So my questions are somewhat limited, but I want to make sure that the public understands that we do not have, this is not a major budget time, that what we're doing is really reconciliating last year's budget to prepare for that to become a year end. And there were only very limited amounts of money that we have, and most of that is spoken for. So I understand, while I am very concerned, for instance, and my first question yesterday and my first question every day right now is, how do we make the city safer? How do we make the city cleaner? And I looked at this, and my uninformed view right away was, where's the money for public safety? Where's the money to help keep our streets clean, keep our streets safe, to help our police chief, to help make sure our homeless population gets more assistance? And then I realized that's not this time. That time is January and February. And so I do understand that, but I want to make sure that the residents also understand that there is not a lot of leeway tonight, that these items are really simple and clean. So I do have a comment later when we do comments, but I'm not going to ask any other questions right now. My questions have been answered by staff.
And you haven't asked a question.
That's true. You're right.
That was a comment.
You're
So,
right.
Next time, I'm going to hold you to that.
You're right.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
So just two quick questions. On the landmark designation, the structure of merit processing fee that used to be paid by whoever brought the applicant for the landmark designation. Is there a way that fee can be paid by whoever sort of the party is that ultimately, because I am a little bit concerned about putting that fee on the person that was proposing the development, because anyone can come after, I think, right, and apply for landmark status, and then there are fees incurred by that. And then whoever was going to develop that property is like, wait, what? Where did this come from? And now they're responsible for the fee brought by, what is sometimes just like a delay tactic. And so I'm concerned that whatever the ultimate decision on that status is, would it be possible for it to be paid by that party? Does that make sense?
Yes, I certainly understand what you're asking. So this is being brought back at the direction of City Council, and the idea is that it is, the fee would be paid by the property owner. So the person that's proposing the demolition, that's proposing the project, they would bear the cost of the landmark or structure of merit application.
Yeah, and
Can we talk about that later? Yeah, okay.
I just want to.
Yes, and I think I understand the reasoning. I don't really remember, but I do understand the reasoning, and let's do it in discussion, okay?
Okay, and then the other thing, the convenience fees. Are those waived if people have sort of financial, I'm trying to recall, is there a way to waive that fee? Because sorry, go ahead.
There's a way to avoid the fee if you pay by check or by electronic check.
And that's the only option. Okay.
Credit and debit
You
cards.
can set it up, because I hate convenience fees. I never pay them. So you set up the automatic payment, and then you don't pay it.
and again, this isn't great, but the reality is when people are cash strapped, but they're also wanting to pay a bill, sometimes they put that on credit. And the 295, was one thing. 2.95% becomes another thing. I am also concerned because there were people who had a buildup of water utility bills. And I'm curious, I'm not sure how that unfolded, but some amassed a pretty hefty bill that's like now in repayment because the city system wasn't charging people. And so, 2.95% becomes more than 295, and you're talking about $1,500 bills in some cases. So I just wanted to put it out there that, financial hardship is a real thing right now when people are trying to pay their rent with their cash. Sometimes they resort to credit in order to get their kids signed up for Crest or, and with that coming up November 3rd, where people are going to be signing up for activities and other things, I just, so I'm just putting it out there as a consideration. And it kind of speaks to Jonathan Foster's comment about, financial hardship in the, era of increased fees. So
Just very quickly, we still have payment plans. So the people who had the backup, all of that should be getting better in November, but we still have payment plans. And the other, this is something that the train kind of left the station a year ago. It was costing us before COVID, before, contactless payments and things like that, over $2.5 million. So it does make it,
totally get it. And I think for the majority, this is, of course, I support this. I think there will be rare instances, and I just wasn't sure if we had taken that into account as we're still in sort of a pandemic situation for a lot of people. But
I would say that if someone is paying with a credit card in order to kind of, push it off, that's why we have payment plans. So it does give them some more time.
okay. Thank you.
So I just want to check with our city manager. Did you want to say something, or are you just carefully observing? Okay. Councilmember Negrete.
I want to make sure I'm asking a question, I guess.
You're
right?
supposed to
Because
be
we're doing-
asking.
Okay.
I understand it can be very confusing.
I have a question. In regards, sorry, and you might have responded to me and I didn't see it before, but these might be different. Under the safe and clean and all that stuff, under the safe part, I wanted to see, was there talk about blue boxes on the beach for emergencies? Under safety, and is there any monies allocated to that?
I know that there is a current CIP project that I believe has blue boxes. Do you want to speak to that, Rick? I'm not sure where the locations are, so Rick.
And that's part of the budget, that's, okay.
We currently have a CIP project. It's called the Park Enhancement Project.
The what? I'm sorry.
The Park Enhancement
Park
Project.
enhancement, okay.
It includes blue emergency phones at Reed Park, Palisades Park, and Tongva Park.
What about the beaches?
That's not part of the scope at the moment.
So that would be something that would come back for next round. That's
So
a comment.
if the council wanted to add that, we'd have to add budget to the project to add that to the scope.
I mean, I know
We do
that-
have a contract currently in place to
Just for parks.
Correct.
Because I know the addresses are now on the bathrooms, which is great, but if something were to happen to you on the beach and you're not from here and you don't know where Station 26 is to be able to call for help, I mean, when we're talking about safety, our beaches are one of the places we need to look at, especially for tourists. I think we should definitely be considering, because the blue boxes are great for, especially for residents, but for tourists who don't know where they are. I was just curious if that was included. And then second to that was, and maybe this is under ARC money, I'm not really sure, a PA system on the pier. Right now I think they use a squad car that squawks and people in the aquarium that work there can't hear. If there's an emergency and there's no PA system to evacuate people off the pier, that seems also something that would be Is that already something
We
in,
have a CIP for a PA system.
okay, so that's already in this budget. I think the other things are not really questions, because I'm going to pass it to my right over here. See, I'm following the rules.
Oh, good. Is that it? Okay.
Well, I mean, I have comments, I think.
No, yes, and we're looking for questions. I'm so glad you did that correctly. All right, so I only have a couple of questions. And my first one is, and it wasn't really mentioned tonight, but I want to know how it fits into the overall budget picture. Where are we with repayment for previously foregone rent for tenants of city properties? When do they have to start that repayment, and how much time do they have to do it? Where's Jennifer?
Are you talking about the rent abatement program?
Right. The rent abatement program where we reduced rents for some period of time with the understanding they would begin to repay them. It's my understanding the repayments are coming due fairly soon.
Yes, and we're going to try to get that information for you.
Okay. And then the only other question I have, I will have comments later, was in terms of, let me just make sure I've got it right. The additional money for grants. It said it was for grants under ARPA, but I mean, that's a pretty broad umbrella. Is that right? I mean, are you thinking about very specific grants? I'm trying to get a sense of what kind of projects we might be putting in for in terms of grants.
So Anuj can probably speak much more specifically about this. It's Economic Development Administration, EDA grants that are coming through ARPA, but Anuj will give you a little bit more detail.
Thank you.
Hi, Councilmember Davis. Yeah, so that's correct. The Department of Commerce has a sub-agency, the Economic Development Administration, that received $3 billion of allocation from ARPA, of which a quarter of it was to be dedicated to a travel, tourism, and outdoor recreation grant program that's specifically aimed at communities or institutions that took a major hit from COVID due to the loss of revenue in the travel and tourism and recreation sectors. So that's the one that we're most clearly focused on, and we're undergoing an internal staff process now to vet identified projects. We're also in touch through our federal lobbyist with our local EDA grant representative. So that's one bucket that we're squarely focused on, and I think that also addresses the gap in our direct ARPA funding that we received relative to other cities that had comparably lower revenue losses than we did as a proportion of overall budget, but got a higher direct funding stream. So we're looking at that funding pot. And then another funding pot is the same agency has an economic adjustment assistance program to support small businesses and job creation that we're also organizing some potential projects around.
And let me just ask you this, since we are all on pins and needles waiting to see what's going to happen with the federal bill, the Build Back Better bill, as it's formerly or informally known, there's likely to be some money there. Would we be able to use to sort of target some of that money as well, presumably with this same initiative?
Absolutely. I think that's the idea in these additional as needed hours, is to build capacity and really build a system that we don't have the capacity to date to build, to identify current as well as future funding opportunities at the federal level in particular, to identify grants, work with staff to identify and vet proposals, and then if we need to sort of have additional outside contract resources to write the grants, we can do that, but at least we'd have a real robust process to capture that money. And we are already in touch with our federal lobbyists specifically about infrastructure funding through the Build Back Better legislation. I know that our Department of Transportation also is really squarely focused on that as well.
Yep, you read my mind, because I was going to specifically ask about infrastructure. I think there are some good possibilities here. So thanks. Those were my questions. I'll have some comments later. Councilmember Parr.
My questions have been answered. I had questions around public safety and cleanliness, safe and clean Santa Monica. So,
Well, so let me turn to our city manager, who I think, oh, we have a caller?
Thank you. Yes, we do.
Sorry, I lost that in about 30 seconds, yeah.
Esther, can you transfer the call, please?
Welcome, Olga Zaroska. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. This is a meeting of the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board. When did the board decide that the Resident Advisory Board representatives should not be attending this meeting? Apparently, 2 RAB reps have been selected through a lottery. Who decided that they should not be here tonight? It is within the Housing Authority Board's discretion to decide and describe in the board's bylaws which board meetings the RAB reps attend. Per federal law, the RAB reps must attend the administrative plan meetings, but they can also attend other meetings if the board decides so. I am concerned that the Housing Authority staff makes the decisions that should be made by the Housing Authority Board at the public meeting. The Housing Authority Board needs to update its bylaws at its next meeting to codify what exactly the role of the RAB reps should be on the board, which meetings they should attend, and what housing-related topics the RAB reps will be discussing with the board. There is a disturbing trend at the Santa Monica Housing Authority to limit RAB input as much as possible. It's not in line with the concept of participatory democracy. The Housing Authority Board needs to step up and act as an actual policy-making body instead of being led by the Housing Authority staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosca. Now, let me turn to our city manager, who I think, and this is a very broad question, but so we do understand how limited this budget is, right? Or that this isn't really a budget examination at all. It's simply a reconciliation of what's happened with what the numbers on the paper were. And that's really what we're doing tonight. On the other hand, we've had some better news than we expected while we're still in a deficit. So I wonder if going forward, if we got a grant, if we got additional funding between now and February, do we have any discretion in how money is spent?
Let me take a stab, and then Gigi, please jump in. So when we come to, obviously, if we get any new source of revenue that we hadn't accounted for, that would be great. That could provide us some discretion. When we get to the mid-year budget discussion, we'll be updating our entire forecast, and so we'll be able to see what opportunities will arise for the council to give us direction on how to allocate those resources. So there will be moments to come in the near future for us to have a conversation about where to direct resources to address what are the priorities that are important to you.
And because the council has selected clean and safe as its, and homelessness as its primary priorities, I assume that any spending decisions will be focused on those issues. Is that right?
Absolutely. If that is the direction where council wants to put resources. And I will say from my perspective, working with staff, we are very clear about those priorities from city council. And so we are starting to have conversations of where we could put resources to work. But obviously, any ideas, any direction, any suggestions that you have, absolutely, we will take those and work with them and implement them.
Great. So in terms of comments, I did want to give us some guidance in comments that we don't have much leeway, but I think we can talk about anything if there is something, where there is some leeway where you might want to see it. But in terms of whole new spending projects, Councilmember De La Torre, right? I mean, I'd like to see those permits too. But anyway, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it just made me think of a question, so thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
No, one of the things that I didn't see here that I did want to, and please correct me if this is not appropriate, but one of the things that we did budget for that there wasn't an update on was we budgeted $400,000 for the DMH vans that were supposed to be put into operation this month in October, and I didn't see an update on those vans. So I was just wondering if staff had an update on that.
So we will have an update for you. We are working on an update for our weekly communication to you that we send electronically. What I can tell you at a high level is staff is working on that. They've been working with the county to negotiate the MOU so that we can get that van in service. I'll go so far as to say I think we can get that service out. We will have the MOU in place probably in the next couple of months, and then it's about another 30 days following, I believe, for the county to deploy that service. But everything's being put in place for that, so we have arrangements with them in the old fire station number 1 to be housed there. We've been working with our dispatch team to develop protocols for the dispatch of the service. So we're really at the final paces now of getting that service onto the streets. So it's not really in this discussion because it's in the active budget that we're currently managing. So there's no budget changes needed right now for that.
Got it.
But it is something we're actively working on.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis?
Well, at the risk of jumping the shark here, and I did have this discussion with the city manager, so he won't be surprised by it. At the end of this, I was going to actually propose we give some direction to staff on the issue around Safe Santa Monica, and to Councilmember Negretti's points and Councilmember Brock and Councilmember Parth. And I know that our finance director said that we should leave the roughly $20 million set-aside fund, reserve fund for COVID intact, and at the risk of her throwing sharp objects at me, but I think she knows what I'm going to say, is it seems to me that if we were to give, well, let me give back up. I guess we're in comments, so it's okay to be a little lengthier. We do have some short-term issues coming up. What we have is beginning in November, which is a few days away, we will begin to see a relaxation of the ability of people from other countries to come into the United States. And we are certainly hoping to get our share of those foreign visitors because they do help our bottom line quite substantially. 2, we are coming into the holiday season where we are hoping that people will come to shop, to eat, to celebrate in Santa Monica. 3, and this goes to the issue that we're really not otherwise going to discuss this until February. It looks like a significant amount of activity around the Super Bowl will be occurring in Santa Monica. And obviously the impression we want to give to the 45 billion people or whoever who watch the Super Bowl is that Santa Monica is a safe city. So I was going to propose, and obviously it would be up to the council as a whole, but I was going to make the proposal that we take 5%, which is approximately $1 million, so it's not a substantial amount, but approximately $1 million of that $20 million COVID relief fund, and ask staff to think, and again, it's one-time money, so we can't use it to hire people or do new programs, but are there some public safety improvements, whether through technology, expanding the number of blue boxes on the beach, maybe installing security cameras? I don't know. I'm not a police officer. I'm not a public safety expert. But to take $1 million of that and invest it sooner rather than later, because by February, those events I've just detailed will be in the past, and use it for public safety purposes. So I'm jumped the shark, and now I've told you all the direction I was going to propose at the end of the item. But since we were in that discussion, I thought I would throw that idea out there.
Well, so maybe we should ask that as a question, because we've been in this situation at almost this time last year, and we had the same 20 million reserve, right? And we used, am I correct? We used it all.
What do you mean by last year and the $20 million reserve?
I mean, we had a surge.
Yes.
Remember, we planned for that surge, right? And
we almost needed it, yes.
Yeah, it seems like so long ago, right?
Yes. So what I would say is we really don't know where we're going to be. Things are looking a lot better than they looked last year. But maybe we can consider a different source of funds. One of the things that we are still working on, it's part of the whole closing the books thing, is trying to figure out how much we have in capital project savings. So we know preliminarily that we have about almost $900,000. We're still working on, reconciling everything else. So my preference would be that we take a look at capital savings for something like that. It's one time.
Yeah, if I may, Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not committed. I'm not purposely trying to decimate the COVID reserve fund. But it does seem to me that we do have some things coming up that we need to, I think, address. I think that's the right term, address. And if we wait till February, the things that I was talking about addressing will be in the past. So again, it's an opportunity. I don't know what it would look like, but it could be it seems to me technology, again, cameras, more blue light stations, whatever someone else who's smarter than me can figure out is a good way to spend $1 million. But I think public safety is such a high concern, and because we have these events coming up in the near future, it's worth investing now if we can find the money.
Sure, thank you. And can I just answer your previous question? We do have the information on the rents. Repayments are starting this month, and we can extend the repayments up to 24 months based on hardship and based on staff discretion.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? I'm sorry, I'm full of follow-up questions tonight. So presumably if some of our tenants, whether they were tenants on the pier or other places, and they said, look, business has not picked up as quickly as we had hoped, they can ask for some hardship relief and maybe backload, if you will, the repayment?
They can extend the repayment.
Okay, and I assume we'll be telling people that so they know that?
I believe so.
Okay, because if you don't, I will.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
good.
may already have.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Councilmember Negrete and then Councilmember Brock.
I'm going to follow up on what Councilmember Davis was saying. I'm glad she brought that up because thinking of this as a business, being a business person, like she mentioned, this is an opportunity for us when we're saying we don't know where we'll be to capture those people traveling here to spend that money to get that TTNO. And, as some would say, you clean your house before people come over for dinner. And so on that note, I think we need to do various things, whether it be pop-up police cameras that, are giving more access so we can see when things are happening, and possibly more sanitation. I don't know if that's a one-time thing, but really taking a deep clean to our city. I know I'm speaking from experience in places I visit, but also in front of my own business. We had to pay for power washing because we had so much fecal matter that had built up from people sleeping in the crevice areas that it took multiple attempts and $6,329 to clean up. So it would be great for businesses. It would be great for people, just to come in here and have that smell gone of urine and to feel like we're safe. And I don't know if this is one-time money either, but the activation of substations that have been sort of deserted, like the one on the pier. I know there's one on the promenade, but I just want to say again, whether it's a public safety officers, if it's a one-time commitment to a short period of time, but we just need to have visual on our police, on our safety ambassadors, whatever it may be, to feel like, we're being safe. I didn't see those things. So I think there's lots of things that we can do some one-time spending on.
I just want to say that I think I understand you're talking to our finance director, but the things you're talking about are more aptly directed to the city manager, I think, since she knows nothing about anything that you're talking about.
Well, unless it was already allotted in there secretly.
He's taking notes.
Well, you were mentioning that those blue boxes and the PA system, that those are already budgeted for, but I don't know that they're happening or where they're at in that project. So those are things that are already in that budget, but.
Right, we have it budgeted. I think one of the things that was going on is they were still trying to figure out exactly what was necessary. There was an assessment being done. So within, they're still working on the scope. One of the things that I will come out and say is I believe that do we have a contract for that yet? Because these things, we do have a contract. Oh, okay, because that's an important thing when we're trying to do things quickly. We're a public sector agency. We have to go through competitive bidding. It takes time.
Right.
So if we have things that are already in place, if we have contracts that are already in place, it's much easier.
To expand it to say the beaches for our tourists.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Councilmember Brock.
So I welcome Councilmember Davis's request to find some money to help our public safety and our cleanliness. But I have to say I object to talking about the need for cleanliness and public safety in terms of tourists coming to town when our residents are suffering each and every day. So this money, first of all, is to keep our city safe and keep our city clean. if our city is clean and safe, the people who visit here will love our city and want to come back. But our residents have to love our city again as well. So the use of CIP funds that Gigi mentioned, I think is absolutely a great way to start and try and keep our reserve fund intact. So if we can come up with almost the same result that Councilmember Davis is asking, and I support wholeheartedly, I think that would be good. My changes or other requests, we were talking about blue emergency boxes. There are blue emergency boxes on Santa Monica Beach. The wiring has been removed, and they've been sabotaged. My understanding from asking about this 6 or 7 weeks ago was that they were going, in fact, I think I got an email a few weeks ago that says that they're in the process, they will be repaired soon. So if maybe I'm wrong, and I thought maybe that was a fanciful idea, but my understanding was the emergency boxes by Station 26, by Station 28 at least, and another one where the wiring had been ripped out and sabotaged, that they were going to be repaired and replaced. So I didn't know that was part of a potential new allocation. I thought that was just something that was being done. So Rick, can I get an answer? You may not know, because I think, but it's Station 26, 28, and I think there's one closer to the pier. And the three of them, strangely enough, a homeless person one day, when I was at Ocean View Park, walked me over to the emergency boxes and see they're broken. So I took pictures and sent them into the 311 system.
So,
and then talked to someone afterward.
So the CIP allocation that I referred to earlier was for the parks.
Right, I think that's separate from, so I wanted to make sure that is, I understand that's separate, and I welcome blue boxes in the parks, but I wanted to make sure that the boxes on the beach were being repaired.
So I need to check with staff on that. I think it was ISD who had a contract with Convergent for the blue boxes, but I'm not 100% sure. But that's certainly something I can come back to you with.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think that's a new allocation. I thought it was already there, it just hadn't been done yet.
Yeah.
And then, so that would be welcoming. The one thing I would say about cameras, and listen, I'm a big proponent, but cameras, and I want to whisper this, because cameras are only good after a crime has been committed. We want to prevent crime from happening. So I would differ a little bit with Councilmember Negrete that we want to use that $900,000 or $500,000 or whatever we get on cameras. I want to make sure it's used for as much as we can for boots on the ground, that we do things that would help now. And I would suggest that our brand new police chief and our city manager work together, and we don't micromanage where the money's going to be used, but we try and use it in the way that we can so that our city is, as Councilmember Davis wants, to be clean and safe for the Super Bowl and for Christmas shoppers and everything else. But I want to make sure those Christmas shoppers, first and foremost, are our residents.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you.
Phil.
So, first of all, I want to emphasize, I didn't say we should spend the money this way, neither did Councilmember Negrete. We were just throwing out ideas. Our new police chief is here, our city manager has heard us. I don't think any of us up here should be, as you say, micromanaging. The idea was just to give them money to try some new technological things. I don't think one-time money can be used for boots on the ground. That is salaries and things like that, but one-time money for things that could be. Second of all, I do want to say I'm a little offended by your suggestion that somehow I wasn't thinking about residents. The things I mentioned were the reasons for spending the money now as opposed to in February, which is, I mean, I want our residents, and I define our residents very broadly to include everybody who lives, works, participates in this city, to be able to come Christmas shopping and feel safe. I want, as you say, people to be able to go to the beach. So it wasn't that I was saying, oh, this is all about making tourists safe. But we do have some important things coming up, to me, that argue for making this allocation sooner rather than later. So it wasn't trying to ignore the needs of residents, but I do think that because we do have foreign tourists who will be returning to the city, hopefully in droves in November, because we do want many people, whether they reside here or not, to come shopping at the holidays. And because whether we like it or not, there will be people coming here during the Super Bowl, that I think it's important to try and get some improvements made. So, but I just want to emphasize what you said, which is I was not suggesting we should use the money here, there, blue lights, cameras, whatever. I think we should trust our police chief, our city manager, and our staff to figure out where they could spend $1 million and get the most return in terms of increasing safety for everybody in the city. And I don't think we need to debate the merits of what that might be, because I trust their judgment.
And I don't want to have a debate here. I think it's enough. I'm going to make a motion now because I think we can give direction at the end of discussing this budget that the City Council, the City Council Housing Authority and Parking Authority approve the changes to the fiscal year 2021 revised budget as detailed in attachment A.
Second.
So moved by Himmelrich, seconded by McCowan. May we have a roll call? Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah, I just have a question regarding the $1.3 million for the is that the housing authority? Is someone here that can answer just
The money that came back from the redevelopment, it would go into the housing authority because it's all the redevelopment funds went through the housing authority. So it has to come back into it.
Yeah, but in terms of the cost of the housing vouchers, for example, like I know the expense went up because of the increased rate in lease-up compared. Can we talk a little bit about that, just in terms of how those housing vouchers are going to work and the expense, and what's the difference between this year and last year and so forth?
Good evening, Council. Andy Agel, Director of Community Services. So the way HUD funds us is based on our actually issuing vouchers. So in this case, this is good news. It means we're able to issue more vouchers, which means we get more revenue.
Yeah, so how many vouchers are we talking about compared to last year?
I don't know the exact number.
Okay.
I mean, that's not an insignificant number, but I don't know it exactly.
And what is causing the increase other than the new 20 units for veteran supportive housing? Is there anything else other than the veteran supportive housing that's causing the increase?
So that's part of it, but we're also, we're working every day to get as many people into housing. And, sometimes the market's tough, sometimes the other factors. And that would just indicate we were successful in our primary goal.
Mm-hmm. And the last one is, where can the public find the details of the Housing Authority reserve funds and what law controls the use of these funds?
So that's all in your budget. I mean,
you can find it there.
CAFR is the Consolidated Annual Financial Report, is where you get the sort of final where all the fund balances ended.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table that we are going to approve changes to the 2021 revised budget as detailed in attachment A.
Shall we start the vote?
Yes, please.
Council Authority Member De La Torre.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Negrete.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Chair Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes 7-0. Did that work? Yeah.
I move that City Council, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority approve changes to the FY 21-23 adopted budget as detailed in attachment B.
Second. May we have a roll call vote?
Council Authority Member Para,
Yes.
Council Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Brock.
Yes.
Council Authority Member De La Torre.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. Everybody push your buttons. I
Need
forgot
everybody to
mine.
vote.
So now I'm going to move, and we have this cheat sheet. That's why it's easier for us and you guys have no, no, it's a cheat sheet that has it. I'll give it to you for the next one, but it's like 8 points long. So I move that we adopt a resolution of the City of Santa Monica establishing new classifications and adopting salary rates for various listed positions. Okay? For various listed positions as in attachment C, and approve the position and classification changes reflected in attachment D.
Second.
Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Just for clarification, Mayor, did you mean attachment C?
C and D, I said.
D.
C and D, you're doing both? Okay.
Yes, both of them. But thanks for keeping me honest.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. Whoops, sorry.
I move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica revising the city's master fee schedule to establish and revise certain user fees and charges as outlined in attachment E.
Second. So let's have a vote.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
No.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 6-1.
I just want to say that the reason why I voted no is because I want to make sure that we have a robust discussion on how we might decrease parking fees for those residents that have already paid for parking permits that want to access the beach. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Now I'm, your turn, Mike.
Okay, sure, I'll go. I move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica changing the fee charged for credit card and debit card transactions for utility payments as outlined in attachment F.
Second.
Sorry, you guys. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. Passes 7-0. And now let's move on to the next item.
Well, before we do that, we need to do.
Oh,
her-
the direction, I'm
her
sorry,
direction.
yes, so let's have direction, yes, from Councilmember Davis.
I would move that the council directs staff to examine the budget in its current state to search for approximately $1 million that it can use in the short term for upgrades to public safety and/or cleanliness within the community.
I'll second.
So motion by Davis, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. Well,
Here, you guys, so.
It's not on there because she has to.
oh, because it's a direction, sorry,
that was
okay.
a direction. No
But that was unanimous as well. So, and I know I'm not giving you much time, I'm rushing through, but if we,
Okay.
yeah,
So
so,
next we have approval of minutes of the Housing and Parking Authority, and I need to make an announcement that there needs to be, that we made a correction to the special meeting minutes to remove Councilmember Negrete from attendance because she was not appointed until June 29th.
So we will, so what we're asking for is, oh, and by the way, the lines are open on this item. And so if you choose to make a comment about the minutes, you may call 310-312-8173. And thank you all for being here tonight. For those in on the TV audience, our staff is now leaving because we're done with the budget.
And Mayor, we have no callers for this item, and the
And we
line,
have, oh,
the
good.
line has been open, by the way.
And so what we're doing is approving the minutes, excuse me, we're approving the minutes as amended, is that correct?
Yes.
So I move we approve the minutes as amended.
Second.
And that was-
Oh, I accidentally hit motion made, sorry.
Do it again, so. it
I
was
locked you out.
Himmerich and then Davis, right?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
So let's have a roll call vote.
Authority Member Delatorre,
Yes.
Authority Member Brock,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Authority Member Negrete,
Yes.
Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Authority Member Parra. And Chair Himmerich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0 with the minutes as amended. Did that work? Phil, push your button, please.
And that completes.
And on to the next item. Oh, I'm sorry, and now, I'm now adjourning the special joint meeting of the Parking Authority, Housing Authority, and City Council.
Thank you. Okay. So next we have 9A. It's the public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the California Enterprise Development Authority, CEDA, to issue revenue obligations for the New Road School.
Can't believe everybody left, but.
Dave, do you need a power?
And it was your big moment, right?
I know, yeah. All right, well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Dave Carr, Assistant City Treasurer. The item before you now is a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving issuance of up to $25 million of revenue bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority for the benefit of New Road School. The California Enterprise Development Authority is a joint powers authority of which the city is a member. The CEDA, it's getting late, issues tax-exempt bonds which lower borrowing costs for nonprofit organizations and businesses with a goal of improving the social and economic standard of living in California. These bonds will be issued under the guidelines of the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility, or TEFRA, law. TEFRA and its regulations require a public hearing and approval by the city of the bond issuance as the governing body of the jurisdiction in which the project to be financed is located. The city has approved a number of these similar financings in the past for New Road Schools, Crossroads Schools, as well as for a number of affordable housing projects. Proceeds from this particular financing will be used to fund various capital projects at the New Roads Schools Santa Monica campus, as well as pay for bond issuance costs. One thing that's important to note that the debt to be issued will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt and will bear no costs in relation to the bond issuance. CEDA will act as the issuer and perform all necessary legal and administrative responsibilities associated with the financing. And finally, issuance of these bonds will have no impact on the city's credit rating or its ability to access the markets for future borrowing needs. And that concludes my report.
So let me just say that, or you may announce it.
Councilmember Negrete has determined, after talking to the city attorney, that she has a conflict on this issue, so she's recused herself based on income received from the applicant.
Thank you. So are there any questions about this? I actually have one question. And that is, will this in any way affect our own ability to obtain bonds, to support additional bonds, or anything like that?
No, it'll have no effect on the city's credit rating or the ability to access capital markets in the future.
Councilmember Brock.
Do we normally do this for St. Monica's or Crossroads or anyone
Yes.
that asks?
Yeah, yes.
This is a normal course of
Yes,
action.
yes, we've done it for New Road schools in the past, for Crossroads schools, as I said, and also for a number of affordable housing projects. The way it usually works is the school itself goes to the development authority that's issuing the bonds and works with them, and then they come to us for the official approval.
Does that give them a better rate?
Yes.
I mean, is there a reason for doing that?
In fact, I missed that in my, again, it's getting late, but it allows them to issue the bonds on a tax-exempt basis, which lowers the borrowing costs.
Thank you.
The city, as a member of the authority, has to certify they're a qualifying program. Otherwise, it won't occur. And we do this regularly. At least we used to.
Yeah.
I've been here when we've done it.
Thank you, Alan.
So may I have a motion to adopt this? Oh, do we have any callers?
We have no callers on this.
I move to adopt.
Moved by Brock, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 6-0 with one.
Mayor, I need you to.
I got it. I was getting there. I can't talk and push at the same time. Okay, so now we are on council member discussion items.
Okay, so now we have appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Santa Monica Library Board for a term ending June 30th, 2022. And Mayor,
Do we have any nominations?
Yes, I nominate the Reverend Dr. Sidoni Cheryl Smith.
and was that Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other nominations?
Yes. Go ahead. Do you want to? I nominate Laurel Schmidt.
I nominate Daniel Stern.
Okay, so just to note, Daniel Stern's application came in late.
Can't consider him?
Yeah, so typically you guys do not, the council does not consider,
Okay, thank you.
but it's the council's decision to make.
We have openings on this board on a regular basis, so he'll have another shot.
Okay, are there any other nominations? We have Laurel Schmidt and we have Dr. Smith, Sedona Smith. Seeing none, when I call your name, let me know which person you want to vote for. Councilmember De La Torre.
Laurel Schmidt.
Councilmember Brock.
Laurel Schmidt.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Dr. Smith.
Councilmember Negrete.
Dr. Smith.
Councilmember Davis.
Dr. Smith.
Councilmember Para.
Laurel Schmidt.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Dr. Smith.
Dr. Smith has 4 votes and is appointed. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to 13B. And Esther, I have to ask, are there any callers for this item?
Competition.
They're screening a call right now. We may have one.
Okay, so this is request of Mayor Himmelrich and Councilmember Davis that council directs staff to take necessary steps to have the city join in the Amicus brief to be filed by the Public Rights Project and the city of Austin, Texas, to join by a large number of local governments across the country to support the United States in its challenge to Texas's 6-week abortion ban, SB 8, in United States versus Texas. United States Supreme Court case number 21-588 and any related and similar matters that may be joined with it. And we do have one caller for this, Mayor.
Councilmember Davis, or shall I?
It's up to you.
You go.
So this is being brought forward to council because, and it needed to be fast-tracked because the issue of the Texas abortion ban, S8, is being fast-tracked at the Supreme Court. My reason for supporting this is threefold. And the first one is that obviously the issue of women's reproductive rights is a national issue, but it is also a local issue. What we know is that this is the shot across the bow, for lack of a better term, of greater attempts to try and either at the Supreme Court level or within various state governments reduce women's access to reproductive health care. Two, why is this a local issue? It's a local issue, I think, for a couple of reasons. The first one is that at the Supreme Court, even though California may not be pressing a version of S8, the Supreme Court certainly could be encouraged the Supreme Court decision favoring this kind of restriction on reproductive health care could have repercussions for women in California and specifically in Santa Monica. But second, it appears that there are a number of states that are looking at similar bans on women's reproductive health care. And I think that what we need to recognize is that states like California and particularly cities like Santa Monica would bear the burden of those women who would then have to leave their states or localities to come to seek health care in places where it still was available. And my third reason for supporting this is that I think that it is important that we join with other cities to show our solidarity to the Supreme Court and frankly to the federal government, which at least in theory will be considering legislation on this very issue, to show that this is a matter of concern, not just to the broader public, if you will, but specifically to states and localities that will be affected by it.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I grew up in the era in a state where abortion was illegal and people I knew had to travel to obtain abortions. It was clearly something that was available only to people of privilege and not to people who weren't of privilege. And as a mere human rights and justice issue, I would support this under all circumstances, and I support it now. So I urge the council to approve this.
So we do have a caller.
Thank you.
Esther, we're ready for the caller.
So we have two callers. I'll bring in the first one. Welcome, John Alley. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager John Alley here. Mayor and Council Member Davis, your request tonight to direct Santa Monica City staff, not on your own personal behalf, but on behalf of our entire city, and not using your own personal funds, but our tax dollars to take steps to have Santa Monica join in the amicus brief to be filed by the City of Austin, Texas, with the support of the Biden administration, in its challenge to its 6-week abortion ban and, quote, any similar matters needs more thought. I and many others do not feel 7 council members reflect the thoughts and opinions of a majority of those in Santa Monica. Is this our most pressing concern here and now? Fighting the ban is proportionately bad and affects and hurts blacks and Hispanics more than others. That's a fact. Could council use their time and bully pulpit to instead encourage males and females to be more responsible fathers and mothers and take responsibility for their actions? The medical videos from operating rooms, the science show a baby in the womb at 6 weeks has a nervous system, a beating heart, and feels pain. The child's not a tumor, rather a human. Maybe a Santa Monica City staff member, the mayor, or a member of our city council in 34 years. Abortion is the only surgery that's not intended to heal. It kills. Can we spend our time focusing on why the poor guy died Sunday morning between our 3rd Street Promenade and Garage 6? Or how about our police officer who was lunged at by a homeless person lying on the ground?
This is no longer relevant, please. Thank you.
I'd like to...
He can do it in the.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello. 2 minutes, not enough time, but you had said, the mayor had said something about, from the time in the past where she had grown up or something like that. I noticed you're from the same town Nancy Pelosi's from, Baltimore or something like that. Cool town. I've been over there. And but I wanted to say I don't support what you're doing. And let's let Texas be Texas. However, I know you all have a voice, and you want to raise your voice. That's freedom of speech. So I support that. But I just don't support that you want to tell them what to do. And I agree with the caller before me a little bit. And I've noticed in this whole topic, the thing that's never really actually talked about is, why are two people having sex when they know they can't take care of a kid? What are these two idiots doing? They're banging each other, and yet they know they can pop out a kid. Oh, I can't take care of it, but I got to get it tonight. Come on, dude. What is wrong with the people that are really committing harm to cell division? I'm not stupid. That is reprehensible. And this is why I don't agree with what you're doing, even though I support your ability to have a voice. I support that you want to do this. It's cool. Okay, let you guys do that, and it's a vote. You're going to do whatever you do. Okay, cool. Sound off. You know what I mean? But I don't agree at all, and I think it's all disgusting. Good night. Talk to you in a few seconds.
I just want to point out that the two men that just called in, just deeply.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from a man. You want to defend the?
Yes, I don't, what? No, that's not what I was going to say at all, Mayor.
Good, thank you.
But I do proudly want to support this request of Mayor Himmelrich and Councilmember Davis. And I move that we approve this motion, and I proudly do that.
Thank you.
On behalf of women throughout the United States.
Councilmember De La Torre, would you like to second it?
Yeah, exactly. That's
Good. Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Can you say hell yes or just?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Proudly, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCollum,
100% yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Hell yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Just plain old yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes, I do. I could. I was trying to think of something. Si se puede, yeah.
I'm just a plain yes, thank you.
Okay, so now we have public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And Esther, do we have any callers?
Yes, we do. I'll bring them in. Welcome, Teresa Morosco. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich and council members. This is Teresa Morosco, and I am wanting to speak to the fact that there is a delay in commission appointments without any real explanation as to why. All annual appointments to city boards and commissions were due by June 30th, and customarily council makes those appointments during one meeting. Not this year, though, and the appointments were originally scheduled to be made on June 22nd, then continued to July 13th, and continued again to July 27th. Since June 30th, the council has made 20 appointments only, with many still outstanding. Those appointments were on 7/27/21, Disabilities Commission, 6 appointments, Landmarks Commission, 2 appointments, Planning Commission, 1 appointment, Social Services Commission, 5 appointments. Appointments were made again on 8/24/21, Public Safety Reform and Oversight Committee, 2 appointments, Library Board, 1 appointment, Audit Subcommittee, Council Member seat, 1 appointment. Appointments were also made again on 9/28/21 to the Personnel Board, 2 appointments. Appointments scheduled for 10/26 council meeting, Library Board. So I'm not understanding what the issue is and why the rest of the commission appointments have not been made. Supposedly there's an ad hoc that's still working and that's standing in the way of 20 appointments and is preventing them from being made. What ad hoc? It's not explained. It's not clear. The new city manager, Mr. White, sent me an email stating that.
Thank you, Ms. Marosco.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Allow me to address you about the minor upgrade to the solar system at 1314 2nd Street, the NRDC building, which actually turned into a major renovation of the building with the behind-the-scenes approval process of the planning department. There are 2 things the city of Santa Monica permitted that doesn't go along with the downtown community plan and that negatively affects only affordable housing units on the north side of 1318 2nd Street, mainly on the 3rd floor. First, the south side of 1314 2nd Street's building has been raised as a solid wall where an open railing used to be, now restricting airflow into the unit from over the balcony. Also considering the permitted enclosure of the area around the balconies, it also restricts airflow to the unit from the balcony. And the Santa Monica Municipal Code 9.21.050, I think. Fences, wall, and hedges, Section A, height, number 4, Downtown Community Plan, Part C, states, at or behind buildings, walls, fences above 42 inches in height shall be a minimum of 50% transparent. Next, on the south corner of the building on the roof, again, closest to the affordable housing units, is a bright, unshielded light, making it look like daylight inside the units almost 24 hours a day, which goes against Section 5.1F, architectural lighting in the downtown community plan that states, lighting sources shall be shielded, aimed downward or back to building to reduce glare. And we'll get into the HUD and civil rights implications next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Welcome,
Good
John
evening
Alley.
again.
You're in the meeting.
Good evening again, John Alley. Mayor, a couple of months ago, it seems like 5 or 6 meetings ago, you formed yet another committee to study our homeless issue and the resulting problems stemming from it here in Santa Monica. You asked Mayor Pro Tem Kristen McCowan and council members Lana Negrete and Christine Parra to serve on the committees. Christine McCowan declined. Councilmember Phil Brock volunteered. You balked, but he demonstrated he had studied the issues and was well prepared to participate. We have not been informed of what the committee is doing. If anything, has the committee met? No reports, no outreach to those affected on a daily basis. The one exception is Councilmember Brock, who has spent hours of many days reaching out, asking questions, offering solutions. Would you please update us and tell us what efforts you will take to fulfill the wishes of a lot of us here in Santa Monica to use the small portion of the city-owned former Fisher lumber site at the corner of Colorado and 14th as an interim and temporary shelter. Dealing with security and the homeless are our biggest issues now. But here you are listening to this at the end of a council meeting. Something's wrong with our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alley.
Welcome, Olga Zarowska. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, or maybe good morning. I would like to encourage the council members to sometime watch a video of their behavior during public input. It's quite interesting. It's so obvious that you couldn't care less. A few weeks ago, you discussed the possibility of moving the public input periods to the beginning, and I think if we just made a video of your attitude towards the comments that you receive for item 14 at the end of the council meeting. That would be the best possible advertisement for this idea. That's number one. Number two, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, I don't think you got the memo about what your responsibilities are as a council member or Mayor Pro Tem when you hear public input. No one is interested in what you think about public input. I'm absolutely outraged about your comment. It's not the first time I've heard this, making a snarky comment about a public speaker. Now, I happen not to agree with that speaker, but your behavior really needs to be in check. And Councilmember Brock, I appreciate that you stated that you were voting on behalf of all the women across the U.S., but that's a little bit too much. Maybe keep your ego in check next time. And also, Mayor Himmerich and her husband, one of you has to resign, okay? It's been going on for too long. The appearance of nepotism is really hard to bear anymore. It's been going on for years. In July, this council decided that they do not want to see nepotism between council members and commissioners. Enough already. This is an ethics issue. You're both attorneys. This is disgusting. One of you needs to resign immediately. And also, maybe you should consider how you treat the men on this council, because I have seen such discriminatory behavior towards the two male council members that it's really funny when you engage in just pretending that you care about gender discrimination or, you know, women's rights and stuff like that, but you treat the male council members like trash.
Your time is up. Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Wow. Boy, I second that. Well, I tell you, after being here, even though I'm homeless and not very rich or anything, and most people don't really look at me very, favorably, I've learned that the politics of Santa Monica is a slime ball. Now, on Third Street Promenade, with 3.0 is what I call it about again, and the problems that you got out there. And I've noticed, like, Israel needs another $1 billion for rockets in its missile defense system. We gave them like $1 billion a couple years ago, and a couple years ago before that, and a couple years ago before that. And they're going to need another $1 billion in like a couple years maybe, and then another $1 billion in a couple more years. And we're just billioning it out here, and you guys are struggling for money. We got homeless everywhere, and we got to pay for a missile defense system. That's what Third Street Promenade is. It's just, you know, I've noticed, like, when a bunch of very nice Jewish people, I love them people, you're welcome over my car, it's a little dirty, but anyways, they go to the synagogue, and all of a sudden 10 years, 13, or 30 years later, one of them says, I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and what you guys should too, and they're like, oh, F you got to get out of here. And they excommunicate these people out of the community, because now they're Christians, see. Can you imagine what they do then to the white Christian Gentile people? I don't feel liked. I feel crapped on for 21 straight years out there trying to play the drums, you know. It would have been different if I wasn't so, like, absolutely ridiculously insulted constantly. It's just absolutely amazing. And in 2 minutes, I can't even talk about some of the issues. That's just some of the issues. It's absolutely, and separation of church and state prevents us from giving a holy land money. Why has this place been so crapped on?
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
No more callers.
Well, we have an adjournment. Councilmember Negretti and Denise, she will give it to you after. I told her she needs to give you the name and the text, right?
Her husband
Thank
is
you.
watching. Okay, this is to honor longtime Santa Monica resident and songmaker Ann Redstone, who moved on September 30th of this year. She was 89. She celebrated her 89th birthday on September 19th, about a month after a serious fall. Her age, fall, and other health issues were too much to overcome. Anne would tell you she was the happiest singing and clogging her wooden horse and hoots at campouts and organizing them, serving on the Songmakers Board and helping so many as a licensed mental health therapist, until she met and fell in love with her husband 27 years ago, Chris. Songmakers and singing made her made her husband's second fiddle, and he was just lucky to have been in there somewhere. Anne sang on the Ed Sullivan Show, back up in the studio for a major folk group, and toured Europe with Songs of Earth and with the Torrance Choral, right up to nearly her passing. She was singing and harmonizing with members of her former a cappella jam group. Anne will always be a part of her 4 kids, grandkids, friends, and family, and one husband who, so very fortunate, was able to share so many wonderful years. Sing on, dance on, folk music, camp on, dearest Anne.
Thank you. And we are now adjourned. Our next meeting will be on Tuesday, November 9th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Lana, what was her name?
I didn't.
Oh, here, I'll
Yeah.
send it. He emailed it, but it stayed up to listen, and I